Can you hear me? Hold on a second here. Let me see here. There we go. Well, guess you found out where the next big platinum mines are going to be. Yeah, just a minute or two. If you're not on time or early, you're late. So I'd rather be early. That's why I have no kids. I pull out early. This is recorded. I need to watch out. There's no ladies here. That's cool. So does anyone want to join the panel? Art? You want to join the panel, big man? You don't have to show your face like me. Be like, hey, what's up, Annie? But anyhow, I did a video a couple days ago about this. Pin the link to the YouTube side. Okay, let's see here. Man, I got too many tabs open. I wanted to get JM up here because I wanted to see if I could, how I could get this other tab. It's a map, and I want to show it on this, but it's on another tab, and I don't know how to do it. But anyhow, how are you guys doing this evening? It's part of it, yeah. Burkina, Mali. I just did a report on Niger. Did a report on Ethiopia. I was going to do a report on Ethiopia today, but decided not to. Seems like they want to negotiate with Somalia rather than kick them around with that new port deal they just made with Somaliland, a supposedly separate country that no one seems to recognize except for Ethiopia, which is kind of cool, I guess. It means there's not going to be no war, but Eritrea better watch their booty because they might still go after where are you, JM? Why are you backstage when you could be up front and center? Up front and center, son.
It's just a click of the mouse away.
Just a click of the mouse away.
So I wanted to let you know we were over at Rocky Superstars live stream, which he always does on a Sunday night right after Sal.
Oh.
And so I posted your link and invited people to come over here.
Only if you think it's appropriate for that crowd. I know I'm not for everybody, Well, but thank you.
Yeah, well, I wanted to give you a heads up on. I guess I didn't really run that by in advance.
It's quite all right. I mean, I leave it to people's discretion. I mean, if you think that other people will like my show, feel free. If you say, hey, Neil's kind of freaking weird and doesn't do much and fucks with cats too much, I don't think other people will like him. Don't share it. It's a personal thing. I don't get my feelings hurt.
I think it's about putting the invitation out there and letting people make their own decision. I don't want to.
Yeah, I mean, what I meant was like I wouldn't put my link in like a cooking show. We want something like that. Make it an appropriate show.
You're not a good cook?
No, I don't. No, well, but I don't cook.
Okay.
But yeah, I when I do get a chance to get a good oven set up, a good kitchen setup, and I mean better than. I'm weird. If I were to go into like a restaurant kitchen, I could whip some shit up because they have everything you need. Right. You know what I'm saying? But if I go in just like a regular kitchen where you don't have everything you need to do everything, I'm not so good.
And if you don't have the dishwashers too, right? That's a big issue. If you really want to cook something up, you end up with a pile.
Well, I've always and I have run. I was the head cook and manager of an Italian restaurant, and cook. And I didn't mind because those guys spent a lot of money on that kitchen. They had everything, and they had duplicates, so I didn't have to worry about cleanup till after, so I could do all my. It was like more a traditional, and it was kind of like a closed restaurant. It wasn't open to the public, only to invited people, and I'd cook, for them, and I wouldn't have to worry about it. It wasn't like a mass rush kind of restaurant thing where you had to slam shit out. It was like, maybe 30 people, 40 people, depending. And I'd make different things and special things, mostly all Italian because they were all Italian and Greek. I didn't do no Greek cooking, though, mostly Italian.
Yeah.
That's where my forte lies.
Thanks, Art Collector.
What's Art?
Well, he posted.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, right on. Thanks, Art. Fuck yeah. I actually, I don't know how much I can get away with on Ninja's shows, but every now and then I'll throw out someone's show that I watch. Like today I did Long Live Coins, and I didn't throw out a link or anything, but I did throw out his name and that he had a show, because I don't want to like take advantage of Ninja's platform. Right. But I do want to promote people that I do watch that I think are cool people that need some attention and help their channels grow. So I do try and do that, but I don't put out links. But here, yeah, you're welcome to, definitely. Okay. That's what it's all about, community, man. We all got to help each other get to the top. Get to the top, baby.
Well, I jumped on right away here because I heard you say that you wanted
share screen of some sort. Yes, I have another tab that I'd like to share the screen.
Yeah.
How do I do that?
Okay, so down at the bottom there, there's a button that says present.
Okay, present.
Yep. And then share screen.
Okay, share screen.
And then share screen again.
Oh, okay. There's nothing to press. Just, okay, share screen again.
Okay, then it should say choose what to share with StreamYard.
Okay.
So there it is. And then click on share.
Holy macaroni and cheese. Is everyone seeing this?
Yep.
Okay. What I wanted to point out is this country here, Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso. If you look at the size of these three countries.
This is Africa.
Yeah. This is Africa right here. These three countries.
You could zoom in a bit. There you go. That's good.
These three countries right here. Sorry about that. Let me get rid of this here.
You're good.
Mali, Burkina, and Niger all just had coups, all backed by the Russians. And they're talking about forming one country. Now, if you look at the landmass of Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, it's comparable, if not larger, than Algeria's. Let me get down here. The Democratic Republic of Congo. It would make up the largest country in Africa. So when people talk about, like BRICS has the largest GDP in Africa, or all this whatever, and Russia's back in all three of these. And if they form a country on their own, and all three of these dictators, coup leaders, whatever you want to call them, they're all in cooperation with each other. For the first time in history, coup guys are all on board. All three of these countries, they're all their coup leader generals are all on board to talks of forming one country. How bizarre is that? And also here in Burkina Faso, that major or captain, whoever he was that did that one down there, the 34-year-old kid, he's like had 4 assassination attempts on him. Mm-hmm. If they didn't have any serious intelligence backing, which that country does not have on its own, he would not have been able to foil any one of those attempts. So, and obviously after that, they signed a nuclear agreement to build a nuclear power plant, and Russia's going to build it. And having said that, up here in Egypt, just outside Cairo, right there where my cursor is, somewhere around that area there, Russia is already in the works building a nuclear power plant for Egypt. That's why Egypt back off attacking Ethiopia over the Gerd River Dam, because they were taking water away from the Nile River, and it was affecting the power generation of the power plants or the dams that Egypt controls along that river to give them power. and Russia stepped in and picked up an old deal they had and instantly started building. It's going to be open by 2026, right there where my cursor's at. It's going to be a nuclear power plant. Ethiopia, right about somewhere along here, I'm not exactly sure, somewhere along this area here is the Gerd River Dam's outlet. This whole area, next time they do a world map, it's going to be filled with water. It's going to be the largest hydro producing power plant on the planet, bigger than more power produced than China's, or close to the Three River Gorge. And they're going to be providing power for these guys. Egypt's going to be providing power for these guys. Burkina Faso, with their new nuclear power plant, is going to be providing power for these guys. So the way I see it, that's going to be an energy independent country very soon. And that always brings, if you know about history and American history, it brings prosperity.
So what do you think, like the new country, it's being sponsored or at least in part funded by Russia?
Well, all three of those coups were backed by, I believe, with the quickness of how Russia is getting in there and how kind they've been treating them, even though I think it was Niger today, I did a report on them where they kicked out all the foreign companies to check what their country actually natural resources has and, do an inventory, and then they're going to reissue all the licenses with different deals that benefit the country, not France like the old deals did. So it seems
Nations, just so you know, Wealth of Nations is backstage.
Okay, let me stop sharing this. Uh-oh. Did I fuck up?
No, you're okay.
There we go. Okay. There we go.
Well, the only thing.
Yeah, I just wanted to show that.
The pronunciation of Burkina Faso.
That's right. We got to get the correct pronunciations in here.
I'm not going to bust on him because
at least it's not Burkina Faso.
I love hearing him say Burkina Faso. I know it's Neil talking when he says that. So
yeah,
it's all good.
Well, there's also talk about in Ethiopia, supposed war going to be looked at going on between them and Somalia, but that got put on the back burner. But what's still on the board for them that they haven't backed down is attacking Eritrea to get access.
They're going to attack my urethra? That sounds
something like that. Well, it will be painful. War always is. So if they don't strike this deal with Somaliland and Somalia let it happen, then you can expect Ethiopia to go to war with Eritrea.
So I thought Egypt was annoyed at Ethiopia for damming the what is it?
Yeah,
the White Nile or whatever it is.
Blue Nile. Blue Nile. And what happened, that I just explained on the map, you came in late, I guess. I wasn't looking at who came in. But Russia stepped up, and they had an old power plant, nuclear power plant that they had started and then stopped. They restarted it, and it's going to be open by 2026, giving Egypt more power than the Nile River gave them off of their dam operations. So that backed Egypt off of going to war with Ethiopia.
That's right. I did hear about that, maybe through you. So, yep. Well, Russia's become quite the power broker in Africa.
Well, everyone said that about China just last year. Now it looks like Russia. It's like, really? Which one is it, guys? Because you don't even know what America's doing over there yet. I think they're splitting it apart.
Well, I was going to say, with the speed that China's been moving the last several decades at their Belt and Road Initiative.
That's a failure.
But Australia, they're all over the place. It doesn't surprise me that Russia's, making their moves too.
Russia's picking up the slack from China. China's dropping off the map, and Russia's filling in. I'm sure China wished they could have done what Russia did in those three countries. But if you look at and stay up with my reports, you'll find out that there's actually an economic war inside BRICS going on between Russia and China right now. And Russia's taken a lot of the business from the Eastern Bloc, or what used to be Eastern Bloc nations like North Korea, other countries, Vietnam, Thailand, that did 90% of the business with China just a couple of years ago. now is doing 90% of the business with Russia and not China. And people aren't talking about that either, but Russia's sniping a lot of China's business up. So, wherever that leads to, as I've always said, and I'll say it again, it's going to lead, because the only players that China can attack is Russia. So it's going to end with China attacking Russia. And they have they have a reason to do it, because they've been screwing their economy over, and China is, and I don't care what all these experts say, China is on the verge of bankruptcy.
Oh yeah. Well, they
are that close, because, like, what is it? Ninja says, once they start offering incentives to get you into apartments, it's crashing. Well, I did a show last year, the beginning part of the year in spring, where the CCP bank, central bank, was accepting truckloads of watermelon as a down payment for a house. Isn't that the same thing as an incentive? Oh, don't pay us cash, just bring us your fruits and vegetables and we'll take that instead. I mean, that was last year. So however long it takes for them to crash after the incentives are offered, that's how long it's going to be before China crashes. But they're so far down the street from crash, further than we are. They're going to crash long before us. And that's going to throw people back into the Americans' ball field of wanting to be siding with us. And that's what people don't see, is the ramifications of China's collapse.
Yeah, you can't grow that fast without massive malinvestment, and they've have so much malinvestment in real estate.
There's another thing people don't realize about China and the way their military works, and this is why I'm unconcerned about them attacking anybody, really. They have sections. I don't know what they call them, but each one has its own air defense and this, that, and the other. And if one of their airplanes, leaves its district without clearance to go into another district, that other district will shoot that Chinese plane down. And so they have to have a great command and control. So if you look at their command and control, well, shit, they've been getting suicided. It's a straight called Xi, their leader. He's in direct control. So when shit starts getting hairy and he's got to start giving orders for 32 planes going into this one, 17 planes going to this one, he's going to be so fucking head spun, he's not going to be able to keep up with it, and they're going to destroy themselves just by the way they built their system of operations. Just from that alone. And then you start looking at, well, they're exporters of weapons. Look at the contracts they're not getting, and look at the contracts we are getting. So tell me again, they're what? And then you look at, Pakistan. It's their number one Belt Road Initiative ally. They give them weapons and all this stuff, but Pakistan throws those weapons away and buys more from America with the excuse that Pakistan itself uses 1/3 of the weapons are defective.
Well, yeah.
Who wants to go to war using those kind of weapons? You're guaranteed to lose. So anything that China does is a guaranteed loser long term. Except for now, long term is no longer 20 years like it was in 2000. Long term is like it's already over with for them. They're fucking biting their nails. But anyhow, yeah, and also speaking of Belt Road, Italy pulled out middle part of last year because they did the numbers. They looked at the economics, and they found out China was making 10 times as much money off that Belt Road Initiative program they signed up to, because they weren't fulfilling their end of the deal. Italy wasn't making but a tenth the amount of money they were supposed to, so they backed off of that deal, which kills the One Belt Road Initiative on top of Pakistan's. So basically, on the Belt Road Initiative, the first country and the last country both are like saying, "Screw China, man." So it's
kind of interesting. I was speaking of Italy and China. I was over in Italy about 12 years ago, and I was around Florence, and there were a ton of Chinese, and I thought, wow.
Yeah.
Huge tourist traffic. What I didn't realize was the Chinese bought one of their, I think it was a textile factory. So that was what, I guess that was accounted for all the Chinese that I saw there.
Yeah, they were all the employees.
I didn't catch the gist of that. You were in Italy, like around Florence, and there was Chinese people that bought a textile company.
I didn't. The gist of it, JM, was I wasn't expecting to see that many Chinese in Florence, and I found out several years later the reason they were there was the Chinese had bought an old Italian. I think it was an Italian textile factory,
Okay.
so that accounted for all the Chinese I saw in Florence. Whereas I didn't see them in I didn't see them in Pisa. I didn't see them in Venice. I didn't see them in Rome, but I did see them in Florence, and that's where the factory was located.
Okay. Yeah, it's amazing how they will, with their population, infiltrate an area. Um, when I was out in Vancouver, British Columbia, which is the west coast of Canada,
Oh yeah,
and I flew into their airport, I swear at least 95% of the people in there that were coming in there were Asian, and I would say like Chinese.
Oh, you think when you go to when I've been to Vancouver quite a few times, and
Okay,
it
so
seems like you're entering Asia
yeah,
based
Yeah.
on the ethnicity of the people there.
they call it, and I'm not racist, but they call it Vancouver, Japanada.
Yep.
Vancouver, Japan.
Well, that's where that's from what I understand, a lot of the population came as they were preparing for Hong Kong to leave British hands in '99 and
Yeah.
join become part of China again. So
That's right.
yeah.
Absolutely right.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the Taiwanese to return and take control of what's left of China after the CCP falls apart. That's what I anticipate happening, because if you know the history of China, basically Taiwan is the old leadership, the true leadership of China, that got kicked out in 1947, 48 when they had their little independence war and the CCP won that battle. The leaders of China went to Taiwan and the CCP took control of China.
Yeah, Chiang Kai-shek went to Taiwan
Oh, see,
after.
Yeah, well, back then, if you look at like World War II and stuff, and you hear these stories of like Pappy Boyington, a famous flyer, we were using Chinese airfields, and they were backing us, supporting us, the greatest of allies.
Oh
And
yeah.
then all of a sudden, boom, overnight.
Now, I don't know if you noticed this or not, Neil, but in the chat there, I see Annie showed up with her down payment for a house. I think she's a buyer.
Yeah. All you gotta do is go to China. They're accepting watermelon for down payments. What you got to watch out for is make sure the walls don't fall off your apartment complex, or
no
the
kidding.
apartment complex doesn't start sinking and leaning. I've seen both those incidents happen.
Oh, I've seen a lot of videos of the facades just peeling off of the high-rise buildings.
Yep. I would definitely not live there if you paid me. Where I would live, speaking of Italy, is Italy. I would live in Italy. Not now, a little bit later, once it gets even cheaper.
Italy is a beautiful place, that's for sure.
God.
One thing that struck me, though, I had been there in the mid '70s, and then I was back again, like I mentioned, 2011, and the graffiti was all over the place. I don't remember the graffiti in the mid '70s.
Well, I didn't live on the boot, what I call the boot of Italy. I lived in Sardinia, the island up underneath Corsica, their second island, not just Sicily, but one northwest of Sicily. And it was a lot more remote. And that was the first year or second year of the military base, Navy military base was there. So it was like primitive for Western culture. And I got introduced to traditional Italy, and we went to Rome for about 6 weeks. We stayed, a family friend had a business and had an apartment there, and we stayed there. And me and my brother used to go play in the Colosseum. Used to play in the Colosseum when it was a trash dump. And all these areas that are off limits right now, I used to play in before they carried the trash out. So I don't remember the graffiti, but I remember it was a trashy fucking place, bro. I mean, I engraved my name, my initials on the Leaning Tower of Pisa. It's either the 7th step down from the top or the 13th step. I knew it was an important number that I used. I was like in 2nd grade at the time. So I chose, it was either 7th or 13th step down. And I inscribed my initials NAH at the top right hand of the riser up to the inner side of the steps. So if anyone ever goes there and you check it out, there's it's clearly, I made sure to get it deep enough to where it would stay for a long time. What's up, the roaming prepper? Good to see you, brother. But yeah, that's also to prove, because I don't have any pictures or any of that stuff of me being in Italy. But anyone who does go to Rome, just go up there and check. And if my initials are there, you're guaranteed everything.
Did you say that was in the Leaning Tower, Neil?
Yeah. And we were up there before they had the fucking lines on the outside for safety, before all that crap was even a concern. It was an enter at your own risk. That's what they said. You want to go up there? You watch yourself. And no, we didn't have to pay or nothing. We just went up there. But that, like I said, it was like 1974, 1973, somewhere around there.
They had it shut for several years because it was getting dangerous.
Right after that's when they shut it down. Right after that, they shut it down because it was getting too dangerous. But that's probably why I was allowed to get away with inscribing my initials there, because no one gave a fuck. That was my intent of telling these stories. When I lived there, it was clear that the international community had not come in there to help restore or preserve the antiquities of Rome that's in Italy, and it wasn't important to the Italian government at that time either, from what I saw. And
now they have soil extraction technology where they could get it. Well, I was going to say they could get it vertical, but it's actually shaped like a banana, because they started shaping it to try to make it more horizontal. They had problems with it leaning from the early years. So,
well, they finally, from my understanding, they came up with the technology, and they quickly figured out they had to reverse it, and that was like freezing one side of it to stop it.
No, the freezing was the freezing screwed it up.
But that's because they did it on the wrong side.
Yeah. The freezing screwed it up. It was the soil.
It caused it to tilt more because they froze the wrong side. And I laughed my ass off. I was like, dumbass college kids couldn't figure out that you do the other side.
There for a while, it was so precarious that they had steel cable bands on each level, and they had a giant cable attached to a crane-like device off.
So you were there in the mid to late 70s.
Well, actually, when the first time I was actually in Pisa was in 2011, and it was detached from the crane. They had the cables off because they had used that soil extraction and gotten it stable, so they don't need it.
They actually did such a good job of stabilization. They said they could make it stand up straight again. And they said, no, don't do that, because then we'll lose the tourist feel of it. It
takes away the tourist attraction.
Yeah. And the whole government said, nah, leave it at a safe angle, but at an angle.
Yeah, they want it safe enough, but
for insurance purposes.
Totally rectified.
For insurance purposes, but you still need to keep the antiquity and the value of it being the Leaning Tower, because in actuality, as it was being built, it was leaning. And the stones on the other side that it's leaning on are actually a heavier stone, because they tried putting heavier stones because they thought that it was leaning because the stone worked. So as it was being built and leaning, they put heavier stones on the side that opposite of it was leaning. So if you ever did put it straight again and the ground wasn't taken care of, it would lean the other way because of the weight of the stones. I know that. I'm sorry.
I didn't know any of that. That was
sorry, Brian.
That's good. I like to learn.
That's fascinating, JM. The whole history of that. The problem with it, JM, was it's an old riverbed. It's really close to the coast. It's an old silty riverbed, so it's not really meant for heavy loads. Or towers. You can build a wide load like
Venice.
So in those old cathedrals, they usually oftentimes had the bell tower separate from the cathedral, and that's what the Leaning Tower is. But the cathedral next to it's totally stable, but it's got a wide base. So it's when you have a really narrow base and a high load like that you have a problem.
Hey, the roaming prepper, if you want to come up here, you're more than welcome. Put it down along with Annie and anyone else here.
think that's what they call leverage, right?
Yeah. Yeah. It's definitely leverage.
Now, Neil, I don't know how many tabs you got open there, but your way to pin that link is you got to open up your live stream in YouTube.
Yeah, that's what I just went to YouTube and pinned. Oh, pin it.
Yeah.
Okay,
Click
no, I didn't pin it.
I know, it's this darn administrative tasks.
Man, I'm not good at this shit. Is that it right there?
You got it.
All
But
right.
you know what? If I keep drilling this into you, after I bet you another 4 or 5 weeks, it'll just become habit.
You know, that's how I learn, bro, by doing. That's why I jump off the bridge feet first time in case there's something there I don't want to hit my head, you know.
That's a good idea.
And then you learn, hey, don't jump off that bridge. I got fucked up last time I did it, you know. Or it was an alligator you landed on, which we've done before when I was kids. What's up, Vivian? As a matter of fact, we used to do that for fun. There was this one bridge off of a little country road. Went over a little waterway where the locals would take their little boats out, go mullet netting and whatnot. A lot of cattails along there, and little alligators would hang out in that area. And across from it is where they launched their boats, which we thought was kind of funny because we liked swimming there, but we were worried about the alligators. So we all cannonballed them from the fucking bridge. And it was a small bridge, maybe 20 foot, maybe high, maybe a little higher. We'd all cannonball that area and chase them all off and then swim for half the day and be left alone. But I grew up redneck in America, I guess, down in the South. Where, well, it was also last millennium where they didn't really pay attention to, you know, have cameras or any of that shit. So you could get away with a lot.
Did you say that was Southern Alabama, Neil?
Northwest Florida, same thing. It was Escambia County's right to the west of Escambia County is Alabama, and to the north is Alabama.
Well,
So
the irony is, we talked about this before. They jokingly call that
LA,
Florida, Lower Alabama, LA.
Yeah, LA. Yeah, I'm going to LA. What? You going to LA? Why are you going over there? Oh, you know Mobile. Oh, Lower Alabama. Okay. We'll go to the Pink Pony out on what was that, on Orange Beach. That was a good place to go. Or the Floribama bar on the Florida-Alabama line. There's a lot of good places down there. So take it the roaming prepper doesn't want to step up here, get on stage. Vivian, you want to get up on stage? Anyone? Annie? You're
It's
muted.
It's a lot of pressure being up here, Neil. You know.
I know, man. I'm like, if I can hold on a second here.
And for anyone that's never fired up their own live stream and live stream themselves, it's a lot more difficult than most people realize.
You know, you just got to do it. Who gives a flying rat's ass about what other people think? You know, you're worried in life. You go through life worrying about what other people think. You're not gonna do what you want because you're gonna be worried about what they're doing, and that's such a waste. What's up, Zardo?
Hey, Zardoz.
You know, don't worry about other people and what they think, man. Only worry about what you think about you because you're the only one that makes you happy. That's why I do crazy stuff, you know. Makes me happy. I could care less about anyone else. I don't want to hurt anyone else. I just care less about your feelings when it comes to my happiness and my contentment. You know, I want to be me. I want to have fun. I want to be happy. And you don't like it, go away. Or at least don't say anything, you know.
I'm not worried about it either. It was just my subtle way of trying to encourage people to come up because I started that out. I prefaced that with, it's so much pressure being up here, right? I was being sarcastic.
Yeah, I know you were. My cats are scared. You notice none of them are on my shoulders.
Oh yeah, Silver hasn't been on your shoulders yet, has he?
No, he's right there with Striker right beside him. There's Striker. There's my two shoulder boys. I turned on that electric blanket and I lost him. He went to La La Land. But they'll be well refreshed when they do wake up. They'll be on my shoulders.
It's funny, you've got behind your one elbow there, it looks like a teapot or something sitting on a counter.
Yeah.
But before I went full screen looking at it, it kind of looked like a cat, in that typical pose with their one back leg straight up in the air.
Mm-hmm.
So for a second, I thought that was a cat. I was going to point it out, but
Nope, that's not a cat. That's a teapot. Oh, wow. This really sucks. Oh, well. I hate missing my moderator duties, but I'm missing this one.
there's a live going.
Yeah, Ninja's live.
But he should know that.
It doesn't matter. If I'm not there, I'm not there. It's no big deal.
Yeah.
I'm actually surprised he doesn't have more moderators. Like, I frequently do go in there and I don't say anything. I'm just lurking. But like, it seems to me like he's only got about 1 out of every 100 chats that I see in there is someone that's a moderator.
I'm there most of the time. Every now and then, A Million Restaurant Tips is there. But his son is always behind the scenes. Every now and then he'll say something in chat. That's AJ. He changes his name, but it's AJ something, or AJ flies planes. AJ does this, whatever. AJ does sometimes. But there's always two, AJ and myself mostly. Sometimes I won't say anything. I'll just let it go. But here, as of recently, there's been a lot of trolls, so I've had to time a lot of people out and kick them off and whatnot. But I'm sure at this time of night, A Million Restaurant Tips is there.
Sweet.
So he's covered. He covered.
Okay, so I haven't had my break since Salivate Metal started at 6 p.m. Eastern.
You go ahead and take your break then.
I got to take a quick break, but I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Sounds like a wiener dog.
Okay, I'll mute up.
Okay, I'm cheating. All right. This is too difficult. Too many tabs open. So, what else was there? I already talked about the Burkina Faso.
Oh, you got it. Oh my gosh. So Neil, have we talked about the drone attack on the American military? And
I don't care about that. I don't care about that. That's all staged. That's all staged, bro. What I'm interested in, because I love platinum so much, is that American company is going to be the platinum mining producer of the world as soon as platinum price gets back to where it's supposed to be, or close to where it's supposed to be. We will be mining platinum here in America in a new vein discovered in, I think it's Ontario, Canada, that an American company owns. I did a report on it. I'm very happy and excited about that.
Is there any platinum in the mainland U.S.?
Yeah, in Montana. It was bought by some S company. I don't recall the name of it. It's like a placer mine. It produces like 14,000 ounces. But that company at the bottom is owned by Impala Mines, which makes Impala Mines the second largest platinum. So when they say that, it means they own all the platinum mines, or a majority of them. And the larger primary platinum mines are in South Africa. But with this new discovery, it'll be even larger platinum mine than what South Africa has, taking the power of platinum away from South Africa, which actually screws up a lot of things geopolitically, because China got South Africa into BRICS specifically, and they've stated this, and I did a report on it, and I gave the evidence of it. They got them in because they had diamonds. They said because of their unique resources. Their unique resources were diamonds, gold, and platinum was the resources the Chinese gave. Since then, 2 other diamond mines have been discovered, one in Canada, the other in Iceland, I think. So that's not a unique to Africa resource. Their gold mines for the past 10 years, ever since they joined BRICS, have been losing money and not doing as well as they should. So, and also there's gold everywhere. So that's not a unique resource. The one they did have was platinum, because they do control like 85% of the primary platinum mines on the planet known at the time. Since then, discovery was made, and they mine at like 2,000 meters in South Africa to get the platinum, because they've been mining it for quite some time. They're getting down to the end. And this new platinum discovery made in Ontario is at 500, starts at 500 meters, which is 1,500 meters shallower.
Yeah.
So for expense
2,000 meters is deep. That's like 60
a mile plus
feet. Yeah.
That's a mile plus an eighth or something like that.
You're going down. You're going down that shaft for a long time.
About a half hour.
Yeah, I was going to say I went down a 1,500-foot gold shaft to the gold mine once, and it seemed like it took forever. I can't.
Well, I'm thinking they probably have a
meters.
speedy one because it's South Africa, and they don't really follow. Oh, here's Silver. Can you see him climbing the hill?
There he is.
The star of the show.
All right, Silver's here.
He went from taking a nap on the bed to bothering Neil and taking a nap on my shoulders. I know. Yeah, you want to say hello to everybody? He's still figuring out if the left shoulder or the right shoulder is more comfortable. I always thought I was isometric and kind of sort of symmetrical in my shoulders, but
Nah, your left shoulder's higher than your right.
yeah, that's
Same for me. You must be right-handed.
it's probably from doing iron work.
Yeah, I mean, I'm right-handed. My left shoulder presents higher than my right.
Yeah, I am.
I don't know why that is, but that it just seems to be the case.
I have a single shirt on today, so this is painful. He is cute though, and right now
he's kneading his claws on you right now.
No, when he goes to turn around, because I'm sitting kind of upright.
Gotcha.
I'm not leaned over like this to make it easy.
He's gripping to hold
he's
on.
he's actually on my shoulder straight back.
But
It's
just
not
think
like
of it, Neil. Just think of it. Think positively. He's giving you free acupuncture.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, roaming prepper, you be safe. Thank you for stopping by, brother. We don't talk about much prepping stuff here because, I don't know. Just doesn't seem like the thing titled. We'll go to roaming preppers for all the prepping stuff, which I do like his stuff. He's doing a lot of stuff on gas masks, which I think is very educational for people who are unexperienced in the use of, or buying, or purchasing of, or knowledge of gas masks. I use Silver, as you can tell. He filters all my air for me. Yeah, probably eat my food too, huh? But anyhow, that's the part that doesn't feel good. Now, if I have two shirts on wintertime, not a problem. This summertime, it's going to be a son of a gun because this guy's going to want to do this, and I'm going to be like having thin shirts like this one. And he keeps sneezing on my face. Thank you.
I think you love it.
Oh, I love the attention that the little guy's giving me because he's an outside kitty cat. You know, he was gonna have a shitty life if someone didn't pick him up. Same with Striker. Striker, though, he's like a dwarf. He probably would have been dead by now. So they're just showing their gratefulness to me for saving their booties.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's a loving cat.
Very much so.
Oh,
and he's a male too. I don't understand this.
I don't know. My males are actually, the male cats I've had are actually more gregarious and loving than the females.
They're more controlling of their humans.
Yeah.
Is that what you're doing?
The females I've had that have had litters, they're very loving. The ones that I have that haven't had litters are more aloof in my experience. It's almost like if their maternal instinct has been expressed, they become very loving. If they're spayed and they can't express their maternal instincts, they're a little more aloof.
That's quite possible. I always let them go for a little while before I get them clipped. But man, it's so hard with the males and the spraying. It's you know, especially my first group because I had cat Persia. And she actually adopted me in my last place I lived in. I opened the door and she just ran in. What's up, Tammy? And I tried getting her out, and I was like, oh, fuck it, I won't try to get her out. And she stayed with me for like 11 years and died. And then I was taking care of the outside cats when I had her as well. And then some of the outside cats started having babies on my front door. So now I have 7 of them, and they're all spayed and neutered. As I said, enough's enough. But it seems like the cats would bring their litters to me, like they wanted me to take care of them. Enough. I know.
I think you're right what you were saying there, Wealth of Nations. There's a guy I know who breeds German Shepherds, and he was saying that he will not sell any of the females until they have at least 1 litter. He said it's really important for...
I saw that YouTube show. I was on it. I kind of sort of disagree with that. I understand where he's coming from.
Yep.
Right now, with the pet population the way it is, we don't need any more pets. We need to take care of the ones we have, because we have out here, like in California, if I hadn't got 17 cats spayed and neutered and adopted out 27 kittens, just imagine how many cats would be in this neighborhood.
Well, and he's got the same thing going on too, where everybody in the county that he's in knows what he does, and rather than abandoning their dogs, he said it's like at least once a week. People drive. So you did see that, yeah?
Yeah, no, I saw that. Yeah, I saw that. He's got a canine training center or something like that.
Yep, that's hot.
And what's his rationale of having the females have puppies? Is it because they become warmer, more affectionate?
I think the way that he described it, and he would know better than I, was that it fulfills, really similar to what you're saying. Like, it fulfills a maternal instinct in them, and so psychologically and physically too, it gives them what their body and their mind is designed to do, which is to give birth and be a parent. And he more or less said, if you deny them that, they don't turn out as nice. So he wasn't really specific.
I can agree and disagree depending on what point I take on that. The disagreeing point I have on that is, if you don't let them have their own children or offspring, yeah, but if you supplement that with your own attention and bring them into your pride or your group, then they substitute that child for you, and you have a better bond with that animal. So there's a give and take there, depending on what side of the argument. I'm not taking sides of the argument. I'm just saying I know both sides of them, and it depends on what side you're going for. If you want that animal to be dedicated to you, then get it spayed and neutered and replace that need with you, and you'll have the most loyal animal out there. But be prepared to have it loyal to you. Don't just do it randomly, willy-nilly or anything. You gotta, because you are changing the psychology of the animal of its natural way and whatnot, but you're replacing it with you as its family, and you take that spot rather than its puppy or kitten. And if you can dedicate that time to the animal, then get it spayed and neutered. Now, if you're making money off them selling them, I kind of sort of disagree with that, other than keeping the line or breed alive. And I have a unique stance on that as well. There's a lady here in town that came up with, it's called the get off, I know. It's shit. She was the only one to have this. She bred this dog style and had it here in town. And the city council was like, she has people in this town that don't like her, so they made the city council go after her. So she moved outside city limits into the county area, and they still went after her. And they ended up getting all those dogs and euthanizing them all. But it was like a North Carolina something or other. It looked kind of sort of Basenji-like to me when I saw them, but they seemed real skittish dogs. And but she was a breed she had come up with, so I wouldn't anticipate anyone knowing about it, because they all got killed off.
Sounds like a puppy mill.
Again, I don't know the full story of it, but I know that she had crap loads that she was breeding, and she used to live actually straight down El Dorado, this road down here, about 6 blocks, because that's where she had the dogs, but they always barked. So then she had to move out into the unincorporated city area or non-city area, but they still went after her. No, No.
Yeah, I would much prefer to see people looking more at the option of rescuing pets as
Yeah, it all depends on I guess, the perspective of the human being. If the human being's a good person, then yeah, letting them breed. Because I know that as a good person, you would make sure those puppies go to good homes and don't get thrown out or used as bait dogs or stuff like that. But my experience being in close to almost 40 years doing rescues, I see the reverse of that and the damage that humans can do from that thought aspect of the psychology of the dogs. I said no.
Yep.
You know, because you got, like, for example, Michael Vick and what he does to those dogs. They bred those dogs specifically for, but they let them breed. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, they let them breed, but their intentions weren't good. How do you legislate that? So you have to go pro or con. In which case, if I'm not given the third option, I'm for spay and neuter. If I don't have a third option. What's up, Chad? Sorry I didn't say hello earlier. So, but that's that. You know, there's more to it than a quick I'm for or against, because the options they give out there because of humans are horrible. I mean, I know I've heard stories of good-looking women going to the cat place, getting cats, and they take them straight to a place where they train dogs to attack, and the cat gets eaten alive. Yeah, that's out there, you know, and dogs too. I had one. I had a bait dog. You know, he was rescued, and I took him because no one else would, because he was a severe case, so I took him. So, you know, I see the other side of that story from his side, and this is why I know what you're talking about, James, because I did see that video. And I see it from the other side and the damage that's done. That perspective he has is a solid perspective, and I don't deny him that perspective. It's just bad humans take that perspective and say, no, I'm going to breed this one because I can make money, or I can fucking, you know, fight it, and that's the bad side of that coin, because there's always good and evil, but you have to have legislation in place to stop that kind of thing, or at least punish those kind of people that do that kind of thing. And that's where it gets murky at best. But that's so my feelings on breeding dogs are the opposite of his, because I've been on the other side of that issue, where the people who don't do it responsibly, for which there are more that don't do it responsibly than do it responsibly. So, you know, it's, you know, the odds are it's not good not to get your animal spayed or neutered, because the odds are it's not going to be good for the animal. You do have an exception to the rule, which that guy was. He did take care of his dogs. I'm not denying that. I don't deny in a more perfect world that would be the best thing to do. What I am saying is this world here encourages people to do bad things with animals. And our laws by our presidents over the past several administrations have helped that along rather than stop it. So we have to stop it as individuals, and that would be to spay and neuter and not spread that animal out there because of it, the damage that humans do to them. Basically. Hey, William, what's up? Hey, Finn. Sorry for a long explanation, but I wanted to make my point clear as to why, and let everyone know I do understand that gentleman's point. And it is a very well meant and perceived point, and he is a good person who does do the right thing. The only thing is, how many humans out there do that? Percentage wise, not that.
I think a lot of people are just doing it under the table to make money, and they've got their female dog that's just pumping out puppies every know, the litter as often as possible, and the poor little dog doesn't have a chance.
Pretty much. Because of finances, and then, you know, it gets into a deeper issue there, because then you can blame the government for making the financial situation the way it is to make that even more prevalent. You know, the vicious cycle, bro. Vicious cycle. It all goes down to government. The only way we stop it is to local elections. Run yourself, get a seat, make change locally. Local politics does affect national politics. That I do know.
Yep.
And get rid of politicians like some guy from Texas who's either in the Congress or the Senate who's pro dog fighting, because his constituents in Texas wanting to be pro dog fighting. Why? Because they're mostly of one origin of people that agree with animal fighting, such as rooster fighting, and they've taken it to dog fighting, and they've lobbied to make it legal in Texas, even though it's federally illegal. So as long as we have that around, spay and neuter your pet. That's all I'm saying. I don't care how many good people there are. There's 1,000 bad people for every one good in the animal world.
What's the whole point of the rooster fighting and the dog fighting? Is it just simply a way to gamble and try
Money.
to make
money?
That's it.
It's money and a short-term prestige until you have to kill the animal or it gets killed. Then you go find another one to build up your own esteem at its life's expense.
Yeah, it's a blood sport too, kind of like the
Like
Roman
UFC?
gladiators.
No, more like gladiators because they fight to the death, dude.
Yeah.
And in New York, what they'll do is they'll take 2 dogs and they'll stick them in a trunk of a car, 2 pit bulls, they'll rile them up, throw them both in the trunk of the car, shut the trunk, and open it up a half an hour later, see who's alive, and exchange money off of it. Isn't that just fucking
That's
sick?
disgusting. That is
That's
truly
fucking
disgusting.
sick. And that's what they do. So I'm against breeding animals. But leave it to the professionals. That gentleman you were talking about happens to be a professional.
Yeah.
But with him saying that, he's encouraging other people, and they're not going to be the professional that he is.
Yeah.
That's, or, you know, if they were, he wouldn't have the dogs lining up at his fence every week.
Yeah.
You know?
And I don't know him that well. I just met him about 6
Oh, I don't
months.
know. You know, I don't know him at all. I do know for some reason I was drawn to that video, one in particular video that you were talking about. I actually saw it, and I don't know why because I don't watch that kind of stuff. But it came up, and I saw it, and you know, it's the 180 perspective from the reality that I see 98% of the time in this world,
Yep.
which is good for him and his animals. It's awesome. I'm not degrading. He's doing great things, but to advocate that in this environment, I don't agree with. Not that it's a bad thing. I don't agree with it. That's all. That's the problem I have with that. And it's kind of like with Platinum. I'm big into saving animals, you know.
Setting up a rescue, you know, and for the purpose of fostering the animals, I think is a great endeavor.
Done that one. It's called Animal Helpers in Northwest Florida. And I actually had the Escambia County Sheriff's Department call me. And if they were out on their patrols and they saw an animal that they didn't like the conditions, they would call me because legally they couldn't get it. But what they could legally do is sit outside their house, turn their lights on, let Neil jump the fence, get the dog, knowing that the person wasn't going to come out with the cops out there with the lights on. And I'd grab the dog, take it, and this foster sponsor it out and all this other stuff. That's how much animal rescue I did. And in the dangerous scenarios I got in. So I have a unique perspective to the animal thing that most animal rescue people don't have.
Dang.
I did the extreme rescues that where you could have got shot. You needed those cops with the lights on. But the dog in a bad way.
You've got the skills and the heart for that, though. A lot of people don't have one or the other or both.
You know, amen. All glory to God on that one. It was divine by him for me to be able to interact with animals the way that I do.
Yeah.
I've taken no training. It's natural. So it's all glory to God. I'm just the vessel for which he's putting it out there.
You're the new Dr. Doolittle, Neil.
No, I don't really heal them. I'd love to have that talent, but I do try and keep them safe.
How about Dr. Dynasty?
There you go. Han Dynasty. I'm waiting for China to fall apart so the Han Dynasty comes back. I might buy some land there.
Stock
They're going
up
to
on-
break apart with a couple dynasties.
Don't buy it downstream of the Three Gorges Dam.
Yeah, no shit. Yeah, it's already, I've seen a satellite picture of it. It's like,
Deforming.
yeah, it's snaking, bro. There's some areas. It's very small, but it doesn't need to be much to know that it's failing. It's failing bad. Quick, too. I mean, it's amazing. I knew when they were building it too fast.
Clear Lake.
Hey, what's up, Clear Lake?
Anyone else in the chat there that wants to come up in the panel? The link is pinned. And you don't have to have your camera on. Like, you can have it off like Wealth and I
Yeah.
do.
I don't want anyone better looking than me showing their ugly mug. Get your mug off of there,
Oh,
man. I'm the
geez.
best looking one.
I
See
hit
you
the
on
wrong button.
your face.
That's
hit
why I
the wrong
put my cat in the thumbnail.
Oh, I thought you did that so you could show me the cat's ass. I'm sorry. Here, Neil, here's a cat's ass for you.
Well, isn't that the cat's meow?
No doubt.
Well, I just loved it. I love that picture because he's a giant cat and he'll get up there and just lay on his back and go spread eagled.
Oh my God. I just did a small little short for my kitty cat videos today of, I call him Tommy. He's outside Tomcat. I finally caught him because he was like fighting all the time, always scarred up. Got him fixed. Son of a bitch is getting fat. And I walked in from the store into my yard, opened up the gate, looked there, and he was laying on his back. All four of his legs, he was like total submission position for the tomcat of the neighborhood. The big badass fighter was just sitting there looking at me and let me scratch his mouth. I was like, man, you're a lush.
The same thing happens to male humans too, Neil. We get neutered and we get fat.
No, try to keep that one away from me, baby. Keep my high energy.
Neil definitely seems pretty lean.
I'm the same now as I was 40 years ago, man. Within a couple pounds, it's between 140, 150.
And to me, it looks like that cat just wants a belly rub.
No, that's exactly what that cat wants.
Oh, he loves his belly rubbed.
Yeah, anytime a cat exposes its belly to you, it wants it scratched.
Yeah, that's
Even
what
the
he's
big
asking
cats.
for.
Even the big cats, but you gotta be more careful with the big cats because their claws are bigger.
Oh yeah. Well, you see where his fur gets lighter down in the lower regions. You don't go down there. That
Yeah.
it gets a little frisky if you go down there.
Yeah, you don't want to stimulate them too much.
No, he'll do some surgery on your hand.
Yeah, know about that one.
Hey, Neil, see if you can put the Wealth of Nations full screen for a second so everyone can get a good look at that picture.
Okay, how would I do that? Hold on. Let me see if I can remember. Solo layout? Yeah.
That gives you a little better shot. Yeah, that's a cute kitty.
Looks like my angel outside who gave birth to a lot of my inside kitties. Nope. You get down. I got Striker trying to call on me now.
Okay, and then if you want to bring that back, I think you just click on one of the other layouts that you see there.
Oh, that's an interesting way to do it.
Yeah, there's a bunch of different ones. And you can create your own layouts too. There's a drop down. I'm not recommending you do it right now, but there's a drop down bar and you can create, I think 7, maybe 10 different layouts. So now right there, go back to that last one.
That one? Oh, there you go. Striker. He was just behind me.
So now up on your monitor, move your mouse up to in StreamYard, the actual picture that you see, like where it says powered by StreamYard and everything, and click on the Wealth of Nations and drag that over to where you're at. Right on the main. Yeah, see how you can switch that on the fly like that? So there's different ways of changing it. I just thought that was a good time to show you that. Yeah, they call it drag and drop. So if you've got a bunch of people on the panel, you can do that.
Hot potato. You got it. I got it. Nope, you got it. Nope, you got it. Are you getting dizzy yet? There we go. That's better. I was getting dizzy.
Just wanted to make sure you knew that.
Yeah, I agree with Annie's statement. Animals have an instinct about good and evil, shall we say.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I think's funny. My whole life, man, animals have been coming to me. How I learned to become or started, I spent about 6 months training to become a tiger trainer. And it wasn't my choice. It was the tiger's choice. I went there to start a Ren Fair at the Mobile Zoo, and I opened up Mobile Zoo Ren Fair back in 2001. And during that time period, because my friend had Gulf Coast Renaissance Fair in Pensacola, Florida. And I decided to have it at Mobile Zoo so they get more business and whatnot. And the lady who owned the tigers, Fran, did me special walk around all our tigers and shit. And Misha, within 2 minutes of meeting me, this big 625-pound Siberian, within a couple minutes of meeting me, inducted me into her pride. And because of that, Fran was like, well, she just told me that you're the one's going to be training her kids, because she just had 2 kittens, Nadia and Anna, and they were like 2 months old at the time. So the cat chose me to help work with its kittens. I had nothing to do with it. And that's how I got my training with large tigers. It was their choice, not mine. I did not go there to be a tiger trainer or learn. I had no interest. I love cats. I love all animals, but yeah. So they know. They choose. They choose their humans, shall we say? Be like, I don't know. It's kind of like, I don't want to make that comparison. Oh no, Clear Lake has no internet. Is it because of the cold?
I dropped a for Clear Lake. He's got a good channel. He's got deer in his backyard, and anyone that hasn't linked up with him, definitely.
No, he said, what did he say no for? Does he want to take it down? What's up?
He's saying no internet.
Oh, okay. I don't want. Yeah, if he doesn't want it up, don't do it. But if he's cool with it, I'm cool.
I'm pretty sure he's okay. Put a 3 in the chat if you want me to take that down. Clear Lake.
Yeah, that's a good way to interact with people. Yeah. So but anyhow, platinum. Back to platinum. My love, platinum. So America's going to be the world leader in mining of platinum by 2030.
America will be?
Yeah.
How?
Because I know everything.
Was it a good question, though?
Oh, I'm sure it was a good question. Not for me, but for everyone else. I know why. Because Ontario, they made a platinum vein discovery at 500 meters south of their palladium discoveries they made. They kept drilling and eventually found because anywhere you have palladium, there's going to be a little bit of rhodium and probably a little more platinum than palladium. So if you're finding a lot of palladium, just keep drilling and you'll find where the platinum is. And they weren't anticipating finding it where they were, but what happened was the palladium areas that they were hitting on the map drilling for was a larger area than they'd seen in South Africa's mining, drilling samples and whatnot. And then they hit platinum and they put it together and said, holy crap, this is going to be a big one. I did a video on it.
That's Ontario, Canada?
I think it was Ontario, or do you have another O province?
Nope.
Yeah, then it's Ontario. Sorry about that. I'm not too familiar with your provinces.
That's okay. It's actually pretty easy. There's only like 12 of them.
Right on.
It's actually a lot easier than figuring out the states, memorizing where all of them are or getting to know that.
Yeah, you got that white shit, so I doubt I'm ever going to be up there to really, no offense, but it's too cold up there, even in summertime for my ass.
But you're saying it's an American mine in Ontario.
Yeah, they got the rights to it. They're buying the rights up and all this other stuff. Just like Impala Mines owns the company that bought the mine, the platinum mine in Montana. It produces like 14,000 ounces. It's actually the mother company of that company is Impala Mines, which is the South African platinum miner.
Mm-hmm.
Well, technically, you're right, Neil. It is in America, North America.
Yeah.
Right. Yep.
And you're going to find some down probably Chile or Argentina as soon as the price changes, is what I anticipate.
I bet you Mexico too, because
maybe in South Mexico and Panama is what I was going to say.
Yep.
What geological features is platinum around?
Similar to gold. Like my understanding is anywhere where there's gold, there will be trace amounts of platinum there too. Same as silver.
It's where you have, yeah, and that's where I'm surprised Canada doesn't have any gold, because if this platinum mine is going to be big, if this platinum discovery is bigger than in South Africa is a gold leader in production because they have so much. So that means there's even more in Canada, gold, that is.
Yeah. Canada's got loads of gold. They're making, just like you mentioned, that platinum discovery. There's gold mines going in. They're hiring like crazy. I was actually thinking of applying at a couple, but none of the job openings that I've been able to find so far really look very appealing for me. But I know they're hiring, and they're giving even cash bonuses and including your housing, and
they pay some good coin. You can make easily six figures doing that. The challenge is the shifts you have to work can be like I worked with one operation, and it was pretty cool. I mean, it was 3 weeks on, 3 weeks off, but the 3 weeks on was 12-hour days for 3 weeks straight. So you work 21 12-hour days straight.
Yeah. Hey,
What's
John.
up, John?
I'm sorry?
Saying hey to John. He just entered the chat.
Hey, John.
He said, howdy, howdy. He's in North Carolina?
John's in South Carolina.
South Carolina, yeah. I knew it was one of the Carolinas.
What I was seeing was it looked like 3 weeks on, 1 week off in many situations.
For the mining?
Yeah, that's not great.
Yep.
That's not great.
No.
Yeah, because typically you're out and about, and it's not like an easy 15-minute drive to the highway. It's like probably a couple hours.
You're out in the hinterlands. A lot of that stuff is up, in northern Canada.
Yeah, where you get helicoptered in.
Yep.
I think there's stuff on Baffin Island even. I mean, that far north.
On Beatty Island? Bethy?
Yeah, I had an old colleague who was working at a gold mine in Baffin Island.
Yeah, there's tons of gold up there because they keep saying that Arctic up there is going to be the next like gold rush and all this other stuff because all the resources are underneath the ice.
Well, there's a lot in Alaska, so it would go to figure in northern Canada would have a lot. So
even more.
There was an episode of Ice Road Truckers that where they they actually make most of their deliveries in the winter when all those lakes are frozen, and so they'll drive
over them.
Yeah, they'll drive over those lakes, and where they have to be careful is right at the interface between the ice and the land, but in the middle of the lakes are typically okay. But so there's a lot of gold in northern Canada from what I understand.
Yeah, and even you don't even have to go that far north. Like I'm near Toronto, and I shared a screen there with Neil with a map on it, but you can go about 300 miles north of Toronto. Okay. Thanks, Neil. So here's Toronto here. And let's zoom out just so you guys can get a perspective relative to the States. So Toronto's just northwest of New York. And I was just up in a town called Cobalt. Here's Sudbury, which is like the nickel mining capital of Canada. They produce tons of nickel. And we go a little further north here, and Kirkland Lake. You guys are familiar with Eric Sprott? Sprott Precious Metals. Kirkland Lake, that's one of his big projects right there.
Hold on, I'm still on Sprott. Is that the
Yes.
guy who hired
Yes.
Rick Rule?
Yeah. Rule worked for Sprott.
I don't like him.
You don't
Yep.
like Sprott, or you don't like Rule?
If he hired Rule, why should I like him?
You don't like Rule
Until
because
recently,
he doesn't
Rick
like
Rule didn't change his mind on Platinum.
because he doesn't like Platinum.
But he changed his mind on it, so I'm coming around to liking him.
I like him. He's very articulate. I like, and he's been very successful. So
That's true, but even successful people don't see the writing on the wall sometimes.
well, he kind of stood. I guess he stayed in his own lane. I don't see him as a Platinum guy. I see him more as a gold and silver kind of guy.
In which case, if you're not a Platinum guy, you should keep your mouth shut about Platinum.
So I just wanted to show you
wrong.
one more. I just wanted to show you one more thing on here, and then I'll drop this map. So I've zoomed back out so you guys can see, but you should be able to see a heart in the screen here. That's
Very small red one.
Cobalt. Yeah, that's Cobalt, Ontario, and that was the silver mining capital of the world back in the late 1800s, and it was American money that came in and built that up. And the silver that came out of that, in part, is the primary capital that helped build Toronto. If it were not for that, Toronto wouldn't have got built. So that just gives you an idea of how much minerals there are in this area that I'm zoomed in on right now with my cursor going around. And Cochrane is another one. They're finding massive amounts of gold here. So I'll just zoom out one more time so you can see. It's pretty much directly north of Toronto, a little bit northwest. And so I won't be surprised if they find platinum there as well.
I think
Neil, have a little chocolate cake.
Yeah. It's the privilege of being a bachelor.
I agree.
What's up, Christopher Vic? What's up, my man?
So I know it's tough to eat alone. So
I'm never alone, bro. Where's he at? Oh, you can't see him right there. There we go. He's my backup, literally. Unless they're asleep, they're real close. He's actually making me a superstar.
I was thinking a little bit more about Rick Rule. I do think he positions himself as a natural resources guy, so platinum should be in his lane. What made me think about that is he got me interested in uranium.
And he's talking about gold and silver. So anyone who's an expert in precious, there you go. There's Dixie. Yeah, there she is. Anyone who says they're an expert in precious metals and then says something like platinum's not monetary, don't believe them, because an expert would know that yes, platinum has been monetized in the past and right now. We just don't use it. We don't use gold right now as monetary. We're not transacting in it.
Are they still minting platinum eagles, Neil?
Yeah, I think this year's the last year. I need to check into that. I heard a story about they're going to stop. And when I heard that story, I thought to myself, oh, they're probably going to try and make it totally industrial metal and take it away from monetary metals. And it might be a first move is to quit minting an American Eagle and platinum. But I need to check that story out. I have no verification or validation for that story. Sorry, chocolate cake is fucking addictive. I'll put it away.
Problem with chocolate cake is the more you eat of chocolate cake, the more you want to eat.
That's why I only ate half of it before I put it away.
It's like anything sugary. You start eating it and it's never enough.
Chocolate.
I've been chowing down on chocolate covered almonds recently.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that sounds good.
Man, does that ever.
You guys are making me hungry.
That's why I had that cheeseburger up there before. I was
Oh
like,
my! Oh wow! Now I'm
When-
now
when
I'm
you-
past hungry.
When he first showed me that picture, I was like, damn, dude.
That oh
That's like, go ahead and put fucking a tail and horns on it, man. That's sinful.
I know what I'm having tomorrow.
looks like there's a couple cheese on there too, like cheddar and
Yeah, no, it looks like it has some
That
sort of
looks
like
like
a ranch type dressing in between the
Either
beef.
dressing or some Swiss dripping down.
Swiss, maybe. Yeah, Swiss with bacon bits. And it's got bacon and
That's got
fries.
full-fledged bacon there.
Yeah,
Holy
but
shit.
there's a drip. There's a drip. One of those drips of that looks like, I guess, Swiss cheese. Looks like it has a piece of bacon on it.
Oh yeah.
oh, I see what you mean. Yeah,
Yeah.
Well, that's actually a AI generated image.
Yep. That's why it's got bacon as a French fry.
Yeah, I've never seen a fast food joint with a burger that looked that good, so that makes sense.
Yep.
That it's AI generated.
Yeah, you'll almost always be able to make a better burger at home than
100% Clear Lake. There are no experts.
Well, I think Eric Sprott and Rick Rule both are sort of academics. You know, like Wealth was saying earlier, their communication skills are outstanding. But I think Rick Rule's really focused in on the uranium. But the funny thing is, he and Eric Sprott, my understanding is they made their money in the silver market.
Yeah.
With the silver mining stocks.
Sprott's got a big presence in gold, silver, and uranium. They've got they've got an ETFs where they own physical gold, physical silver, and physical uranium. But in terms of mining, I think you're right, JM.
What's up, Nickel? Yeah, I'm not so sure about stocks. I closed my brokerage account because I received something, and I actually did a little video on it from not Charles Schwab. It was whoever the fuck I was with, big name brokerage, and it said, and all it was a piece of paper, and the only thing it said was basically not FDIC insured. We don't guarantee anything. You could take a loss. And I was like, why the hell are you saying this when they're just passing laws about bail-ins and shit, right? And then they're telling me this. So I closed my account with them. I think I got a picture of it. I'm looking it up right now.
So what do you think, Neil? Have you talked about precious metal prices in the show yet?
Not today, no.
So silver looks like it's kind of stagnating. It's at $23. Hasn't gone anywhere. Gold looks like it's kind of holding up, but kind of curious if it'll push the all-time high again. Yeah, 2019 is the bid ask. Well, 2019 is the bid, 2020 is the ask.
I think that's a good buy. Now's the time to pick up a kilo. Probably get it for $850.
Kilo of silver?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just looking at that.
Yeah, kilo of silver would be a thing to get right now, in my opinion.
Yeah, kilo's got low premiums. It's good. I just saw one just slightly over 800.
Yeah. Let's see, this is where I'm unique and different. I got this commercial as soon as I get my neighbor friend there to get back to me from editing. I send it to Chris from Arcadia Economics. And from my understanding, they're going to put the Miles Franklin stamp of approval on it. And it'll be a Miles Franklin commercial.
Yeah, I see.
So I should be my pay will be in platinum. So I don't know how much platinum I'll be making this year, but I have a feeling I'll be making some platinum.
Hey man, even if you get an ounce or two, that's
Yeah.
If I only get a tenth of an ounce,
That's $1,000.
that's what actually, it could be as much as well. It could be a lot higher. It could be a lot higher.
Yeah, it looks like right now you can get a kilo of silver for about $8.05.
Yeah, it's a fucking steal, bro. I'd
Yeah.
order.
Good price.
I'd definitely get a kilo of silver. Because another reason why I like the larger Mark. Where's Mark? I don't see a Mark. And he's saying hello to a guy named Mark. Mark Cassidy. I didn't see you come in, Mark. Sorry about that, brother.
the chat's starting to move.
Yeah, it is. We got 11 people in here now. But yeah, silver. And here's another thing about silver. I also did a video on this. Is Elon Musk, Bezos, Bill Gates, and one other billionaire 2 years ago, year and a half ago, bought a silver mine in Iceland and privatized it. So when it comes to the price of goods and services that are made of silver from the companies of those billionaires, I wouldn't be too concerned about their products going up in price, because they've detached their product from market price by owning their own silver mine. So in other words, if silver goes up to $200 an ounce and it still only costs $13 an ounce to produce, they'll be getting their silver for their products for $13 an ounce, where everyone else will be paying $100 or $200 an ounce. So they'll actually be benefiting. And I think that was a key indicator for silver price going up in a few years, because billionaires always do things in advance. They've also invested in a lot of billionaires in Geo Group, which makes money off throwing people in jail. So 2 things I know for sure is going to happen. A lot of people are going to be going to jail and silver's going to go up, just from what the billionaires are doing with their money. And I know business.
I heard they're building a lot of underground bunkers as well.
Yeah, they've done that for years, man. That doesn't mean shit.
Yeah. Were you talking about Oprah and
Yeah, that fucking Facebook guy.
Facebook dude, Mark.
And Bill Gates. Bill Gates does too.
Gates, yeah. Well, the challenge is, so I guess Zuckerberg's is in Kauai, the island of Kauai.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know what? He's got if SHTF, he's got to get there. That's a long plane ride.
Yeah, there's some other things going on there. And who cares about that shit, man? Seriously, if it's going to be that bad to where the only way we'll survive is if you go underground, bye. I'll go meet God. Thank you very much. I think that sounds like a world run by Satan, and I don't want to be around unless the Lord wants me around, in which case he will make me a hole. Everyone's freaking out.
Nickel needs to get up here.
See what it is, Chad? Everyone's, I guess, buying the shit, man. Look back in the records and see how many people were buying shelters back. Oh, as a matter of fact, here is a good thing for real estate. If you buy an older house that was built in the 50s or 60s, check the old documents, the old blueprints. A lot of them were built with nuclear bomb shelters in the basements covered up, that when they sold the house, they just like took that and vinyled over it to where you don't know, and they don't put it in the sale of the house that there's a nuclear bomb shelter underneath it. People are just knows now.
That is absolutely the truth. I had a buddy who bought a house, and he found the bomb shelter.
And the whole point of that story is not only is it 100% true, which I try 100% when I'm talking to you people, and it's unrecorded where someone can come back in a couple of years and call me a liar. I try to tell accurate stuff. So the point of the story is it happened in the 50s and 60s, except for people don't realize that history repeats, and it does repeat, and they don't know that part of history. So I'm not concerned about Atlas. Good for them. Actually, it's a great investment if you want to, anytime talks about Revelations, end times, all this other stuff. Invest in bomb shelters, invest in all that stuff, because it'll go up, because you got a lot of crazy, stupid people that'll fall in every time. And it falls under a psychological math thing. Every one of you here and everyone out in the world, whatever you believe, if you state your belief, 8%, this is mathematical from a business standpoint, look at marketing, 8% of the people will be almost 95, 97, 99% in the same thought process of you. About 16 more percent will be about 80 to 90% in your thought process. So when it comes to advertisement, you got to breach a little bit. You got to change your wording. You got to change a little bit up. You got yourself 25%, 1/4 of the people. So for advertising, you know, that's how they look at it. But it's a psychological reality that's why you get along with people and you don't get along with people, because people think more like you or think less like you, that you can or cannot relate with. So what were we talking about? It was important. I'm stoned. Sorry, guys. I go off on tangents. But yeah, 8% of the people will you can almost guarantee that your point is backed by at least 8% of the population. So you need to articulate the other 92% or a winning percentage to make your point. It works in debates too, if you have a chance to like prepare for a debate. Nuclear winter. Yeah. So yeah, back to the nuclear winter thing. History repeats. And like Wealth was saying, his friend found one. There's a lot of people that own houses right now with bomb shelters and they don't even realize they're there. So why is Atlas's stock going up? Psychology. And if you realize, and everyone said this too through when COVID came out, oh, it's a psyops, it's a psyops. Well, at that point in time, you should have said, hey, maybe I should invest in like stuff like prepping stuff, like shelters and stuff, and you'd made a killing. But, you know, you gotta realize, yeah, they make money at war, whatever, but no one wins at a nuclear war. Everyone loses. So it's never going to happen.
I'd say that about war in general. The question is, in war, who loses the least?
And it's never going to touch our soil. And when it does, that'll be the end of all wars.
I think the central bankers lose the least. In fact, they have the most.
They're fixing to lose the most. Because we're fixing to break away from that. Looking at what previous administrations have stated, we were probably going to be breaking away from the rest of the world and being self-sufficient. If they want to deal with us, they can. If not, no big deal. We're going to be able to make and produce everything America needs and have excess to sell. So I see a future where America doesn't care. Unless you want to be nice to us, we're not going to bother with you. And that's how it should be, in my opinion, because we have enough of our issues to deal with. Too much of our money's going. And if it was going like this, it would stop because we wouldn't have the problems, that were caused over time by different administrations. A perfect example, I was just down at the grocery store. This older black man didn't take his medication. First thing he did when he saw me was he started talking about how they're owed $5 million for reparations, all this other stuff. But I looked at him and I wanted to tell him I'm a first generation American. I just happened to be white and he was a racist piece of shit. But I was a nice guy and I'm like, why go into an explanation when they're focused on the same thing that they get sold on every time for the vote? So, it's hard to find intelligent people out there that can understand things.
You know the saying, Neil, don't argue with an idiot. They'll drag you down to their level and beat you with experience.
And that's where, again, past administrations have changed things. Instead of throwing people into mental institutions for psychological help, we throw them in jail. That was changed under a couple of different administrations, both Republican and Democrat. It's been changed for balancing of a budget, supposedly. But yet at the end game, do we have a balanced budget? So why did we get rid of the mental institutions to help people and the psychological aid? If it was cut to, balance the budget, why isn't anyone talking about that? So many things we cut to balance our budget that were good for us. And we don't have a balanced budget. Has anyone thought of that one? Hold people accountable for that one? As soon as you start thinking of things like that, you'll find out how long it's been that we've been manipulated. And you'll have a better idea of by who. because I think we should take all those things back. If we're giving billions of dollars to foreign governments so they can get their paychecks, I think we can do mental illness awareness and aid here in America instead of just throwing people in jail. Because we used to be able to afford it until we wanted a balanced budget. Do we have a balanced budget? Or did I already say that? Yeah, okay. You see where I'm going? It's all a fucking fake out, bro. It's a long-term game. History repeats. No history. And then look at the reality and get out of this little box they stick us in and look back at a bigger picture. A couple decades back, it's not that far. You'll be like, holy fuck. So we cut all of this stuff to balance the budget. And now we got spending up the ass on shit that wasn't around when we cut the shit that we needed to balance the budget. They're spending money on. Why didn't they just compensate and put money back in the budget for the shit they cut instead of on LGBT or equal rights for, guys who like screwing goats in foreign countries? Or stupid shit like what we're doing now.
Hey, Neil.
Yeah, sorry, man.
Do you know Caitlin Clark?
No.
Okay, in the private chat, there's a message from number 22, Caitlin Clark. So my suggestion is if you don't know the person, you don't bring them on panel. But it's your
show. No, I didn't even look at the private chat. No, sorry, Caitlin. First time I've seen the name, and I see a lot of names. And I don't want to get into that in particular subject. But yeah, no, if you biblically, that's probably correct.
Feel free to it's Nickel.
It's Nickel. Nickel always likes to have stage names.
Sorry, I've never heard of you, Nickel.
Yeah. Nickel, you got to show your thumbprint on camera.
Hold on. Wait. I don't see Nickel because I don't have my chat on.
Right.
Is he up here? Let me get to Caitlin Clark. Caitlin, let's leave my chat off. So Neil is fucking, every time you get a phone call when your chat's off, if you said something I want to talk about, it's probably me calling you, Nickel, because I've called you 3 times because you had your chat off.
I saw a number with 707 in it. Is that yours?
Yep, that's me.
On the use of nuclear weapons, I don't think a country would.
No, it's not. It's going to be.
I think an Islamist group might.
It's going to be a dirty bomb. If you understand what a dirty bomb is, it's not actually a nuclear bomb, but it does spread radiation, and it's more unsophisticated of a weapon that could be possibly manufactured in location to where transportation of that unit would not be an issue.
But if a group were to take over a country, overthrow a country that had them, we would be a very dangerous.
Hold on a second. Whoa, that happened back in 1979? See, history repeats, bro. Yeah, it's called Iran. Iran was taken over by a radical regime back in 1979.
I think most likely, though, who they would nuke would be Israel, with the assumption if we can't have it, they can't have it, and it might just eventually. And they think this Iman person's going to come out of a well, and they think that would all cause that to happen. So you got to watch them.
What I see happening here is that they get so pissed off that they couldn't hit Israel that they do the second best thing, and we won't see it coming, and that's why it'll get through maybe one.
But as far as Russia,
if they're hitting if this country hits Israel, that's their ultimate game ending. They don't need to hit America. The only reason they hit America is if we did something that prevented them from hitting Israel.
But as long as we don't invade Russia, Russia will never.
That's never going to happen. No, man. Russia and America are like, we're kissing cousins, brah. We ain't never going to attack Russia. They ain't never going to attack us. Without us, they don't exist, and without them, we don't exist. And they've agreed to that back in World War II, right when it ended. They're like, all right, how are we going to play this? Same time, it's a big social experiment. Another social experiment that people will actually agree with that happened was the Social Security Administration. And the Grand New Deal happened at the same time as the creation of Communist Russia and Communist China and Social Security. All happened around the same time. Which one's worse controller? Instead of communism, we got Social Security. Hey, team. Just to put things in perspective historically. So yeah, we got fucked with. What's Social Security? It's a socialist system. What's socialism lead to? Communism. So it looks like the social social experiments that were being played after World War II was the communist style of Chinese Communist Party communism, the communist style of the Lenin Stalingrad Russian communism, and the American communism system with Social Security and controlling you people by giving them money and making them dependent on you. So, if you want to know what freedom is, we ain't it. we socialists, baby. Everyone who gets a Social Security check and who's on Medicaid, we socialists. 1 step away from communism, 3 steps away from democracy and a republic. Just keeping it real. Not that I disagree with Social Security. If you look at the Great Depression, we needed a safety net. We needed a social safety net to catch all those people that were unprepared of the big boys playing their games, looking to crush people economically. And that was when the problem started. And because we couldn't stop them, we needed a safety net. And that was all also planned out so that people would have that safety net. And that gave those people having control to go ahead and control. In my opinion, this is not financial advice or anything like that. But if you look at things, you'll find out that's basically how it is. And you have a better outlook of how it will be. Not the exact specifics of the wins and wheres, but you have a lot better basic understanding of what's going to happen and what is happening and why it's happening. And that's why I've said on tape, the future for money right now, for long-term investment, new trade and treaty agreements. And people are like, why? Well, there's new trade and treaty agreements coming up. Beginning of the show, we showed that map. All 3 of those countries become one country. What happens to all the trade and treaty agreements they had? They're negated. New ones come up. So when I say new trade agreements and treaties, that means it's a time of expansionism. Countries are going to expand or try to. Some successfully, some not so. I want to see what America's going to do because, we want to expand as well. That's why I say, sorry, JM, but I see Canada as a perfect takeover for America with not too much of bloodshed or anything like that, because with the way Trudeau's been running things, they're pretty ripe to willingly want to join America for more freedoms and less economic suppression of the social system that we've got right now. God, I hope I don't get a strike for this shit.
No, you're right. Like the guy that I think is going to win the next election here, his name is Pierre Poilievre, and he's much more right wing than Trudeau. And he will be down with business with the states and working together with the states. Whereas
isn't it true
so much?
Isn't it true that Alberta already voted to become part of America?
I do. They definitely want to separate. They definitely want to separate from Canada.
Yeah, I do keep up with you guys' politics anyway, because I've been looking at how America's going to expand. And if you've already got that country, it's called PSYOPs. If you've already got 1/12 of that country wanting to join, it's easier to take them. We did it with David Hasselhoff, got 20 some odd gold records because we played psychological warfare and brought down the wall. We did it through rock and roll. It's an amazing story. It's fucking funny as shit, actually. No owned hardwood. I do not own but a 1/10 of an ounce of platinum coin that Long Live Coins gave me, and it is in a vault in some special location out by the asteroid that I'm going to be mining for more platinum. No, I don't have. There you go. Yeah, I don't. Oh well, yeah, I could show you the. No, I think he wanted real platinum. Yeah,
that's real.
No, I do have a gig that will probably be paying me in platinum if it works out right, and by the end of the year, I'll be able to show you guys a lot of platinum. Yeah, Mark Cassidy, and that's a great thing about it is most of those countries are semi-democratic, and they're all about 70% of that 40% is leaning to a freer form of government, not an oppressive form of government. And that's another reason why I say trade agreements and treaties, because when those governments change from left to right, right to left, up to down, whatever the hell they are now, to whatever the hell they want to be tomorrow, so they make that change, new trades and treaties, trade agreements and treaties come along. What are you doing attacking my arm? Oh, shut up. But anyhow, I get information from cats through the cat network too, because they talk to each other. We can always save ourselves. He can save all of us combined together, but we save ourselves. Christopher, back to he just said, only Jesus can save us. There's another way. That is true, but it's individual. You have to save yourself. He will only save you after you ask. So it's a save yourself thing. He's a life raft if you want to swim towards him. If you don't, you're going to drown. Oops. Sorry, guys. I shut everyone up.
You're good.
I run my mouth every now and then sometimes.
It's okay. I'd rather be on mute and have a moment of silence than be constantly cutting you off or interrupting you.
Oh, no. Do interrupt, dude. Go ahead. My tangents can be stopped. It's like squirrel. And I forget what I was talking about. And so I just drive on. Yeah. What about beta males, Annie? I think I'm a Sigma. Actually.
I think there's a couple Sigmas on the panel here.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it depends too. Like if you look up what Sigma is, they try to put people into a can. But
yeah, I'm about 90%. If it's 10%, kind of alpha-ish. That's why I say I'm an alpha Sigma, or an alpha of Sigmas, because I still have alpha traits big time, but I have a lot of Sigma, a lot more Sigma traits than alpha.
Oh, there's tons of them, man, and like I've never seen them around here in droves like I do now. Never used to be like that because I'm near farming community too. You know, like this is
It's
where
all
men
about
are.
waves and frequencies, baby.
Yeah. What do they say? Men are men and sheep are afraid.
That's right. I live where men are men and sheep run scared.
But yeah, like as soon as you get into the city, you start seeing tons of very, I'll just call them limp-wristed men.
Weak. Let's just leave it at that. Weak men. And that's why we have hard times right now, because there's too many weak men. And this is what you got to remember too. When talking with people or anything like that, even in the Bible, it says in end times, it's going to be a lot of lost souls. So don't waste your time on them. It's up to you to determine if you're wasting your time on a lost soul or not. Oh, Annie, society doesn't shame men. Society just, it's like the water going out. It shows the men who really aren't men because they ain't wearing pants.
I think it's not,
go ahead.
It's not society. I think it's pop culture, which is funded by, you know,
it's
the narrative.
People giving a fuck about what other people say. I was my first job after COVID. It was in the early 2020s, and we had this big elevator and we had to go up on the internal side of this building, and they put up these signs where you had to have a mask on, fold your hands, have your head down. I saw a sign. I looked at the elevator operator, I broke out my knife, cut that thing in an X. I said, fuck that shit. And you can tell the contractor I said that. I'm nobody's bitch. And I didn't wear a mask either, and they still didn't fire me. They were all against it too, just no one had the cojones to do what I did, because they weren't real men. They were more scared about the economic scenario that they would lose if they didn't play the game. And they were too tied up in the game. I'm not tied up in the game, so I can speak freely. Basically, they all got mortgages. They got something they got to pay every month. They have to have a job or they lose their economic stature. So there's restrained. And that's what that is. And they put themselves in those chains. I stayed out of those chains. I saw it. I was like, nah, I don't want to wear that chain. Nah, not that one either. Not with these people, not with what's going on. My time will come. And if not, I'll get it in heaven, or they'll recycle me down here, whatever he wants. It's his will, not mine. But I didn't get caught up in that bullshit. Most everyone else did. Sorry. You can unmute yourself, guys. My rant's over.
I'm just reading Chad's comment there. Kind of some humor in there too. Yeah, like I think the amount of soy products and like tofu and all these things that change the hormones. I think it's in the air, the water, and the food supply. But nothing on this channel is medical advice.
Medical advice or financial advice.
Yeah.
It all comes from a nut named Neil. And you shouldn't unless you eat almonds. Melon's got nuts.
I caught that.
A lot of people don't catch my old term references.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's totally for entertainment purposes or for intellectual discussion only, not advice or meaning to lean anyone in any direction whatsoever, just to enlighten you so you can make your own informed decisions.
How's that music studio going?
It's done. It's done. He's happy as freaking hell. He's still got to double up on the windows because you can tell when you're standing outside, someone's beating on the drums on the inside. He's got smaller windows on the top on two sides, east and west, north and south, total wall. When you walk 20 foot around it on the north and south where it's wall, you can't hear anything. But when you turn and get towards the window, sound comes out the window, but he still has to double them up because it's not soundproof. I don't do window soundproofing, so he's got someone else come and do that. Once he does that, it's like,
that's cool.
Yeah, it was a bitch, man, because he wanted, you know how trusses are made?
Yep.
Okay.
That's for the roof structure.
Yeah, he wanted, when there's a designated spot on that for sheetrock to apply, it's on the ceiling. It's usually like this right here. It's the flat part of the ceiling.
Yep.
I've done some. Well, what he wanted was the sheetrock doubled up on the rising part of the truss, leaving the wood and the support pieces exposed, which means I had to make all the cuts every 2 foot around all the trusses to get to the top side of the truss. Or the yeah.
Because then you got to mud all of that too.
Uh-huh.
Then you got to mud it and sand it.
I had to take 2 foot. I was able to get the bottom part in 4 foot strips because the way the truss was, it was like this, and then it went up like that. It had that little triangle in there. I was able to get 4 footers doubled up on the bottom 4 foot, but on the top 4 foot, I had to cut them in 2 foot sections, and with a little 1 3/4 tab to go over the. It's worse than that. It's a hanging ceiling. He has these little things that we screwed onto the stud, the roof truss, and then we ran a hat channel off of those for sound suppression, and then we screwed the sheetrock to those. So it was actually hanging about that far off the wood. Yeah, it was a bitch with all those angles and everything. I mean, I did pretty good, but yeah, it was a bitch. It's done though, and there's no overlapping seams. I actually was able to make everything offset at least an inch.
Nice.
God, I love those nails. Yeah, this is a thin shirt, buddy. We have to have a talk about summertime. Yeah, and it's going to be more than a meow dog.
Yeah, I heard there's a lot of plastic getting into the food supply too.
Oh, yeah. China actually was caught turning out plastic rice.
Yep.
I'm glad you know about that.
Yeah, if you go to the Chinese buffets, frequently the rice that they've got in there, it tastes. Oh.
Yeah, and it's detrimental to your health.
It tastes like eating the wax off a little tea light candle.
That's right.
The texture, especially.
Yeah, you definitely got to be careful what you eat. Right on, Clear Lake. They're cool, aren't they? The ones that get up here and warm your neck up. That's because you don't watch what you eat. Anything that happens to you, you stuck it in here to make it happen to you. Unless you work at a nuclear radiation site or, you know, some weird job that'll cause something.
Asbestos.
Well, that's you even got you're warned about that and safety gear and shit. It's not like lead paint. That's not even exist anymore. My papa, my dad's father, died at age 56. Like had like 30, 40 heart attacks because for 7 years he'd go around inside of a ice cream factory and just repaint everything. It took him a year to paint it, and on the 7th year he died because it was lead-based paint. And he worked with it for 7 years without anyone even knowing that it gives you heart attacks. Oh, get down. Yeah.
It's interesting. I may as well bring that up now. I heard a guy talking about how saying the removal of all the lead-based paints was actually done because when they're doing
Yes,
like
Mark,
surveillance that is like wall penetrating, the lead paint throws off that signal. And it wasn't due to children eating paint chips and getting lead poisoning that way. It was more about them wanting to be able to see in through the walls.
Here's a conspiracy for you too. With lead paint, your house becomes a Faraday cage.
Yeah.
You said it much better than I did. Thank you. See, sometimes I have problems with my word thinkings.
Yeah, it's okay. That's why I'm here, baby.
Now you spelled it out, JM, for people who don't know what a Faraday cage is.
Yeah, basically. And I actually keep my eye open for older paint at sales, at garage sales, where guys got like buckets of 20-year-old paint. I look at it, I'm like, that could be lead based. I might want to buy that. Because there is great advantage to having it. And if you're concerned about lead this, lead that, whatever, double sheetrock. Paint the first one's your lead paint, and then sheetrock over it. And then you're not exposed to it. You still have the lead paint protection from other things that, they want to take that lead out of the paint so they can do whatever with whatever,
Well, similarly, JM, to the lead thing on the asbestos issue, there was a lot of buildings that had encapsulated asbestos. In other words, it was sealed, it was encapsulated, and yet they had this big drive to strip asbestos from everything.
Yeah.
So what did that do? That created asbestos dust all over the place, which created a bigger problem.
Yep. Now you see why I want to build my own home? Yeah.
It makes sense the way they're slapping them together, at least.
Oh, God, man, I would never. Before I became an iron worker 30 years ago, I was for about 2 years, I was a stud framer, and I worked for a guy called Gerald Miller. He was the second best stud framing contractor in the Southeast, and I got very good at my job. And I noticed a lot of other places. We never worked in a track housing, but a lot of the guys that he worked for him cut off on their own, got contractor license, and started doing track housing, and I'd pick up some side work for him. And the construction difference from custom to track housing or housing that's available for you and I to buy is disgusting. The amount of corners they had to cut to shave time to be able to make money that the contractors gave them was pathetic. I would never buy a track house. A house in a neighborhood is what a track house is. Because that's a throw together house. We had 3 days to dry in a 2,100 square foot house. That's stud frame the walls, put the plywood on the trusses up, put the plywood on the roof and on the walls, and put the tar paper on it. That's called dried in. 3 days to do that. If you think you can get quality house thrown together in 3 days with 3 guys, you're a nut. You deserve to buy that house.
Yeah,
Sorry.
my first house was in a subdivision, but it was all custom built houses. So I had my house custom built in that subdivision, and the houses by and large were well built.
It all depends on when you bought your house. Back in the I noticed mid 80s when they started this universal trend of trying to bring everyone's pay into the same arena within a certain realm rather than having it spread out as it was back in the 80s. And I noticed that, and that's when they tried to standardize everything to where they could guarantee basically that you get the same rate of pay because you're doing the same thing as the next person. And that's when paramedics started losing their title of being well-paid jobs, and now they're like $18 an hour jobs. They were more than that when I first started out in the medical field back in the mid 80s. And they went down.
I thought most new homes today were prefabricated.
They are.
They are. And what Wealth was saying there about, having a custom built home, I'm sure that was built with pride, when you have a custom built.
Oh, yeah. No, custom built is totally different. Track housing is something that you hire one contractor, you say, hey, I have 3 houses. And you can tell a track house because you go through the neighborhood and actually look at the houses, look at the roof lines, look at the doors, look at the windows, and you'll find there's probably 3 or 4 style of house at most in a neighborhood, and then they repeat that same design.
Yep.
That's
sometimes the garage will be on the other side, but it's like
it's the same house, same blueprint, and that's for cost savings. That's all unintentional. So if you go into a neighborhood and buy, and it all looks like that, they were on cost savings, which means it's not good construction, as good as it could have been. If you go to a neighborhood and it's different, and it's not like that, then you've got a like pre-70s build house where they actually even the wood is different thicknesses. You actually probably have an actual 2-inch by 4-inch 2x4, to where nowadays they're 1.75 inches by 2 or by 2 or by 3.5. They're not even 2x4, and they're not 8 foot, and they're like 7 foot fucking 9 or something. But we still call them 2x4 by 8s.
That's weird how they did that.
Yeah, no, it's all for cost savings, man. It's all for cost savings. Some college kid came in and said, hey, since you have a top plate and a bottom plate, why don't we sheetrock standardized 8 foot? Why don't we just consider that top plate, bottom plate, the double top plate and single bottom plate is 4.5 inches of that 8 foot, and take it off the stud, because on linear footage, we'll make so many more studs. And that guy got like a $5 million bonus. They increased the price of the wood and gave us less. Shrinkflation. It's been going on for a while.
Yep. And I was talking even more about, like the semi-detached and like the townhouse style, where you'll see subdivisions, like they're all exactly the same and they're all attached. Those and multi-level, like each level's like 400 square feet and you got 3 or 4 levels.
Yeah.
Stairs through, like those things I would be very skeptical of. They rip those up fast.
I like my design house that I still have not built because, but I will one day. And it's a solid steel frame. I'm talking columns, I-beams, concrete flooring, steel studs.
You know what I'm actually looking at when I retire, getting a giant piece of land. And I've noticed looking at travel trailers just for recreation that you can get a giant, you can get a 20 to 30 foot travel trailer, pretty decent one for $5,000. So if I could get 50 acres of land and just drop a 30 foot travel trailer on there, I'm set.
Yep. Put some fencing up and do your thing.
That's the way to go when you want to build. Yeah.
Yeah, and maybe get get a septic tank put in there, and get a well, so I've got supply. Uh, but other than that, and put some solar on top, and then I'm pretty much set.
You know what another great idea is to consider is having like a self-standing lean-to or garage, shall we say, as the first structure that you build, that you can roll that into when the weather's really bad.
Yeah,
because those RVs, the first thing that usually goes on them is the roof.
yeah.
And
Actually, that's a good point. I've seen people build like a garage type. Well, what did we used to call those? But anyway, just kind of open structures, but with a roof on it. Carports.
Yep.
That's what we used to call it when I was growing up. A lot of people didn't have garages; they had carports, where you had a roof above the car, but it was open out. On the vertical surface.
Yep, and you could even put solar panels on the top of that.
Yeah.
For anyone
That'd
that's
be a good
considering
idea.
solar panels, one thing I know, this may help someone, is if you're installing them, you want to take a look at having those solar panels facing southern exposure.
And another thing about that, I've been looking into. Someone had mentioned in the chat earlier about a lot more things are available on Facebook Marketplace. I've been looking at solar panels, and you can get pallets of solar panels. And I don't know what the wattage is, but the price is $25 to $35 a piece, but you got about like 20 of them. That's it. Even if they're only 100 waters, if they're like $25 a solar panel, that's a good deal.
The most common size solar panel and rating is 250 watts per panel.
And go to Facebook Marketplace. There's pallet loads of these things for sale every now and then. They'll come up between $25 and $35 per panel, 15 to 20 on a pallet. And
Wow.
if you get a couple batteries, inverter. That's
And then
cheap.
you got to wire them all together too, right? Like, keep in mind.
Yeah, you got to do that. But you could set it. You could do a basic little 2x4, like big platform to set them on southerly facing, and just throw them up there, wire them all up to where it's like, you're looking at the underneath side of it to where the wires are all, at about a good level to where you make your platform and your lean-to and put them on top of the lean-to. And you got yourself, and then put your batteries and your inverter right there. And you're talking $4,000. Most of that's battery price and inverter price, because the panels are cheap on Facebook Marketplace, dude. Everyone's talking, $15,000 for 4 kilowatts, 5 kilowatt system. Nah, try 4, bro.
Probably coming from China. And
And think of this too. And I was thinking of this too. I don't know how much silver's in each solar panel, but if you pick up the whole shit, well, do you know how much?
About an ounce in your standard size 250 watt panel, but it's very difficult to extract it.
Okay, well, hold on now. If you're buying them for $25 and they got an ounce of silver in them, and silver goes up to $200, sounds like a good profit margin to break into those fuckers and sell the silver.
Yeah, there's
and get a real system someone else installs for you at that point in time.
I hear what you're saying. I like the way you think.
It's just, if they're going for $25 to $35, it's worth it. If you have like a thousand or two that, it's just sitting in the bank anyhow, buy them and just let them sit there. Because if the price of silver, like these people are saying, does take off, silver's in about an ounce of silver in each one of them fuckers, man. Price goes up to $100. Each one of those things, you could sell the solar panel for $125 then.
No, I'm not guaranteeing you that there's that ratio of silver in those ones we're talking about. I'm just talking about, the standard 250 watt panels that I was familiar with. I was told there's approximately an ounce of silver in each one.
So say they got 50% more efficient. There's only half ounces still. If it goes up to $100 an ounce, then the solar panel, your investment's doubled just by buying it, holding it, and selling it. And if you use it, then sell it, you just triple gain. You used it, sold it, and made 100% profit.
Yep.
I'm just
Oh,
saying
John-
there's an option there, and also you save on power bill. You know.
John Beathy's got a good comment in there. He bought a 16 by 36 pre-made shed that would actually make a good house.
A lot of people do that, John.
Yeah, the
The only
tiny
thing is those sheds, and it's called a tough shed. The music room I just did is a tough shed. They went 16-inch, 24-inch on the roof because we built. This guy's want to get on me now. Yeah, tough shed. It was like $4,000. It was a 20 by 18 on a concrete slab. Make a perfect house. Had 5 small windows, 3 on one side, 2 on the other. Make a perfect little house. And we double walled it and double sheetrock, double insulated, and it still and put in a vent system and an air conditioning system. That would make a great shed for you up there where you're at, JM. You wouldn't hardly eat just a couple candles to keep that fucker warm.
Yeah, I was glad that you mentioned insulating it as well.
Oh yeah, both the walls were insulated.
Yeah.
We double walled it on the wall. We didn't double roof it because that would have been way too hard. But we did put insulation up there, vapor barrier, and then we hung the. Yeah, that works too. Yeah,
This is the rigid stuff. I think someone was talking about this stuff earlier.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's got that air barrier. It's like got a beehive shaped interior to keep it somewhat stiff.
It's
Yep.
nice to work with if you've ever done drywalling and you don't have to handle all the the pink fiberglass.
Oh, that's the insulation. Put that up again. It's got that silver stuff. Okay. I thought that was like cardboard. My bad.
No, that's
Okay. Yeah. No. That's.
Comes in different thicknesses too.
Yeah. They use that for refrigerator units, large size refrigerator units, for the walls of them.
Would even be good in coolers.
Yeah. No, that's real good insulator.
You can cut them down into little strips really easy too. So
Yeah.
if you've got cracks or little holes, rather than like if you don't want to do caulking, just you can stick them in anywhere, where there's a gap.
Nice. See, I know about it, but I don't use those things because I don't live where you have to use that type of stuff.
That's what I've got on the ceiling in here.
I don't live where it's cold.
Oh, I know.
Yes, they hurt, Mark Cassidy.
Should probably be able to see that.
Indiana gets cold. Not as cold
Yeah.
as Canada.
See, man, it was for about 2 weeks. It got down into 40s here. And now it's hanging in the 60s, upper 50s at night. That's even a little too cold for me. So if you live in an area that gets colder than that, don't expect to see me except for maybe in summertime.
Oh, I feel better now.
You got to turn the fireplace on.
Yeah, I just upgraded my shed.
I feel
Sweet.
rather cozy looking at your crib, JM.
Mm-hmm. I call it a vision board.
Vision board, right on. I tell you what, that really is a nice fireplace setup in that picture.
I call it a short people's house. Just look at how tall the table is and the couches.
Oh yeah,
It's for hobbits.
Maybe it's Japanese.
Yeah, I think it is because they sit a lot on the
They
floor.
like sitting on the floor.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you look at the couch too, it's only a cushion.
I got to disclose, guys. It's AI generated.
Mhm. Mhm.
Okay, so it is a hobbit house.
Could be.
Well, if it's AI generated, I can say what I want. It doesn't really exist.
That's right. Except in my mind. It
And
doesn't-
on the computer. Because I'm looking at the picture and I have not taken LSD this millennium.
So, Nickel, what's it going to take to talk you into keeping your live chat going on your live streams?
Man,
I do have sometimes.
Dude.
that's not the question. He deflects a lot. deflex, deflex, deflex.
No, what I try to do is do them live, and then if I don't have chat on, I can get off and say 10 minutes, 12 minutes. If I have chat, I cannot end them that quick. So
Yeah, you can.
well, who has that has a chat? Now,
You're in charge. You're in charge. If you
he'll
can't,
say
it's your
he'll
fault.
say goodbye or something like that. Bam! I go dang.
What?
Oh,
What?
Lassie Farm. He ends them quicker than anybody I've ever seen.
See y'all later. Bye. Click.
Well, Ninja does that too, right?
Yeah.
He'll be talking
Yeah.
and he'll just snap his fingers or whatever, and it's done.
This is Economic Ninja. See ya.
Yep.
Yeah. You know, he does it at ad lib. He does it like my style. And let me tell you this, I think he picked this up from me too. You know, this way you can still hear me, but I'm not in the thing in the picture. He didn't used to do that. But he watches. I know he watches. I know the A Million Restaurant Tips watches these.
So Neil, where's your pizza box?
Yeah.
I do
I mean, if Ninja's going to borrow from you,
these are like
you might
the
as well
homing-
borrow from him.
These are like the homing pigeons of World War II and World War I. They bring me little notes.
You know what they say? Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery.
Yes, it is. And humor is a good thing too.
Here's an interesting response to that. I know a really creative musician. Neil might know him too. His channel name is Blue Unicorn. And he's switched it around. He's extraordinarily articulate as well. And he said that imitation is actually the worst form of flattery. And his theory or philosophy on that is, if you're going to take something and imitate it, at the very least, it's got to be significantly better, or don't do it. So that, for example, I know he was aiming at a karaoke show that I was on, right? And he was saying he doesn't really like the karaoke shows because so often the person singing it, it's not up even close to up to snuff to the original. And he says, if you're going to, imitate, at least improve on what's already there. Sorry to ramble on.
It all depends on your perspective. The good book says to sing and dance. So God didn't ever give us all great voices, did he? So, maybe singing in the shower is what he meant. Maybe, I don't know.
But
That's why
I like the philosophy, JM. If you're going to borrow something, make it better. Sort of like the philosophy in music. If you're going to do a cover, unless you can add a significant dimension to that cover song, don't do it.
Or make it yours. Add your dimension to that cover.
That's right. Yeah.
And still have it good. Like, and my example on this one is the ultimate. I've never heard a better example, and I'm almost positive everyone will agree, is the 9 Inch Nails version of Hurt.
Yeah, Johnny
By
Cash.
Johnny Cash.
Oh, yeah.
Total fucking reversal. Even the dude who wrote the song said, I didn't realize I wrote it for Johnny. I thought I did the best version of it, but his was so much greater. And to this day, I love 9 Inch Nails version, but if you give me an option, I'll listen to Johnny Cash's version because it's better.
Or
Yeah,
just
it's
about
good.
anybody who's covered a Dylan song, like Little Wing. Jimi Hendrix did some awesome Dylan covers. Dylan was a great songwriter, but not a great singer. So
No, he wasn't.
Too
Although
nasal.
I kind of like Tom Petty's singing. It reminded me somewhat of Dylan's, but more refined version.
Yeah. Well, see, I think
He was
that
good.
was
He was a good writer.
intentional. I think he wanted to sound like Dylan.
And I think if you have a singer that wants to sound like Dylan, it'll sound good. If it's Dylan sounding like a singer,
You know who Ted
Yeah.
Nugent said the greatest guitar player was?
Neil Hahn.
No.
Oh, okay.
He said Glenn Campbell. He would rate him number
Campbell
one.
Campbell was a heck of a guitarist. I mean,
he could do any kind of music. Yep, and he could.
he
and
was a
not
session
bad writer.
guitarist. He was a session guitarist for the Beach Boys.
Yep.
So Jimi Hendrix said Terry Kath of Chicago was a better guitar player than he was. Kath was a monster on the guitar.
I
Oh,
think Hendrix thought that Roy Clark was really good. You know, and Clark could. He had quick fingers. He
Roy
could play
Clark
anything.
was a
Too.
fantastic guitarist.
Yep.
Yeah, but Glenn Campbell, I mean, not only guitar playing, but I mean, he had a golden voice.
Yep, got his greatest hits.
Yeah, I still love Wichita Lineman.
Yep.
And spray foam is a good way to do houses. Clear Lake fills all the gaps.
Southern
Yeah.
Nights was a good one too. Southern Nights.
John was said Chet Atkins. Actually, who's
He was
the Australian fingerstyle? Tommy Emmanuel. His inspiration was Chet Atkins. Yeah, I love Chet Atkins. And there's actually a country song that Keith Urban does, and he breaks out in the middle. He breaks out. I can't remember the name of the song, but he has a little Chet Atkins lick in there, long lick, and it's just it's so Chet Atkin-esque.
I'm not sure who that is. That's why I'm not commenting.
Oh, Chet Atkins? Oh, he was good. He was signed just because of his guitar playing. He was good.
Was Chad Atkins a band or?
No, he was a country. He was a
Individual.
country guitarist.
Okay.
Very, very good picker.
He came
So
out about the
solo-
same time
solo-
as Elvis and
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, big in the
Great Balls of Fire
60s
guy.
and 70s, and probably even came on the scene like Elvis in the 50s. I would, but he's passed now.
Yeah, no wonder I never heard of him or don't know who he is. Wasn't too much.
Yeah,
Tree.
yeah. So
Richie
he
Blackmore
died
was
in
good.
Richie Blackmore.
Yeah.
Yeah. Deep Purple, Rainbow.
Yep. And I don't know how
Rainbow.
he played.
Yeah, he's. I guess he's kind of on the spectrum from what I understand, but he has a hard time getting along with his bandmates, but he's a great guitarist.
He does more classical and jazz now, I think.
Yeah, I saw him in concert with Rainbow back in the late 70s. It was a good concert. I tell you who else I saw in concert. I saw them in their last concert tour before John Bonham died, and that was Led Zeppelin. That was a great concert. I was like on the 6th or 7th row.
Yeah, I never saw them. I'd have loved to have seen them.
That was fantastic.
I got Rainbow's greatest hits. I got Deep Purple's greatest hits. So
Yeah.
Highway
Had I
Star. Woo, that's a good one.
Which one, Nickel?
The Highway Star, isn't it?
Oh, Highway Star.
Yeah, that's classic.
Well, the one that I love that's iconic is Smoke on the Water.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And
It
that
always
was
got me fired up for athletic events like a basketball or football game. You hear that and you're ready to rip somebody's head off.
that was a reference to another group, I think, that they were rivals with, but I can't remember the group.
What, Smoke on the Water?
Mm-hmm.
So that the genesis of that song is Frank Zappa and the Mothers were playing in I can't remember the Swiss town, but somebody in the audience fired off a flare gun and started a fire and burnt the place, as the song goes. Burnt the place to the ground.
That's kind of like that Phil Collins song. It was written out of a real life incident.
No, the drowning song was he watched somebody drown. Yeah, that's based on something that happened. Really, yep.
Oh, they
What?
were in they were in Montreux in Switzerland. Yeah, we all came out to Montreux.
When the Phil Collins song was about the time he saw a rape, and he
I thought it was about somebody
No.
drowning.
no, he had witnessed a rape, wrote the song, had the local radio station send the guy front row tickets. First time he ever sung the song on stage, the guy was down front, and he got arrested at the time he sung the song.
In the night, wasn't it? What's the song called?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
In terms of great guitarists that I've seen live, Eddie Van Halen.
Eddie Van Halen.
Yeah, he was good.
I saw him in with Sammy Hagar, what people call Van Hagar.
Yeah, Van Hagar.
Yeah, I loved it. You know, people Van Halen fans have very strong opinions about that.
Mhm.
I'm sort of agnostic. I love both eras. I
They're
actually
not the
like.
same.
I actually no, they're not the same. I actually like the Hagar era a little bit better in that Hagar is a little bit more human. Ross a unique dude. Hagar seems like the type of guy I could have a beer with. Roth doesn't.
I liked how Roth always had the best guitarist with him. No matter.
Oh yeah, Stevie Vai when he went
Solo.
Yeah.
I mean, if you can't get Eddie Van Halen, who are you gonna get? Oh, okay, Steve Vai. That'll work.
Yeah. Another guy I love, who actually plays with Sammy Hagar a bunch is, Joe Satriani. He's phenomenal. He put out an album in the late '80s that was just phenomenal. Now his vocals, he sang vocals on some of the songs. He should have hired a singer. His vocals are mediocre, but the guitar works phenomenal.
I think the first three musicians I ever liked that I can recall to my youngest would be Barry White, Jim Croce, and the Beatles.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Jim Croce was huge back in the day, especially he had
a half-hour show after, or it was either after or before Sesame Street on PBS. It was the Jim Croce half hour.
You become a legend if you die in a plane crash, kind of like Leonard Skinner.
Forget Chuck Berry.
Buddy Holly.
Yeah, Buddy Holly too. Yeah, I loved Jim Croce. I love his song "I've Got a Name." To me, that's a touching song.
I tell you what, man, flying nowadays, I'm kind of concerned with DIY or DEI.
Well, I call it DIE.
Yeah, you die however it is, it's going to die.
DIE. It's not DEI, it's DIE.
Whatever it is, you can tell how much I care about it. I probably will, John Beatty. I probably will eat that whole damn cake before this thing's over with. I just left it in here instead of me having to go get it. I left it right there. It's like a foot and a half past my finger right now, and there's a fork right there. It's just too convenient. And I have
how do you keep the cats from eating other stuff you don't want them to?
They're not going to eat cake. Cats won't eat sweets.
Well, I've got lots of things they could be munching on, but I just have a natural ability with animals, dogs too. They tend to know what's mine and what they can and cannot do. It might take one or two times, but once I present myself as the pack leader, they don't fuck with my shit. And I don't have to get mean with them or anything to be identified as the pack leader to either cats or dogs. And they just follow. They don't disrupt the pack leader. So they don't eat my shit.
John's a little older than us. He goes back to the Roman era, but he says, back in his day, Nero was a hell of a picker on the fiddle.
Was that while Rome burned down, or while he was deciding?
Yeah, well, play on words. John says he was really hot, and shows flames after that.
Yeah. You know the true story of that? He's a little.
Yeah. He burnt down an area for a palace.
No, it's the story of Nero. It almost didn't happen if it wasn't for his old lady who didn't want to lose her stature. Thank you. How many times I have to tell you no? All right. She didn't want to lose her stature. So as they were running off with the centurions to the boat to escape as Rome was burning, because someone else set Rome on fire, not Nero. It was probably someone who wanted to make him look bad, look like shit, or it might have been an insurrection or something. But he was running off to his boat to go run away. Last minute, his wife said, "Fuck this shit, I'm going to stay here." And then they went in with the centurions, cleared everyone out, and Nero got the credit. And then he rebuilt it. But I don't think it was Nero that did it. I think someone else did it. And knowing politics as it is, it was probably a political rival of his that burned it down to make him look bad. And it almost worked if he didn't have the old lady that he had. People have the wrong impression of what happened back then from what I've read about what happened back then.
Or it could have been a false flag.
We could probably, because it's been so far along and so many documents have been found and there's so many references, if you really wanted to do a deep dive to find out, you probably could find out who his political opponents were at the time, because he was not a liked leader by no means, which means there's a lot of people working against you. So you always have to look at things that happen in historical, written historically, not as verbatim, but read into it, because history goes to the victor, not to reality and truth. That's how people things get written out of history, because they didn't win, or their perspective is not written into history. That's why
the victor writes the books.
Yeah, if you go to Japan and go to school in high school, I'm sure they explain World War II a little differently than we explain it, for example.
Yeah, or Germany.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a perspective of history. The victor gets the spoils, and that is who writes history. My version will be the one being told, because I won. Doesn't make it right. Just means the one that's been told. A lot of people don't care to think about this kind of things when they study history.
Well, it's funny. When John used to work at Nestle, his dogs got candy bar every day. That's a nice treat. Although I heard dark chocolate's not good for them.
Yeah, I heard
Chocolate's not good for them.
Not good for them.
Chocolate's not good for them at all.
Mind you, he didn't say chocolate. He said candy. So
okay, there's difference there.
It could have been.
I'm glad you made it, Annie. See, this guy's a little more polite tonight. He's not getting on my shoulder.
How old do you think he is?
Oh, he's 5 months.
Nice. Well, he's growing up. He's probably starting to figure out the drill.
Silver is his brother, and he's twice as big. They're both brothers, Silver and Striker. They're both brothers. I think he's a dwarf.
Yeah, he's the run of the litter.
Yeah. When I went to pick him up to try and capture him, I didn't even need to use a cage to get this guy. His mama ran away. All the others ran away. He just stood there and looked at me. I picked him up, brought him home. The easiest capture I ever did was with this idiot. Yeah, crazy guy. He just sat there and looked at me. I picked him up. He's like, "What's going on?" I think he's got a little brain damage. We aren't talking bad about you. He's a sweetheart. So what subject do you guys want to talk about? You want me to tell you about the, let's see here. Hey, Gandhi, be nice. Let me tell you about the name of the company that is going to be the next larger than the South African miners.
The mining company that's going to be getting platinum out of North America.
Yeah, it's called Clean Air Metals.
How do I spell that?
It's a Clean Air, CLEAN, Clean Air Metals. I think Jim
Got it.
Collars is the president, owner, CEO, whatever.
Do you want me to pull up the website or?
Oh, you can if you want. I was just looking at. I just did a video on it 2 days ago.
Did you show their website and everything?
Yeah. No, I give credit to. No, I was interested, and I knew I'd be going back to it for reference, so I made sure to catch it on video.
Sweet.
Yeah, that's stupid. I'm not dumb, or I'm dumb. I'm not stupid. I'm not sure. But yeah, no, they're purchasing all the rights to all the palladium and platinum veins that they're finding in Ontario right now. He used to be the guy who's running it used to run the palladium mine, so he's very familiar with the platinum palladium mining industry.
Okay.
And
These guys they're in Thunder Bay.
Yep. Right now, yeah, that's where they've made their discoveries. They started to make their discoveries in Thunder Bay, and a little bit north of there is the palladium strikes they made. What's called the Thunder Bay project.
Ticker symbol is TSXV Air, and it's 6 cents a share right now.
It's a buy. And this is not financial advice.
No. Oh no, this is a penny stock.
Yeah.
Market cap's 13 million.
Yeah, it's a penny stock. Right now.
That's right. Yeah.
If you look at Impala Mines, for example, it was up in the 30s, high 20s. And then it's started to go down to like 4 or 6, floating around there because they're going out of business. They're losing all their crap. But it was up there. So if you're getting it at like 6 cents right now, Impala is known as the second largest in the world platinum miner. So if this company is going to be the first largest, it'll get at least up to $20. So you can, it won't happen in 2 days like crypto, but it will happen.
Yeah, Christopher Bick wants to know, what is the silver price going to do?
It's going to go up. It's going to go down. It's going to go sideways.
I agree.
I can tell you when the platinum price is going to jump. And telling you about this company, and if you watch my video that I did on this company, it'll also tell you when the platinum price is going to jump. Because they say they're going to start mining once the platinum price turns around. And we're in an economic war right now. That's why platinum is half the price of gold. And historically, it's twice the price of gold. For 87 out of 100 years straight, it was twice the price of gold. Until BRICS joined, until South Africa joined BRICS, for which we had an economic war with. And this is the modern days. We actually control the price of that metal, and they're the ones who mine it. So we have the opportunity to economically crush them instead of shooting them. And that's what we're doing. And they're almost crushed. Once they start selling off their assets, like, for example, they own the company that owns the platinum mine, the placer mine in Montana, produces 14,000-ish ounces a year of platinum. there's a company starts SI Sissoon or something like that. Well, Impala Mines owns that company, so they actually own the platinum mine in America, and that's part of the reason why they're the second largest, because they've diversified in different areas. They also own the mine in Tanzania, but the other companies are basically staying in South Africa. So once they're going down, they sell their assets. That makes this other company the largest, and that's what they're setting themselves up for, because they're going to capitalize on the economic war that's going on right now against South Africa, and specifically the platinum industry, specifically because China has great need of platinum for their supposed new technological revolution they were going to have. And we're in an economic war with them. We found a reason to win, a game piece to use that would make us win, and we're using it. So it's not a charted play. And that's why no one sees it. That's why the Rick Rules, who make money off this shit and are experts, they don't see this play because it's not coming at you from a chart. It's coming from you of, well, instead of a real war, let's have an economic war. That way not too many people die and we don't look as bad. So we'll just do economic war. And we've been at it for about 13 years now, if you wondered what's happened with the economy. And that's when platinum inverted. And for the first time in well over 100 years, it became less than gold for the first time ever. And no, it's because of cars and catalytic converters. That's why it decreased in price. My ass. They've had catalytic converters since the 70s, and this price didn't invert with gold. That's a stupid bullshit excuse people use to throw people who don't know anything about it off. Because I think the greatest play to be had right now is platinum, because of the political, economic war going on. Otherwise, platinum would be $4,000 as we speak. That's why on the coin, it's twice the value of gold, because it's twice the price. Why isn't it twice the price? Economic war. Look at the charts. It'll tell you when the war started. You can see it. It's charted. Platinum, gold, platinum, gold. Platinum's twice the price of gold. Then all of a sudden, boom! What year was that? Same year that BRICS fucking introduced South Africa to their economic war.
So Neil, you don't think that has to do with palladium replacing platinum catalytic converters?
No, it has nothing to do with that whatsoever. It happens every 10 years. They convert from palladium to platinum. If you learn the industry and you learn the history of the industry, car industry, and their use of platinum and palladium in catalytic converters, they switch every 10 years, pretty much like clockwork, because the price, like clockwork. So their industry, the whole industry of the car manufacturers, like clockwork, it was regulated, it was regular. They would go from platinum to palladium. Then all of a sudden, something changed. And it happened when South Africa joined BRICS. And they introduced themselves to an economic war. Palladium prices dropping. The only thing South Africa has control of is rhodium and the price of rhodium. That's why it went from $300 to $16,000 an ounce, because that's the only way they make in profit. They're losing money on platinum. They're losing money on palladium. What do they mine? Platinum, palladium, and a little bit of rhodium. We don't control the price of rhodium. They do. So they jumped it up from $300 an ounce to $16,000 an ounce. Look at the charts. It happened. Why did it happen? Oh, well, this reason that economic war. That's the only thing they have to control the price of. Right now, it costs $1,230 to mine an ounce of platinum. How long has it been for sale at 25% less than the cost of manufacturing? And how long can you stay in business doing that? Simple math. If you only control the price of rhodium, you had to drive it up like that so you could keep the cash coming in to run, because you're running at a negative. You're not running at a positive, you're running in the negative. So you got to get your cash from somewhere. It came from rhodium. Well, now rhodium's back down. It's no longer 16, it's 3 to 4. So they're not making enough profit to keep running. So I did a show where I told you about the power problems that caused them to say, we're going to decrease the supply by 15%. And then just the end of last year, they started asking for people to voluntarily get laid off because they're stopping manufacturing or production or mining of platinum because they don't have enough power and they're running short on money. So there you go. How could a platinum Gold miner run out of money. Economic war.
So if platinum goes to 4,000 an ounce, like you mentioned, you know, the previous scenario, that would make this little guy here worth over $500.
And what is that? 10, you'd be able to get a half ounce of gold and have some change.
It's 5 grand. Just
Then you'd be able to get, you'd be able to get a half ounce of, or 10 grams of gold, excuse me.
sounds good to me.
Yeah, because it's going to double the price, as it's historically done. I mean, just pull up the chart. You did it. You're the one who did it for me. You pull up the gold and platinum chart and overlay them?
I can overlay them, but I can't overlay them on 100.
No. You did it already. And no, I just need them to like fucking kind of sort of overlay to where you can see where they're at.
Just
I mean,
recently.
you did. You did that already. So you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Platinum was always above gold in price.
Yeah.
The lowest it was above gold was 50% higher. So that would be at a minimum, it would be $3,000 right now.
It used to be 2 to 1, you know,
Yeah.
historically, and now it's 1 to 2.
Yeah.
So that's
Buy platinum. That right there, that number tells you buy platinum.
It's a big flip.
Fuck yeah, it is. So buy platinum.
What do you think about the gold to silver ratio?
It's obviously skewed.
But do
You
you
go with historical shit, you know, was it 15 to 1, 7 to 1? So people are saying they'd be happy with 21. But yeah, 15 to 1 is where it should be. So right now, yeah, buy silver. That's why I say buy silver and platinum, because basically all the numbers that are out there that people go off of, if you go to any business school and you learn how to do business, the first thing you're going to realize on your own is, well, silver and platinum are a damn good buy right now.
I think anything higher than 50, 50
Mm-hmm.
on the silver to gold ratio is high.
Yeah.
But that's just my opinion.
And quite frankly, now's the best time to take gold and trade it for silver. If gold doesn't make any more of a run, because what is it now? Almost 90 to 1, 85, something like that.
I'm not big on trading physical metals.
Oh, dude, that's arbitrage. You're arbitraging.
You're better off doing that in an index fund, you know, or an ETF or something like that.
No, I don't do paper.
Well, for trading, paper's the way to go because the fees are minimal.
Yeah.
And, you know, there's no bulk to carry it, and the ease of trading it is very, very simple. But I'm not even advocating that.
I didn't suggest you were. I'm just saying I don't.
What I do is I just stop accumulating gold, right?
Well, yeah, then throw your money at that point in time, you should throw your money at platinum.
Silver and
Throw your money at platinum, at least you're doubling the amount of gold when it gets back to normal ratios.
and nickel. Don't forget about nickel.
Who's that? Oh, nickel, yeah.
Nickel's a deal of the century. If you saw my video, but yeah, trade. If you have gold, I don't have a lot of bullion. If I had bullion gold, I would take half that bullion gold and put it in platinum. But that's like what I would do. At least half of it.
I hear you.
Everyone does things differently. Everyone has different motivations for why they're into precious metals. I have this conversation with Jake, Custom Parts, all the time, because he stacks for different reasons. And I tell him, I was like, well, you know, if you have the metal, like for example, let's use platinum. Why not? It's what I talk about all the time. Say you have 1 ounce and you're saving it for whatever reason. Well, if you got it at a low number and then it jots up and you already know and believe that it is an actual value of 4,000 and you get it for 1,000. And then, you know, in a couple of months, it shoots up to 7,000 or 8,000. You sell it wait for it to come back down to what you believe is a reasonable price of 4,000, which is a historical average of double gold, seeing if gold doesn't change its price. And then you buy an ounce and 3/4. And that's how you gain. If you're just stacking for the next generation, instead of just having one, play it and gain. Because it's, it's always going to go up. So it's, sell high, reuse the money, buy low, and that type of thing. And a lot of people don't want to do that. A lot of people do that. It's perspective and what you're individually stacking for. What are you doing back there? Like me, I don't give a shit about the price of the premium. I'd rather have my extra fiat cash in silver than in the bank, even if I throw money away at the premium. Because if you look at it with inflation, if I don't have to cash out a little bit of that silver, then I'm actually making more by keeping that cash in silver. But then I do always cash out because I need it for whatever. But it's like being my own bank. I don't go to the bank and it's not traceable. No one knows what I'm spending on. They know I sell it. They don't know for what. So it's more private. And that's, if you're not going to pay for it, you don't want it. I want privacy.
Yeah, I find that a unique way to go. Like that says to me, you hardcore distrust the system. Because when I buy metal, I just want to hold it. I don't want to be trading it.
I spent 17 years setting IRS up to go tell them to fuck themselves, and it worked.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that's.
And that was on a $137,000 bill. They said I owed them. I told them I'll give you $100 and you go fuck yourself. And they laughed at me. And then my lawyer went to him and they came out of a meeting and said, "They'll take the $100."
Yeah, GM, that's my approach with PMs. If I buy them and forget about them.
And that's another perspective on the way to do it. There's so many ways to do it. It just depends on, again, it depends on you. And there's only one of you. So you are the only one who has your perspective on why you're doing what you do. In this case, it's stacking. So no one else, but maybe 8%, up to 24% will stack for that similar reason. Me, I imagine I'm kind of an anomaly. 8% of stackers don't do it the way I do. Probably none do. I'm probably the only one that does it my way. But whatever.
That's okay. Like you're having fun doing it, and you know what the costs are.
Yeah, I went to war for this country for the same right that I'm using right now.
Mm-hmm.
I take my silver, turn my cash into silver, turn my silver into cash, and it's not traceable. You don't know what I bought with my cash. It's not a credit card. It's not this. It's not that. It's private. It's my transaction. It's not the government. It's not for some company to know about. I don't want you to trace or track me. And I am serious about.
Gotcha.
As much so as I can be without crossing a legal line. I don't do that.
Yeah.
But and this is one way where I can legally keep you out of my business.
That's right.
So it cost me a little bit of fiat. I'll go back to work and earn more. It's worth it to me. And actually, everyone should thank people like me, because with people like me, we will have sound money again.
Well, people like you end up being our landlord, maybe.
No, that'll never happen.
I'm just kidding.
I've already determined if I get a whole bunch of money, whoever's living in anything that I build, where I build it, they'll be living there for free.
Hey, Nickel. I thought I saw you type something in the chat. I think it was at Sal's about a hernia. Is that for real?
No, I was just making a joke.
Okay.
Him always doing his workout. I said, someone said that's making me. They said something. I said, give me a hernia. Oh, might have been Emerald Coast Stacker said something. I think.
Okay.
This is one thing you guys can do.
It's good.
A seat that'll make your back eventually, if you do it right and for long enough, this will give you back muscles that hardly any bodybuilder has. Just 2.5 pounds. Pull it out for a minute with palms out like that, and then a minute like that. Just a minute, and do it a couple times a day, and eventually your whole back will be defined as hell. Just from no weight, 2 pound weights, 2.5 pound weights.
That's cool.
While you're sitting down doing stuff.
I mean, I may have a hernia starting, but I don't. It's not. It. You can't see it if it is. You can't see it yet.
Okay. Well, hopefully it's not. I heard that's never a nice thing.
No. You get if it gets bad enough, you almost got to have surgery for it.
Yep.
I've known people that have them.
Oh yeah, my dad had one. I've had a couple of people I worked with did.
So I've always kept a strong core, body core, where I don't have, and luckily I've never had the injury to where it caused a hernia.
The problem with hernias is they can kill you, because basically what's happened is part of your intestines have pushed out through your muscle wall, and it's getting pinched. It can become like gangrenous.
Yeah. Yeah, it becomes the same things happens if you have a noose, and or a tourniquet. There's a better example.
Yeah, it's like putting a tourniquet on part of your intestine.
That's why I keep a solid core, strong lower back, central area.
Your kitty up on the bookshelf has a solid core too. Look at him.
That is that's Harley.
Self-serve salon.
I bet Neil's the kind of guy that could eat 5 pizzas and wouldn't gain an ounce.
Probably wouldn't, but I'd be running around the house doing a lot more work. I find the more I eat, the more energy I have, and I have a lot of energy if I don't eat. If it tells you anything. Western Kansas. Is there a yellow brick road and a girl named Dorothy with a dog that lives anywhere near you, Annie? Just asking. They made a movie one time about that shit. You see any lions that talk, run.
And the witch chick didn't win anything for it. She probably played that role as good as anybody ever played a role. I remember as a kid, I used to hide when she came on.
Yeah, the Addams Family used to be scary at one time too.
I like it when he crashed the trains into each other. That was the best part of that show.
With Addams Family?
Yeah.
Yeah. Unbroken, 100%. Yeah, it's little things like right now. I don't know if you see that. I do calf workouts, calf stretches while I'm sitting here. That's why you see me change position right now. I'm working the right calf.
Remember that show, Addams Family? He had the little stock ticker thing, and every time it went way up, he would always think it was terrible. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Hey, I might have if the dude goes through with it, I might have some footage of the Texas Mexican border from a subscriber, some video, because I'm suspect on what's going down there.
Well, we chatted. What did I chat about that? Oh, and Popzilla's, and the problem I've got with it, I agree with Texas, but the Supreme Court.
Oh no! I'm not talking about that at all. I'm talking about the caravan or supposed caravan, because I've seen pictures where they.
Oh, the convoy.
Yeah, well, of people coming up from the south.
Truck drivers are going down there.
Yeah, I know about that too. and they're going 10 miles west of this town, supposedly where this park's at. But I've seen pictures of this park where there's not any
But
National Guard, and there's no feds, there's no nothing. And then I also see pictures of hundreds of people and cops and feds, and I'm like, how the hell can it go from one extreme to another at the same location? So I have questions about the whole damn thing.
Well, the question I have is, I agree with what Texas is doing with the wiring, but the Supreme Court told them
If
not
it is
to.
indeed happening,
And if that's the
my thing is, if it indeed is happening.
but the
I've
danger
seen,
is, if the
I've seen
Supreme
pictures
Court,
of that park. I've seen pictures of that park with no razor wire, no cops, no National Guard. Recent pictures, so I
But
don't know where other pictures came from. So one of the two pictures are fake. That tells me the whole story is suspect.
but if they are, and if the
Yeah, I don't run off ifs, man. If you run off
you
ifs,
gotta
you're
if it.
gonna
You gotta
lose.
if it. If
No, if
that is, and the Supreme Court ruled what they did, and then they don't do what the
they didn't
Supreme Court.
rule. See, that's the thing.
Well, yeah,
There's
okay,
there's
but
your if just got proved. No, there was no ruling. They made a written response saying they're not taking the case, and the news turned it a little bit and twisted it a little bit. You got to
but they
do your
but they
own
also
diligence. There was no Supreme Court vote ruling
wait
whatsoever.
wait
The
they
only
also
ruling the Supreme Court made was they weren't going to hear the case. That
well
is the ruling they made.
yet, but they gave a stay on it and said don't do nothing until we do rule on it. So if
And
that's
that happens all the time in political situations when you want to get the Supreme Court involved. They want to stay out of it, and they come up with something like that, and they'll get back to it after the scenario's over with, and it's no longer political. It's happened many times in the past.
but
It's not an indicator.
But if they do that and Texas continues, if they are, because we got ifs here, if they are, that's a bad precedent because now the blue states will not do anything the Supreme Court says
And if
do.
the Confederate soldiers put back on their uniforms, we're going to be in trouble if it happens. If. There's no reason to talk about ifs, bro. Hey, if the aliens come down, that changes everything. These are all ifs. I don't believe in ifs. That's why I am suspect of the whole damn story. Because I've seen too many pictures, too many different sides. Of one, there's nothing there. One, there's a whole bunch of shit there. I'm like, whoa. I need validation of what's
for the good or
actually
bad
happening.
of it. If the Supreme Court makes a ruling, I think for the country to
not a
survive, we have
It's
to
not a
do what
ruling.
they say. Because
No,
if you don't, then you have
No,
a
you
civil
don't.
war.
You don't have to do what they say. And see, this is what that ifs lead you to. Well, if, and then you get in an argument about ifs. And hey, you know what? While we're arguing about the ifs, what's really happening is going on because what they want us to do is argue about the ifs. You see what's saying? It's working. It's working. We're being distracted by ifs. It's working.
Well,
We're
what does
winning.
Wealth of Nation think, and what does JM think? Because I think they ain't saying nothing.
Well, I agree with Neil that it is suspect if you're seeing pictures like that on both sides.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. I'm open-minded. I'm just saying because I'm open-minded, I've seen other pictures, and because I'm open-minded, now I'm not sure because I've also seen pictures of the same little kid in 3 different spots in Lebanon getting injured 4 times.
Right. There's a lot of
so there's staged stuff out there that makes it on national news that we should trust, all to change our feelings about something so they can pass a law or something that fucks us.
And perception.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Deception. Before I get upset about anything, I need more facts because I don't like getting played. I get more upset about being played than the game.
I get worried when people put information out there, and when you look into it, you find out that it was reported by mainstream.
And that's why, like I said, if this guy says he's in Texas, he's like an hour and a half away from this area, and he said he's going to go down there with a video, talk to some people, and find out what the fuck. And I gave him a suggestion to go to the local truck stop because that's where the dudes will be most boastful, proud, and whatnot, and talking freely, and you can get the most information.
Yep, good
on
idea.
at least what they're hearing, whether or not it's factual or not. It's what they're hearing, what they're talking about in their feelings. And then from that, along with what you see, send me that video. I believe that video because I trust this source. And then I can come up with a conclusion on my own before I go off all willy-nilly want to start some fucking civil war when all it was a fake fucking video that caused the change to the course of America. I don't think I want to be part of that one. I need some more proof. Because we already know psyops are going on, so I don't want to get played. And right now, tensions are running high, and that's the time I sit back and I analyze shit. That's why I say I think I'm a Sigma. Because I think I'm being played. So I need more facts. I'm not going to do anything. I'm not going to say one way or another. I need more facts. Facts I can trust. What's Wealth No Nations? He didn't kick in.
No. Maybe you said I ain't touching that.
You had the stage.
Maybe
you know.
yes.
Yeah, no, I tend to agree. I mean, in terms of, I like having a lot of information on an issue before I make a conclusion. So, yeah, I mean, the powers that be like playing on people's emotions.
Well, 25 states did come together and agree with Texas on what they're doing. So it's got to be some fact to it.
No, what they said is they are behind them, and if called for, they will send their National Guard. They said in solidarity, basically. We're in solidarity with Texas is what they stated. No actual equipment, manpower, anything's been moved. No money's changed hands. No money's been used to transport troops. None of that stuff. It's all, and it's sounding actually more to me like it's a game. Someone wants to start civil war. So if that's the fact, then to have one would help whomever wanted it, and whoever wanted it must be an enemy of America. So if you follow through with that, you are actually anti-American because you're giving the enemy exactly what they want. And if you study history and you know Sun Tzu and the Art of War, you'd say, maybe I ought to sit back and not win for the enemy the war they don't have to fight because I gave it to them. That's all I'm saying. And all the facts are out there. Everyone says, "Oh, the Sun Tzu, or the Chinese are in everything." Yeah, okay. Well, let's not forget any of that before coming to any conclusions about anything, because they're not going to leave all kinds of happy and say, "Oh, it's okay. Well, you caught us. We're gone." When the fuck did that ever happen? I'm still waiting to find out what's happening about the fucking bioweapons lab in America, just south of me, by the Communist Chinese Party on American soil. Bioweapons. Proven. Isn't that an act of war? Hold on, wait, let me check my reference. Okay, yeah. How do you war? You use bioweapons. Yeah, that's an act of war. So I'm not getting played, bro. Someone's distracting us for a reason.
You know, it's weird when you guys were talking about this. Picture came into my mind, you know, of all these people that have come up through the southern border over the last several years. And I think the numbers I heard that they were saying were expected it for the truck drivers was something like 700,000. I saw that a couple times, which seems like a really big number.
Truckers?
Yeah.
No. See, this is a misinformation thing. I heard 700 trucks. Because there's going to be 3 of them in 3 different locations. One in Arizona, one in San Diego, and one in this place in Texas, all happening like this week coming up or something. 3 different locations. And there's no 700,000 trucks. There was 700 trucks going to the park in Texas. I don't know how many are going to us in the one in Arizona or the one in San Diego. And I'm not sure the one in San Diego is going to do real well because they're still flooded, I think.
Yeah, 700,000 sounded really high to me, but
yeah, see, that's what you got to watch the numbers.
Times.
You got to watch where you get your information. Don't believe anything, dude. And that's why I'm sending this guy down. This guy, hopefully, Not me, so I'm not sending him. I asked him to go. He said he wanted to go. I'm encouraging him to go. Shall I say? I'm not sending him at all. He's a good friend of mine. I'm hoping he does go because he wants to see those truckers too. And his number that he told me when he was doing his research was 700 truckers were going to show up in Texas at that park area. And he said he was confused because what he found out was it's not actually at the park. They've been set to the side by 10 miles, and it's on someone's private land. So they're not even going to be on public land. So I'm curious about that as well. Because typically it's no big deal if it's public or private land. So there might be some issue for why they're all changed up and are going 10 miles away, and those truckers are meeting on some private land. So I need to check that out too.
When that happened here in Canada, Ottawa got so congested that there were farmers in the area, outside of Ottawa, and there were parking lots and private land where they were setting up. And then what it did was it allowed them the ability to cycle in and out, and refuel and things like that. So to me, if they're sending 700 and they're going onto a private land, then that's just the first wave, and they're setting up a camp there.
Yeah, and again, I don't know. I just numbers you told me, numbers I heard told me from this guy that I know personally, who actually does like me, does research before he does anything, because it is going to take him like 2 hours one way to get there. So he's not like going to just willy-nilly go. He's going to, make sure he's what he's getting into. He's even, being it's Texas, he's even going to take a few extra poo-poos in case. I told him that's a bad idea, but it's Texas, whatever. But he's definitely going to bring a camera and videotape it. And hopefully I'll have some of that on this channel. Show you exactly what's going on from someone who went down there, who's not paid by a company for profit to give you news.
Sounds good.
That's a more trust. Yeah, I think this is an important, for some reason, this seems to be somewhat of an important issue. It's getting more attention from me than any other issue that's been coming up recently, because there is a push for America to fight with themselves. And the one thing I ask everyone, Nickel, Wealth, everyone here, Unbroken, remember these words: united, we stand. Divided, we fall. Who's our enemy? What are they doing? Think about it. That's all I got to say about that.
Yeah, I've put in the chat a couple times. Politics equals divide and conquer.
Yeah. Just remember, we're all people. We ain't got to be killing each other because someone's greedy, power hungry, hates us, lying to us, and all these things we know are going on. So let's not fall into that rabbit hole. That's all I got to say. Let's be true patriotic Americans and not do that. Let's support each other, be kind, helpful, and grateful. And I bet we'll be able to screw our enemy a lot harder. And get blessed by God if you're into that kind of thing. I am. And good weed and cats and dogs. Sorry, I digress. All right, you guys can talk now.
That's okay. It sounds like you're just talking off the top of your head now. And
yeah, I just had to get, I don't want like division, because it's our enemies, man. That's what they want. It's easier to conquer us if we're at each other's throats.
I just gotta do it. Right when you hear that initial, it's just no. The sound makes it so I don't want to do it.
My challenge to everyone is next time you hear something that makes you want to be divisive about America, go out and hug an enemy.
Got like little prongs on the end.
Well, guys, I have to wrap it up for the night. It's getting rather late here, but everybody have a good evening, and I'll see you next week.
You have a good one, Wealth of Nations. Thank you very much for showing up here and listening to me bullshit.
All right.
You too, Wealth. Have a good week.
Take care. You too.
Unbroken says Sun Tzu seemed like a bit of a Judaist philosophy.
Jesuit.
Jesuit philosophy. I'm seeing it with 4 eyes right now. Sorry.
That's okay. I'll be there soon too.
You know, there's lots. Everyone's psychotic. You just got to admit it. There's more than one of you inside you. You have more than one personality because you have happiness, you have sadness, you have kindness, you have meanness. And all these, if someone asks you the same question when you're in a different state of mind, 9 out of 10, you're going to give a different answer. So that means you're a different person. So the more honest you are with yourself, the more honest you can see what's going on. And if it's so different philosophies apply. It's like math. It's like algebra. It's what problem solving technique solves this problem properly. There's a lot of them out there that get you the right answer, but only one of them's the right way. I failed algebra myself, but yeah, it's like that.
I hear what you're saying. I was going to say I think you're still the same person, but it's like split personalities.
If that's what people feel comfortable calling it. Some days I feel totally negative too, and those are the days I'm more withdrawn because I realize I don't need to be spreading that shit, and I'll see some reports and I'll have negative thoughts. And I'm like, whoa, Neil, we got the angry Neil today. Let's go ahead and tame that down. We're 1,000 personalities. It's the ones we allow out at whatever time that makes us who we are, and to be strong enough to realize there's all those personalities in you, depending on the circumstance. If you know that, then you can control who you're perceived as, and therefore who you are seen as, and therefore who you become. What's up, Christopher? You want to come up to the panel? He said, "Forgive me, gentlemen."
It wasn't actually a plan because I love that remake. The original or that form was never.
I thought Thule would be here today, but I didn't see her.
I think I chased her away last time I was on her live chat.
But what'd you say?
Oh, I was a little. I let things run out of my mouth before speaking, shall we say. And I caught myself in the middle of it and stopped. Because I was raised by a Navy guy, so and I've been an iron worker, so I'm quick to be a smartass, basically. Luckily, I caught myself in the middle of it, but everyone figured out what I was going to say quick enough. So it was kind of funny. I just usually don't. That actually hardly ever happens. I must have been having a good time chatting with him.
Well, Constitutional can't be here anymore because he is either driving to work or coming back from work. I think he says 100 miles round trip. So I told him if he wanted to move, the time was to move now. Yeah, he has a good reason.
100 miles ain't shit. I put 20,000 miles a year on my car for like 20 years straight. And I lived in the same spot because the job changed. Sometimes I drive 20 miles round trip. Sometimes I drive 180 miles round trip. So, no crying, nothing. I mean, this is what I got for him. 100 miles ain't shit round trip.
But do you miss him though?
Huh?
But
it's just an excuse for me to be lazy and not here. That's all. I don't accept it from him. He's stronger than that.
pull over and hang out with us. Take a break.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, bitch. Get your ass over to the side of the road and fucking hook up. Hook a brother up, motherfucker.
Yeah. Get an assistant in the passenger seat there.
No, he's doing good right now, man, with what he's got going on his work. He's got a fucking awesome possibilities opening up to point that other people are going to finance for him. He's in a good spot. He needs to keep it going.
Sweet.
Yeah, no, he's getting set up for self-success if he chooses to go in that direction. I would. I'd take all that training and say, see y'all, I remember those 100-mile days? I'm out of here. Thanks for the training. But that's me. He already gave him a good part of his life. He shouldn't fucking feel compelled to do anything more. But that's my opinion. And just like assholes, we all have them and they all stink. Except for Nichols. Nichols smells like nickel.
I thought the saying was.
Cotton candy.
I thought the saying was, and everyone thinks that everyone else's stinks.
Oh, I'm more realistic, man. I said, what's it? Yeah, we all have opinions and they're all like assholes and they all stink.
Yep.
Even mine does. The only difference is I get to do mine. I don't care about yours. Yeah. My opinion matters, not yours, or to me. And to you, your opinion matters, not mine. Yeah, I accept that, and I don't care either way. You know, I'm still going to do what I do, and I try to just make it be kind. I feel grateful. Yeah. And have fun. I do have a lot of fun.
People's opinions matter to me. Helps me to get to know them, you know?
Yeah, I don't care.
Me neither.
I don't care.
Whatever.
You know, I'm not gonna live what someone else thinks about me. Lift me up, yes. Bring me down, no. If you don't, you know, if you're not positive and at least kind, I'm not gonna be around you to give a fuck anyhow what you think of me. You know, I don't like hanging around. You know, and I'll call people out, even in the neighborhood. I'm like, hey, man, why are you an asshole? Quit it. I did it just last week to this friend down the road, man. Guy was a real dick. I was very pleasant with him, but shall we say, linguistically, I intellectually let him have it politely. But he was so ignorant he didn't catch a fucking bit of it. And that's the funny part. And he was a big boy too, but I didn't back down. I was like, man, you know, I'm about ready to cut loose on someone anyhow, so you better watch it. That's all I got to say. Yeah, kids these days, little 40-year-old stupid fucker, man. Stupid. But whatever, you know. He gave me a bad day for about a half hour. And then I quit thinking about him. I was like, fuck him. But he does need to move. And I'm thinking about doing some shit to make him move. But I don't know. You know, I don't know if it's worth it or not. Still considering it.
Pretty fun chat going on in the live chat side there too. I'm trying to keep up with it.
Yeah, so I'm trying to read right now. I just caught sounds like what? Crossbows, blowguns, what? We go down to Rio de Janeiro, I don't mean, or something.
That's another great thing with the live streams is, you know, people can network and
Oh fuck, that's what this is.
you can have 5 different topics going on at the same time.
That's what this is all about, man. Everyone should fucking be like having a good conversation. If it's not between us three, whoever's chatting, if they're saying something interesting, shit, bring them up on stage. Let's get going. Bring my kitties on stage.
That's right.
Dude, there's so many ways to do that, but we're not going to talk about that because that'll give me a strike. It all depends. See, if you know history, you know the answer to how to make what John Betha just spoke about, which I would like no one to talk about vocally in the chat school, but vocalizing it, let's use those words just in case, for strike reasons.
Yep.
But if you go through history, through the time period where humans went from, I don't know, where we were in before we went to a farming style of community, when we were still hunter-gatherers, and go back just to the basics of how they used to do things in different cultures in that time. Certain cultures use certain techniques that are very, very simple to make that substance in whatever form enough toxicity to do the job on any kind of spear, dart, whatever. So it's very easy to have toxic stuff like that and put it on tips of things and implant them into others intramuscularly or interdermally.
Hypothetically speaking.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Until further notice.
This is not financial advice. Oh no, I shouldn't say that right now. No, there's so much shit, man. That's why I like and I actually still to this day thinking of doing one. I saw this guy build an 8-foot trebuchet. And you know, that doesn't sound like much, but if you think about it, if you could throw a 2-pound or 3-pound something 200 or 300 yards, just think about what you could put in there and throw. If you just already had your property marked out, you could have some non-lethal, non-registered, non-traceable, non-nothing at your house and hit someone as far as, you know, at least half of an AK or AR would go. And if you know anything about anything, there's several substances that you could put together and manufacture that weigh less than 3 pounds. If you could throw 150 yards, that's a fucking win. And people don't talk about that. Maybe because everyone lives in a city, who knows? I think about home defense in a country setting.
Well, those trebuchets bring me back to like hundreds of years ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they worked great, man. They worked real great. And you can, you know, just think about it. You don't have to, and everyone, you instantly will think about, oh, wow, the 500-foot tall one that threw cars. Nah, that is a trebuchet, but a more important design could be used, or more appropriate, not important, but an appropriate design could be used, made and used, a little 8-footer, 6-footer, 10-footer, something that would hold 30 pounds, maybe even, you know, for a counterweight. And there's different styles that you can make, but still, all of that stuff is when people are talking about, oh, you're gonna run out of ammo, blah 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 blah. Yeah, okay, so what? Have you ever heard of a blunderbluster? If you knew about history, you'd know what one of those things is. So, you know, there was no bullets back then, and they still had the shit running. You know, if you think as a modern day person using the system that they trained you to think under, you only have limited options. If you're a free thinker, there's several thousand options. Then you'll probably be more likely to survive.
Did you watch that movie Troy?
You talking about the ancient one, Helen of Troy?
Yeah.
No, I haven't actually seen that one.
With Brad Pitt in it?
Yeah. I love the opening scene in that. I mean, it's like the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, I've never seen. I know the fable. I know the story.
There's a really good scene where right near the beginning of it, he's maybe 6 foot tall, but he's going up against the other side's best soldier, and he's a giant. He looks like he's got to be, what would you say, Nickel? 10 foot? He's like a giant.
I guess.
Do you remember the scene I'm talking about?
No, I don't think I saw part of it.
Oh, okay.
You'd be talking about one of those times when they were at war, right before the war started, when they had the opportunity for the hero of each side to meet each other and end the battle in a one-person single combat. Do you recall the name of the other tribe that they were fighting, or the other army that he was fighting? Was it Achilles? That would be. He was with the Trojans, I think.
That's right. It was Achilles. And to me, it was over the Roman Empire, right?
Yeah, because there were several different battles. Depending on the battle, it would be the anti-hero or the hero on the other side. However, you would recall history, in your independent opinion.
If you get a chance, I think you'd really like that one scene in there where Achilles, he's like 6 foot and he's going up against the other guys, the other side's top guy. And,
yeah, is that where he jumps at him and he stabs him right here?
Oh, you did see it. Yep.
Yeah.
Did you like that? I kind of thought you'd love that scene. If you had
Actually, I saw it on Shadowversary.
Okay.
Anyone watch Shadowversary?
No.
He's a chubbier, younger guy. He's got a family. He lives in Australia, I believe. He does recreations and explains different weapon types of medieval times. And he's been going for about 8 years with his channel. And he does movie scene fight breakdowns. And they add legitimacy or lack thereof of any fight scene choreographed thing that they do.
Yeah.
And they determined that was actually a good move if for someone, shield and speared on short sword.
Yep.
It was a good, so tactically and weapons used at the time, stuff, it was a good kill move.
And if you analyze it closely, he actually deked him out. He dekes to the left first and then goes
Yeah,
off to the
it's
right.
like basketball.
Yeah.
You got the jump.
Basketball.
Yeah, you got the jump shot on him instead of a ball. It was a sword, and it was the last time he got the advantage.
I saw David and Goliath.
Oh, that was with the sling, as John Bethy said. He likes slings and bolos. David and Goliath is more of a sling thing. And quite frankly, that's another weapon that's highly underrated. That, and the wrist rocket, dude. That thing's got some. If you get if you have a real strong pull one that won't snap on you when you pull back on it, let me tell you, man, those things are dangerous. And they're, again, unregistered on, a lot of this other stuff that you could just have around the house.
Absolutely.
So you got to think, when you think home defense, don't negate the historical things that you could use that aren't registered, because everyone wants you to think, oh, you can only protect yourself with an AR or something. No, you can't. There's several fucking things.
A spear is an excellent weapon because you can use it with your hands or you can throw it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, a staff technique. If you have a spear end on a staff, a quarter staff with a spear tip on it is, depending on, the situation, you got a throwing situation or a close situation, depending on how the person's coming at you. If they have a firearm, obviously you're going to want to take advantage of as much distance as possible, in which case you want to be practically trained in use of throwing as accurately as possible. That's that spear or whatever it is. But yeah, I don't know. A good walking stick, as long as they don't have a weapon on it, don't bring a knife to a gunfight kind of scenario.
Oh, now you've been watching Untouchables. That's what Sean Connery said. The guy
it's been said quite a bit in several different movies. It's a well used and meaningful.
Have you seen Untouchables? Sean Connery.
Is that where they were all like assassin types or something like that?
No, they worked. They worked for the Fed. They were busting up distilleries and alcohol against.
No, I didn't see that one.
Chicago against
Scarface.
Have you seen it,
Yeah,
Jan?
No, I haven't seen that one.
I don't think so.
League of Extraordinary
That's a great
Gentlemen.
movie. That's a great movie. I think Sean Connery won something for that.
Say the name of it again.
The Untouchables.
Untouchables. You know, I think I actually did see about half an hour of that.
John Bethy. I'll even take that statement a little bit closer. And so he says the most dangerous enemy is the one that's close to you. The most dangerous enemy is your mind.
You can throw stars for weapons, a boomerang. I wouldn't know how to use a boomerang, but
That's why I say learn a skill. You know, learn. Hell, quite frankly, in today's society, the best and most meaningful weapon you could become trained in would be a walking stick or a quarterstaff. Because if you're in crowds or you're in a mall or you're in the city and you get out, you can have a walking stick with you. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty subtle.
They make them very ornate even. Oh, I got some hair. There we go. It's a little dusty.
you can put swords in them too.
Well, if you're going through like metal detectors and shit, you want to be careful with that kind of thing. But yeah, I mean, that one's made out of bamboo and it's got a little fucking head on it. It's fucking perfect, dude.
You can also have a little 22
Well,
long one.
Yeah, you know, it could be a lot of things. It could be ray gun. But legalities being what they are, if you use it, then you got to face the law. If you had to conceal something or other and you didn't have a license, minus all that legal bullshit that you'll face for all that extra stuff, the staff on its own, without any of that legal stuff that you'll face, is a great weapon to take or a great thing to have in public scenarios if you have to be in public areas, because it is safe and you can use it legally and not have to explain why there was a sword in it or a gun or anything like that and have to hire a lawyer and all this other extra stuff. If you were well versed in something, again, like I said, it's got a big round fucking knob on it, an extension of your arm, just bam, and you knock the motherfucker out. You know, if they weren't looking at you, and if you're in an environment where it's a mass shooting scenario, 9 out of 10, they're just shooting. They ain't looking directly at you or even in your direction until they're looking in your direction. At that point in time, you have the extended reach of that thing to knock them the fuck out. And you don't have to say, well, yeah, I pulled the sword out of my scabbard. Arrest that man for attempted murder. Because you're going to have some liberal judge there that'll take you to fucking court, even though you're the good guy in this scenario. You want to minus all that bullshit out. And to minus all that bullshit out, you got to realize there are those kind of judges out there. And those kind of cops out there that'll take the other perspective and say, oh, well, you went from being victim to being the attacker. Well, if you just have a small staff or walking stick that's nothing more than that, then you can say, you know, my leg hurt that day and I stubbed my toe, and you have a legitimate reason for having it, and it's not a weapon. Because when you go in the legal definition of weapons and assault and battery, defense of oneself, there's different criteria that have to be met. So you want to stay as far away from that legally as possible. The walking stick, no additives or preservatives, just a stick. Like I said, maybe have a big ball at the end of it or something. Make it look like a walking stick, but become well versed at using it. Like the Filipino stick technique. If you knew the Filipino stick technique, and you had a walking staff, you'd be deadly. More deadly than someone with nunchucks. Because the Filipino stick technique is a very, very, very nice fighting technique.
Seen the movie Blind Fury?
What was that again?
Blind Fury,
What about it?
where the guy was blind and all he had was that stick and a sword in it.
Oh no, was it like Kung Fu Theater kind of movie, or?
No, it was that bar guy. It was in, gosh, what movie he was in? He was that stalker in that one movie. Daggone it. can't think of his first name. He's dead now, but he couldn't see a drip, but he would just. He had Tex Cobb in the movie. He used to be a boxer, and he would use that sword, and he couldn't see, but he knew whenever they was trying to do something, and he would. It's really actually a good movie. It's called Blind Fury. You ought to watch it. Hank Bob. He played in the. Gosh darn, what was that movie? The Hiker. I think it's called The Hiker, or the. I think he was in that. The what?
Hitchhiker?
Well, yeah, I think that was it.
It's been like 15 years since I've been to the movie theater seen a movie. So if it's a newer movie, I know about it.
Free.
Yeah, if it's an older movie, I'd stood a chance of watching it. If it's a newer movie, I mean, what I mean newer, I mean like 10 years or more, 15 years or more. If it's not on like any streaming thingy, I haven't seen it. And I don't pay for shit. I wait till it comes out for free. So sometimes I don't see movies for like, if they're real good, it takes like a couple of years before I get to see them. But yeah, I don't pay for it. I boycotted movies a long time ago. A lot of actors too. I don't watch their shit.
Yeah, I try to avoid the Hollywood stuff as much as possible.
Yeah, the whole scene's pretty nasty, man. What do you guys got going on back here? You're making so much noise. Oh.
So hey, Nickel, I looked up The Hiker and The Hitchhiker, and there's a movie called The Hiker and a movie called The Hitchhiker. Is it about a bunch of kids that go hiking in the mountains?
No, wrong one.
Dang.
Rutger Hauer.
Say again?
Rutger Hauer. Yours. Netherlands. The Hitcher. Blade Runner. Blind Fury.
Doesn't it have Wesley Snipes in it?
I don't know if he was in any movies with Snipes or not. He was in one movie where they hunted down people and killed them for sport. I forgot what that is. That's a remake. They already had made that movie. And he remade it. He was pretty good. He was actually underrated for an actor. He's got a cult following. People they watch anything he's in.
That's kind of stupid, but cool, I guess.
Unbroken 1010 was asking, best elastic for a slingshot, bungee cord? I'm thinking bungee cord is not a good idea.
Yeah. I'd use
the actual proper, they're kind of like rubber.
Yeah, it's like a surgical rubber.
Yeah.
I don't recall what it's called.
But yeah,
it's got strength and the flexibility and stretchability. Flexibility or stretchability, I don't know what it's called. Now, if you guys want a real good, this is not financial advice. So that's not what I meant. Okay, this right here is a laundry card I use at the laundromat. You put money on it and whatnot. If I took this edge right here, because it's plastic, right? If I sharpened this edge, I got a knife.
I've seen it. They sell a knife or something like that. I've seen
Yes, they do, but those go off on metal detectors. The one I just showed you wouldn't go off on a metal detector. if you were like to hop on some sort of a vehicle that took off into the sky or anything like that. Not that I'm saying that would happen or you should do it, but it is a way that you could protect yourself if you're concerned.
Hey, Neil, I'm sharing a screen here
No, don't do that. That's too kind and nice.
with
I
the
forbade that.
with the wrist rocket.
Oh yeah, I like that fucking arrow one.
This is for Unbroken 1010 asking about the type of rubber to use.
Dude, that one on the far right that looks like a bow and arrow is
Over
badass.
here?
Yeah, that's badass. That is badass, dude. You imagine the poundage he's getting off of that thing? I bet that thing would penetrate into wood. Oh, are they saying it could kill an animal?
Please don't shoot at large animals or you'll be thrown into a panic.
Okay, so it won't kill an animal. Oh, wow, those are nice looking darts.
I suspect this is okay to show on here, right?
If you want to, I'm down with it. I like it.
This is for Unbroken, but what I wanted to highlight was just the simple ones because these are cheap. You know, like this is the style that I have.
Damn, every step you can't get up on your feet. This is the style I have.
Let me see.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah, it's a one-hander, buddy. You just pull that sumbit back and go. It's only good for about 10 yards. But my front door is not 10 yards away, so it's perfect for inside the house. One shot, though, but then I got those two canes right there, so shoot with that. Hit you with the cane. Hope like fuck you don't have a gun, or I have to break out the other thing that I got. Yeah, forgot about that.
The good thing about crossbows are when you got like a rifle crossbow is you can shoot, and if you miss them, they may not even know you shot at them because they don't make any sound, so you can reload and try again.
I don't want to show the whole thing on screen. Sorry, guys. But that's the closest thing to the bed. So don't disturb me at night. Because all those things I showed you, the last one's the closest thing to me when I'm sleeping. And it'll be the first thing grabbed. The other ones are out the window because I know what city I live in. Those other ones are worthless. I mean, it's good to have and dream that you don't have a bad city where they would be effective, but
Well, I'll say it because it probably won't come back to haunt me, but I've got one shotgun. I've got a 38 special, or Saturday night special, I guess you'd say. And I have a 30-30 rifle.
right on.
That's all I got. I got one. I've got a gun from the Civil War, but it's for looks. It's not really for shooting.
And again, perspective being everything. When I say the only thing I have is a shotgun, I live inside a city. So the most effective weapon is a shotgun in urban warfare developed areas. Actually, a semi-auto shotgun's the best. But shotgun's the best because you're going to be going door to door, house to house kind of thing. If I lived in a different area, I would have a different weapon of choice. Right now, due to the perspective that I have and the scenario that I'm in, shotgun's the best.
I prefer a shotgun over for house defense. I prefer a shotgun. I think in most cases it's going to be the best thing to have.
Yeah, and you can always upgrade. You know,
unless you can get an Uzi. You get an Uzi.
Well, like I said, you can always upgrade. You know, who's coming at you and what did you have to use the shotgun on? Well, there's your upgrade. What did they have? A 9mm? Did they have an AK? Did they have it? You know, what did they have? Because now you have it. That's an upgrade. So it's a potluck pick. What's my next weapon? I don't know. What's he got?
I got a paintball gun.
Those are fucking dangerous if you fucking freeze those paintballs, bro, and turn that fucking air up all the way.
Oh.
You can screw a son of a gun up on that son of a gun, bro. Along with
You
those
got an
air.
you got an L gun too. There, you showed us that last week. Just use it.
Well, that's right too. Was the one I saw a guy that was saying you can get ammo from the studs they use with those. I think it's air compressed or
Here you
hydraulic for punching stuff into concrete.
Yeah.
There it is.
I got those guns. And what you want is the firing. Oh, shit. Get away, cat. You want the firing cat, the firing pin. Because in the. Damn it. In the shit hits the fan scenario. Ah, there you go. Damn it. Let me put these up here. These are worthless as fuck. But each one of these is a firing pin, a firing cap. So I got firing caps and a little bit of gunpowder in each one of these. So when if here's the word, if the shit ever got that bad where people would be using reloads and shit, this right here, this firing cap will be gold. Because that'll be a hard thing to get a hold of if shit hits the fan. I got like 10,000 of them. So hopefully the shit won't hit the fan and they'll just be worthless pieces of crap in my garage. But if shit hits the fan, like I said, I got about 10,000 of them, and that with they're like 22 round shorts as far as powder, the gunpowder goes. So what, 7 of them would probably make like an AR round. So, and there's 10 on that strip. So I don't know. I probably got 1,000 AR rounds worth of gunpowder and 10,000 primers or caps, firing caps. How many people you know have firing caps? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm hearing that they might become very scarce.
That's the next thing on the list, bro. Everyone's like, take the bullets. Well, I don't care. I can make my own bullets. Okay, well, take the firing caps. What are you gonna do now? I can't make my own bullets. Guess what's worth a lot of money? Firing caps.
I just pulled up a video that I did where the first 30 seconds of it features my buddy's paintball gun.
You only hit once. What was
A
that?
little bit more in a few minutes. Here we are at an offsite location.
That's it there.
That was only 11 seconds. I see 3 minutes and 41 seconds there, buddy.
Well, you want to see the whole thing?
Well, I like that gun. Are you going to fire it?
Well, most of it is actually just featuring the precious metals. So all I did is I just gave a quick clip at the beginning.
Because I actually, where I live up the road,
And we're going to be discussing
up the roads where the Super Bees play and practice, and they're like a nationally known paintball group. And that little fucking air thing you have on it, that's new as shit, man. Because we had the smaller ones that didn't last as long as that would. I don't know if they allow that in America, that big a size. They might. I don't know.
financial firepower
Oh,
in
that's
the
true.
tyrannical central banking system. And so that's why we like precious metals.
Hey, JM, if I come to your house, will you throw those 10-ounce bars at me?
No.
I was about to say, I'll come up to your house tonight, motherfucker.
Might have one in my hand when I shake your hand, though.
That is basic financial ammunition. And gold in my opinion, gold is like your bombs. That's your head.
Yeah, there's the 10-ounce silver bullet.
Yeah, I saw that you had done a video that showed your stack or something where that you showed that this I don't think this was it. Did you do another video where you showed that bullet?
I think this is it.
That's all stacks.
Okay, it might have been. Okay.
Yeah, I did.
Thank you for.
I don't recall the paintball thing in it.
Yeah, he had a shotgun one too. He had shotgun silver. Then he had
Yeah, shotgun silver. Yeah.
Then he had that big bullet. I had never seen those. I've seen the little bullets. I've seen the 45s. I've seen those.
I did a couple shorts of them, so it may not have shown that. But that was my pattern that I got there. Some of them went outside.
Here's something off the wall. 20 millimeter sniper rifle. The 20 millimeters what the A10 the Warthog fires out. It's a main gun. It's a anti-tank weapon or round.
Yeah, the machine gun on the tank shoots something like that too.
Huh?
The
was that?
machine gun they have on top of the tank shoots something like that size shell.
I'm not sure about the tanks. I do know the A10 Warthog, that's their main gun, and it shoots 20 millimeter depleted uranium rounds. It goes through like tank armor and all this other shit. Well, the Iranians came up with a 20 millimeter sniper rifle. And it's a 2-man team, one on a fucking motorcycle, the other one, it's a 45-pound rifle that's got a tripod attached to it. And it fires for like 2.5 miles or some shit like that. Unbroken saw the Hitcher.
The Hitcher movie. It is pretty good. If the first time you see it, you'll jump a lot. And then after you've seen it a couple times, you won't jump anymore. But
I think it's a 20 millimeter, John. Sorry. Go ahead.
So anyway, yeah, Unbroken has seen it. So he made a bunch of movies. I mean, a lot of them weren't big time mainstream movies, but they were. I think they all were pretty successful. I mean, I think he was a moneymaker. So. But Blind Fury, it's got humor in it and everything. It's a good movie. If you ever want to watch, I watch it. I've seen that like 10 times, 15 times. I always like to watch it.
The last show that I really watched was called The Money Heist. It was a TV series.
Hmm.
And it was actually really, really good. About heisting the all the gold reserves from, I think it was the Italian or the Spanish central bank. Spanish central bank.
Huh.
And they do get it. But it's a long TV series.
There's very few TV series that I care to watch myself, but I'm weird. I like The Curse of Oak Island. Hey, I'm not supposed to have that.
And that movie where they had used little cars to steal all the gold. That was good when they had. It was in the 1970s. That was Lord have mercy. Big name, I can't remember now his name, but that was a good one too. They made a remake of it too. Those little cars going over the center. What was that called? I can't think the name of the movie now.
I'm not sure. I know the idea of using a paintball gun for Unbroken is a good one. And I would suggest freezing your paintballs. It makes them more effective.
Tell you what, man, you don't even need to freeze them. And I wouldn't.
If you want to fuck someone up, you'll freeze them.
But
Yeah.
hold on. I'm saying just a little bit above freezing. You know how things expand? Like you wouldn't want it to pop in the freezing process. So I'm saying bring it close to freezing.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I wouldn't actually freeze them.
I tell you what, though, it'll leave a mark more than paint will. That's for damn sure.
I know.
Be a big old red welt.
You know what you do is you actually manufacture them with a little dollop of concrete in there instead of paint.
Or if you want to be vicious, load them with
Marbles.
pepper spray.
Yeah.
Pepper, yeah. So that way you hit them. Every time you hit them, not only are they getting the sting of the hit, but it's going to fucking explode pepper spray on them.
The Italian Job. Have y'all seen that? That's a Gold Heist movie.
Did not see that.
Y'all not movie people. You're like
Nope.
Nick Coins. She don't watch movies, and neither does Thule. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. I mean, Thule and Nick have never seen Star Wars original.
Oh no, that's a shame. That they ought to be last like with wet noodles or something because of that.
I watched a lot of movies up until the mid 90s. And then I got so busy. I was running 2 companies and working full time at the same time.
I
I didn't have time for movies.
There was a time where I was I'd quit one high rise, go straight to another high rise. I'm wishing for those days nowadays.
For the paycheck.
Yeah, pretty much.
So you like being way up there on top of the buildings with the wind blowing?
Oh
You know, if you pick up like sheetrock, it can blow you off a building.
Oh yeah.
You know, decking's worse than that because sheetrock's only 4x8. Decking's 3x24. Yeah, there's a few times where I've had to jump down on top of it because it took off and we were like on the 30th floor. It was hair raising. It was cool. It was adrenaline rush, and it's cool. It was fun.
I told y'all he could eat a whole cake. Something like that.
It's almost done, man.
That looks like a good cake too.
Oh man, it's triple chocolate, dude.
Done.
All the girls are like, that motherfucker.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, ladies, I'll eat it for you. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, he'll eat it and not gain an ounce. And they're going, man, if I just look at a cake like that, I gain 2 pounds.
Hell yeah. That's why they hate me.
Well, there you go. John Beatty's got the idea. His last comment.
Was that at
Oh,
ice
man.
cream?
Yeah. About the paintballs.
Mm-hmm.
Probably don't need to read it
No,
out loud, but
why not?
You know, there's metal balls too, like what, up to 60 caliber. Why could one of those propel that out? How big a metal ball could you put in there and have it propel that out?
You know, you'd have to up the pressure to max, but you could easily do that and put like a ball bearing in there instead. And it'd be, oh, damn. Oh, dude. Oh, you'd better have a backup because that motherfucker would be coming to kill you if they didn't run like a bitch.
You hit him between his legs, that'll do it. I'll take care of the situation.
Dude, one of 2 things would happen. He'd either man up, come kill you, you need to fire more, or he'd run like a bitch.
actually,
You been crawl like one. You been crawl like
damn, that would hurt. That would like break a bone hurt. Oh, with a ball bearing, about fucking 3/4 inch ball bearing. Some bitch. Coming at you about 150 miles an hour. Wham! There goes your jaw.
or you
That
can go
would
make a
hurt.
Michael Jackson album and be a millionaire.
Are you still going for a while, Neil, or what are you saying?
Huh? It all depends. You guys ready to cut it?
I can go for a little bit longer, but I got to grab a refill if I do.
Go grab a refill there, motherfucker.
Okay, I'll be right back.
There we go. Oh, my poor boy. So what's up, Nick? Nickel? What's up, Nickel?
Uh-oh, you froze up on me.
Why did I do that? It must have been
I don't know.
my sponsor for tonight's show, Coca-Cola
Mexican
and
Coca-Cola?
chocolate cake. And chocolate cake.
They claim if you get the Mexican version of that it's a lot better than the American version. Is that what it is?
I'm you tell me.
Yeah. That's what I've heard.
Yeah, I'd say it's not American.
All right, everybody. Once again, thank you so much again for joining us tonight on a Sunday. Just want to say thank you again for coming out last.
What did they say? CIA?
Almost. Took like two months of background investigations to get. But I'm allowed to go on the water now and on federal sites and government institutions and I don't know, Army bases, Navy bases, Coast Guard stations. It allows me access to all that shit. It's kind of a guaranteed job when it comes to construction. Which if you have one of those, you can pretty much work anywhere because a lot of people in construction don't have a stellar background, to be kind, and can't pass a background check, the simplest of background checks. That one's a very extensive background check to get that one. I said they do 2 months. Fucking.
Yeah, Christopher, I'm nickel stacker and I'm nickel stacking. Same person.
He's psychotic. He's two people in one.
JM's the other guy.
Yeah, JM.
He's the moderator extraordinaire.
Yeah, he's got his own show, does karaoke, and yeah, he's on a lot of other programs as a moderator. Yeah, he's a good dude. And thank you for being here, Chris. I appreciate that.
He's also a big nickel person.
Yeah, JM is, yeah.
He does nickel, silver. I don't think he's in much platinum. He might have some platinum. He's not in it much, I don't think. Maybe a little gold, maybe a little bit of gold, I think, but mostly silver and nickel.
Yeah, the more reasonably priced metals. And yes, Unbroken, it is a cheaper option. And it's legal. And that's the most important thing. Self-defense.
Neil is platinum and silver. I think that's about covers you. Platinum and silver.
Pretty much. Platinum and silver. And I might be, maybe, get a jig with Miles and Franklin.
And I am nickel, silver, platinum, gold, copper, lead.
Uranium.
No, I don't. I didn't got any uranium yet.
Lithium.
I haven't got any lithium. I'd have to invest in I'd have to do stocks and stuff or shares or ETFs on that. So I haven't got into that yet. I'm not a paper person either. Only paper I use is toilet paper. And so I probably in the near future will get into those. But, you know, my plate's pretty full with just collecting or buying lead bars, nickel bars, silver bars, platinum bars. So
I saw you get that platinum. Constitutional's been getting quite a bit of platinum here lately too.
yeah, he's got 0.8 of an ounce or something. And he'll be over an ounce the next shipment that comes in. He's ordered it, so he'll be over an ounce.
And that's a good thing.
And really, tell you the truth, with platinum, it doesn't matter whether you get an ounce or if you get 0.1. It's pretty much the difference is not as big in that as it is gold. You know, if you get a 1/10 gold, the premium, you get ripped off on the premium. And if you buy 1 ounce of platinum, you're going to get ripped off pretty good on the premium. But platinum don't seem to be as bad when it comes to that.
Unless you buy platinum through me when I'm running my specials.
Yeah. And because you get about 50% of the premium knocked off if you get it through Neil.
Yep.
And that's worth it. And that makes it you should want to buy it over gold even more. Because gold, the premiums are ridiculous. So
I'm looking at I'm gonna, after I get this commercial, about a month or 6 weeks after the commercial runs with that 1 ounce special, I'm gonna try and get the 10th ounce special, because before this 1 ounce special they ran a special for me, but I was unable to take advantage of it. Wow, the cats are acting crazy. It was a 10th ounce platinum coin for 25 over spot, but you had to buy 5 of them. So you got that was an okay deal. I'm gonna try and get a better one on fractional platinum though.
That's not a bad deal, but
it's not a bad deal, but
it's $250 over spot per ounce, right?
Yeah. And that's buying them on tenths. That's not bad because you have production cost of the coin, all this other crap. But I was hoping like maybe to get it because they had a minimum order of 5 for that.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna try and work it to where there's no minimum order, or a minimum of 2 or something. That way it's more accessible to people who want to just buy 1 or 2 at a time instead of 5, But we'll see.
The premiums on fractional silver here are crazy.
They're crazy everywhere, man. That's why I'm trying to get in and give the best deal possible. I'm going to be hopefully sometime this year have my shit more together, and I'll be working directly with both Andy Scheckman and Chris Marcus, and I'll be bringing a lot better deals. I'm still new to the industry, guys. It's like what I'm doing is I'm cutting out a niche for myself, and I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. So it's going to take a little bit of time, but I'm succeeding. Believe it or not, I'm succeeding. I find it amazing, but I cut out this little niche, and it seems like Miles Franklin might be interested in picking me up as their platinum dude or something like that.
I think that's awesome, man. As long as you don't have to get a haircut, right? If they say you got to cut your hair.
Nah, man. Nah.
Do they say that type of stuff?
It's going in that direction. It hasn't been stated yet, but as soon as I turn this commercial to him, I'll know for sure, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to send the commercial to Chris Marcus and let him doodle it up. And from what I've discovered from someone else who's a mutual friend of both of us, he's real good at editing, and he's going to add the Miles Franklin shit to it and the specialized crap and put it out. If he does that, that tells me that they're going to have me working for him as a spokesperson for platinum.
Another funny thing, if you ever want to prank them, is how Ninja always has a funky hairdo.
Mm-hmm.
Set yourself up with a funkier hairdo and show up with the camera on.
Well, if they can edit like I think they can make Neil bald if they want to.
Yeah. Actually, I was thinking of the Oriental fucking ponytail.
Yeah, if you put your hair back in a ponytail, you can't even see the tail from the back. I don't
No, I'm
think
thinking Oriental ponytail, brother.
So,
Leave it
but
back to the corner.
I didn't know they did all that. I knew people got sponsorships and stuff. I just didn't know that they would.
Like I said, I'm cutting out a niche for myself, motherfucker.
And I'm not saying that they do that. I was just sort of thought it was kind of funny.
Well, a friend of mine is a real good friend of both Andy and Chris's, and I've known Chris and Yara for a couple of years. Never met him in person, know him online because, like at Silverfest 2, I was like an interim host for him when there was an emergency, and it was during COVID, so it was all online shit. And I stood in for Yara, and they fucking apparently liked me for that. And then the following year, some other cool shit I did, and they liked me for that. So I've like been building relationship, and we'll see. We shall see. If nothing else,
Christopher asked, "So where to put my put money? Silver, nickel, always nickel. Put in what is real money? Well, the monetary metals are copper, nickel, silver, gold, zinc. Technically now zinc because it's in chains now. What am I missing? I think I named all of them, and also a platinum technically because platinum was used in the 1800s by Russia as a currency. So platinum technically is also, but you won't hear that anywhere but here because everybody else will say platinum.
What do you think of that?
It's perfect.
Reminds me of the little girl on the Flintstones. So she didn't have a mustache.
Damn it, man! Have one of them fucking Tom Selleck mustaches. Mustache.
Yeah, if back to Christopher, if you're going to do that, that's what I would do with the nickels. I wouldn't go out and buy rolls of nickels because it's only 25% nickel if you get them American. And so I keep the ones I come across. I do not specifically buy rolls of nickels to keep the nickels in it because it's 25% nickel and 75% copper. So now if you have a Canadian connection and you can get pre-82 nickels there, you get 99% nickel, 99 plus. So those are great sources of nickel. But if you're going to buy from somebody in Canada, you're going to have to figure in the shipping,
your VAT
and
tax,
the shipping and the weight, and it's outlandish what you'd have to pay for that. So probably wouldn't be worth it when you figure those costs in.
And there's ways around that, man. Because when my mom was alive, she was I talked her into being a silver bug like a year before she died. And for her first purchase, she was going to this company. She lived in Scotland. She was a Scottish citizen, and they were going to charge her like £71 or something like that for 1 ounce of silver. And I was like, "Holy fuck, Mom!" So I called this guy I know from Cheshire, England, with Chris Jones, and he buys kind of like how nickel buys. Except he was like at the state and stuff like that, sells and gets bulk. And I talked to him and asked him, and he ended up selling to my mom for £20 an ounce. So she got 3 ounces and saved £11 going my way rather than going the official way. So there's always ways in Europe to beat the VAT tax. You just got to look around and see it. Because I'm here in America, and I haven't been to Scotland in like 15 years, and I was able to beat the VAT tax for my mom because she paid from Stirlingshire, Scotland, paid a guy in Cheshire, England, and did the transaction there where there should have been a VAT tax and there was no VAT tax.
And also too, Christopher, you probably don't know this, but the French franc.
Christopher's in Colorado.
Oh yeah, well, up the French franc up to like 1990s, up until the 1990s, they're 99-point-something% nickel too. So that's another good source of nickel. But again, to find in a mass number of those is going to be harder to do. So I do have those. Though, but I have more Canadian nickels than any kind of nickel. So
I think it'd be cool if you could get the nickel bars a little smaller than what you had. Like, for anyone that doesn't know, Nickel's got a massive stack of nickel bars, which I was quite impressed with.
Well, and they range from about 2 pounds to 12. So was that a nickel bar? Copper?
No, copper. 1 ounce copper bar.
Like I can tell you, copper bars. I don't buy I do have like 1 ounce copper rounds, but they're not worth the premiums they put on it for the weight.
Yeah, the rounds are pricey.
And even the copper bars, I've only been able to buy 2, 3 or 4 pound copper bars for a decent price. They generally want a lot more than what the copper value is, and I usually won't get them if they don't. So copper bars are harder to get for a better price than nickel. And but the nickel bars, you don't see them very often. Very rarely will you see them. So
what are those, Neil? Are those silver?
No, those are my pre-60 silver or pre-60 nickel.
Sweet.
Just a couple I have here in this desk. A whole bunch of shit up in here.
I think what eventually will happen in the future is a lot of these online brokerage firms will start carrying nickel, and they'll carry it at a decent price, and you'll be able to actually buy it from them like you do silver or whatever. And I think eventually that'll happen. And probably copper bars too, the bigger copper bars. You know, most of what they sell now is the little bars and the little 1 ounce bars and the little 1 ounce copper coins. But I think eventually they'll get more serious about it, and they'll be offering those metals too. So I think that's the future. You know, it took them forever and not all of them do, but at least 2 or 3 sell rhodium. It took them forever before they finally started actually selling rhodium to people. So.
Rhodium, yeah. It's gonna be fun seeing the fucking change of fucking crowns.
And with rhodium, the problem with rhodium is selling it. It's a little harder to sell than the other metals because they have to line up a buyer, and it's industrial, almost completely industrial. So that's the hard part about rhodium.
It's never been used as money.
Let's say if gold gets to 15,000 an ounce, it's going to be that way with gold too, though. You know,
No,
it's going to be harder to find buyers at 15,000.
No, if gold goes up that high, you got to see what you got. You got to. This is a perspective you need to look at, or at least think about looking at. Back in 1930, 90% of Americans had a couple gold coins in their pocket and several silver coins in their pocket. 90+% of Americans had several gold coins and silver coins in their pockets. How many people nowadays can afford several gold coins and several silver coins? Our wealth has gone down.
That's what I'm saying. But if you get to 15,000, you're going to have fewer potential buyers.
That's a continuation. That's just more of a continuation of the wealth going away from the small guy, gal.
Well, the population's a lot greater too.
Yeah, it locks out a lot of people. They're born into poverty.
But I can tell you, because everybody was saying that, well, if it gets to 4,000, I'll just run in and sell it. I'm going to say, these dudes, these LCSs only have so much money a day to buy this stuff.
Well,
If it
see,
gets
it's
that high and everybody knocks the door down to get in there to sell it, they're not going to be able to buy all that. Most of the smaller ones are just not going to be able to do it.
well, that's improper, unfinished thought process. Not improper, but unfinished. Because at the same time, someone's going to be selling at 4,000. Someone's going to be buying at 4,000.
I don't think as many people will buy it at 4,000.
That's your thought, but I'll check your thought with one word or one acronym: FOMO.
It may be, but how many people?
I'll trump your word with my word of FOMO.
But who shops at these LCSs? It's not your multimillionaire dude. They don't get their gold from there. So what I'm trying to say is,
someone will buy it.
I just find it hard to believe.
What happens? Okay, see, you're compartmentalizing. Your local coin shop can only deal with your local coin shop, but the guy in Houston who just got a $1 million order needs all the gold he can. He calls all the coin shops, so they sell to him. That's part of the coin, a larger part of the coin market than you think, because that's how people get large amounts of platinum when platinum supply is low. All these marketers call each other and take each other's product off each other's hands. And that's a big part of the market.
Well,
so,
I'll wait to see that, because a lot of people don't, they won't even know.
The market. Guy comes in, buys $250,000 of platinum. I guarantee you there's not one local coin shop has $250,000 of platinum on hand.
Well, and let's back up a second. Back up a second. For it to go to 4,000 an ounce, that is going to be driven by demand. So that's going to front run the price, right? The demand flowing in is going to come before the price goes up, and the price goes up in response to that. So I think that the LCSs will be flooded with cash wanting to buy, and that's what's going to be driving it up. And then they'll be begging people to sell. See that?
I think the higher something goes, the fewer potential buyers you have, and the harder it'll be for people to.
The more buyers you have, that's how they that's how they can turn a fucking 5-year car loan into a 9-year car loan, and a truck go from 40,000 to 90,000.
Well, I don't think people's going to be borrowing money to get it. I just can't see that.
I didn't think people would be borrowing money to get an $80,000 truck and signing a 9-year contract for it or 7-year contract for it, but they do. There's stupid people out there, man, born every minute.
But I can tell you this: if gold, every time it goes to new highs, I'm not interested in buying it.
I'm not interested in buying it at all.
Yeah. So I mean, I got to think a lot of people is probably going to say, I mean, it's just too high for me to get in.
So much gold out there. There's so much gold out there. It could very easily be a money system that we walk around with a couple gold coins in our pocket if it was done right. There's a lot of gold out there. But, and it's all based on price too. If gold goes up to 4,000, there's going to be a lot more gold out there.
It's good to see Sunshine Archer.
You're gonna find, hey, what's up, Sunshine? You're gonna find a lot of people just discovering new gold mines once gold hits 4,000. They'll be like, oh, hey, they discovered a new gold mine here. They discovered a new gold mine here. It's hilarious. It's the same with platinum. That video I even did 2 days ago on platinum. The guy even says, as soon as platinum price rises up, we're opening up. We're going to start developing this mine. So it's all based on price. Silver's going to be extinct at the price it is now, but if the price doubles, there's going to be shitloads of silver because those mines will go deeper and they're going to find more of them at $50 an ounce over 25 an ounce.
Well, if Mexico mines out, then silver's going to have to go up. Because, I mean, and they have peak mined. So, I don't know. I've heard rumors. You hear rumors, if. You hear rumors that, like, 5 years they'll be out, 10 years they'll be out. I don't know.
posted the link for Sunshine Archer there because anyone that doesn't know her, she's a fantastic musician, has a great YouTube channel.
Right on.
If I heard her sing,
Could be she's in the music community. Anyone that doesn't know, Nickel Stacker, who's currently identifying as number 22, Caitlin Clark, also boogies around, and so does Neil. Like we all kind of boogie around some music channels as well.
I just go around and fuck with people. I don't sing.
Yeah, Neil, Nickel, and I are not musicians, but
I'm a great heckler. Great heckler. And I do it in such a fun way, they don't boot me. They actually enjoy it. I don't really heckle, I'm playing.
he says, if.
I don't do if. If leads to bad things, because then it puts you in positions that you have to explain yourself out of. And I don't like explaining myself out of anything. I just do my thing. And I'm going to be happy when I get that video and see for myself, from trusted sources, what's going on down there.
Yep, that's a great idea. I look forward to
I hope he goes through with it. I really do. It's less than 2 hours from his house.
it's doable.
Oh, easily. Hell,
Getting some good drone footage would be a great idea. Like,
yeah, I don't think he's got a drone. I mentioned that to him. Because we spoke about a whole bunch of things. You know, if there is a caravan of people and that park is now empty, where's that line of people? Because they just didn't disappear into the woodwork and aren't coming back. They kept walking. They're going somewhere. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what he comes up with. Like around here, because I'm stationary in the city, I talk with my mailman. He tells me what's going on in the neighborhood, where the foreclosed houses are, and you know, where things have changed up and whatnot, or just through a general conversation and talk with each other. He informs me. I get more information from a mailman than I do from the newspaper about my local area. And so I was telling my buddy when he goes down that area, I said the best place probably to get the information is from a truck stop. Since, you know, supposedly all these truckers coming down there, you know, they're going to be boisterous and bragging, you know, about things. So you'll hear a lot of shit, and you'll be, you know, get some inside information of what they're thinking and what they see, because they run that route. So hopefully he listens, and hopefully it comes through, because I'm very excited to get facts instead of ifs, because this is too important to what if it.
So did you finish that chocolate cake?
I've got a quarter of it left.
I don't know if you saw Unbroken's comment there, but
What's that? What's he talking about?
it's about 6 or 7 comments up there. You inspired someone else.
Oh, to get cake?
Says he bought an
cream
ice
bar,
cream
I
bar.
think.
Yeah. Got to get that ice cream bar in.
And they're going to gain 3 pounds from it.
Hey, I hate it for you, bro.
Mhm.
It sucks, bro. I love being me.
When it
It's
gets
like-
hot up here, I love grabbing a ice cream bar out of the freezer.
Dude,
Just gotta be careful to only have one.
why?
Well, my metabolism's a little slower than yours,
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
and I avoid sugar as much as possible. But on a really hot day, a nice cold ice cream bar is the bomb.
See, that's where I'm semi curse blessed. I'm the exact opposite of a diabetic. I have to have sugar or protein, or else I start passing out. And I'm hyperactive, and I have a fast metabolism.
So what's your blood pressure?
It's normal. Actually, it's a little lower than normal.
That's what I figure.
Yeah, and my cholesterol, until they changed the numbers the most recent time, before they changed the numbers, cholesterol was good. Now it's borderline, but they changed the numbers. My cholesterol hasn't changed. So, but now because they changed the numbers, it's borderline. But before they changed the numbers, it was fine. So you can see how much faith I put in that bullshit.
It's tough to believe that they would move the goalposts.
No, it's not.
That's sarcasm.
Yeah, no, I hear you. And I'm not taking any pills just because they changed the goalpost. I can guarantee you second that. Dude, there's 2 things you need right now that'll take care of your blood pressure and pulse.
Is he going to get the shotgun again?
Nope.
I hope not.
That
Well,
would raise
would,
my blood pressure.
It would affect your pulse for sure.
Yeah.
That's cool, man. I just bought $20 worth of pure honey today.
These 2 things, honey every day and cinnamon every day, lowers your blood pressure and cholesterol.
I have honey every day, and I think I don't even check my blood pressure. I should. I know it's high, but I don't want to know.
That shouldn't be high. If you in my tea, I take a stick of cinnamon and I grind some up in all of my tea, and I also put honey in there. And the benefits of honey and cinnamon, dude.
I drink green tea all the time.
That's even better for you, bro.
Especially if you steep it properly. Right?
Yeah, steep it. No, as long as you leave it sit there. You're not supposed to steep it. That is what it's called, right?
Yeah. No, you're supposed to, like, the way there's different ways of doing it, but the key is when you've got the tea bag. I do a pot of water,
Mm-hmm.
and I put the tea bag in, and I bring the water up to just before a boil, and then I take it off of the heat and put a lid on it.
They say black tea's good for you. I've had that a few times.
And you leave the lid on for around 3 or 4 minutes. And while you let it sit there in that heat with the tea bag in it is when it's steeping.
Yeah, that vinegar, the people that claim some of them has lived to be 100, they said they always thought the secret to there is they would take vinegar every day. And they claim that's the secret why they live to be over 100. But I don't know. But do you want to live to be over 100?
Well, if you could be healthy and
Yeah.
energetic like you were in your 50s.
George Burns
Yeah, he did pretty good, puffing on a cigar.
and drinking his whiskey. See, this is a antique tea.
Squeezer.
No, it's actually the you put the tea in there, and then it, like, right here and here, it's got little things that help it, and you just use it as a spoon while the tea's in there, and you just
That's pretty cool.
yeah.
Okay, so that'd be like the loose leaf, the actual tea leaves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You take them, stick them in there, and
That's very cool.
That was before they come up with the bags and all that stuff that they sell in the store, I guess.
Do you think that's sterling silver?
I don't know. I was thinking, buddy. I was thinking the same thing. I said, if it's antique,
it most likely is. I don't even bother to look because it doesn't matter, because I need it the way it is. And I'm sure it is sterling silver, because
so silver gets to $500 an ounce. Do you keep it or do you?
I keep it. I keep it. Yeah.
Oh Lord, I guarantee it'd be bye. You've been nice. I like you. I like using you, but bye.
See, I think so much different than everyone else, man.
I think so.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm gonna be doing things where people will be giving me so much money for it. I'll be buying silver at $500 an ounce, man.
Wait a minute. Let's go back. So you do not have a sell price for silver.
Doesn't sound like it.
I sell it as I need it, but I don't see myself stopping buying and selling it even at $500 an ounce. I think that's just going to keep rolling for me. And the amount
So how high do you think silver will possibly get?
Oh shit! It could go 4-digit for its all-time new high. It could. That's like an if.
I was just gonna say.
If.
what?
And I tell you, oh man, if
a lot of things will have to happen for that to occur.
If
but it's
Constitution was
possible.
here, he would unload on that. He don't think he has a prayer. He don't think he has a prayer ever to get like to 100. He don't think it'll ever get to 100 now.
Dude, just with inflation from 1971 till now, it should be at like $235 an ounce.
Something like that.
Yeah.
And I told him it could happen if the right conditions happened. I said it could happen.
If
we
go
had the
to
70s, we had the
stagflation-
70s today, like it happened in the 70s. I said it could get to 400, 500 an ounce.
Yeah, it
He thinks I'm nuts.
They could 30x it for a while. What's 30x from now? See, and that's the problem with psychology. People can't believe it because the number's too big. But it's still 30x is 30x. 20x.
And I told him, I said it's like this. I said with
So
the actual inflation,
$500 to $700 easy.
with actual inflation, I said that'll keep the new lows from going lower, and it'll level off, and it'll go up higher, and then come down. But when it comes back down, it won't get as low as the last low. I said so it's like a staircase; it's just building up, and so eventually, I said it'll get to 100.
Oh, it'll go. Like I said, it'll shoot up between 500, 700, maybe more. But then it'll have to stabilize back down low again, and it'll probably be lower than what is expected, but still higher than now. It'll probably shoot up that high and stabilize down in the like 125 or something like that.
And see that's where me and him. I try to talk to him. I say because I said 10,000 silver dimes, and if you get 10,000 silver dimes, I said that's probably all the silver you'll ever need. He said, well, that's only so much. I go, but I said in the future, the price of silver will continually go up. So you actually got a lot more. Whereas he thinks he's still living now and thinks it's going to be the same price as it is now. I go, no, it'll go up. I said, so the 10,000 dimes will cover you because the 10,000 dimes will be worth more then than they are now. And he just doesn't get that concept. And he gives me a hard time over that. He don't think 10,000 dimes is near enough.
And you know what? This is what I gotta say to that, Nickel. How did he think about platinum 2 months ago?
Well, it's true. We changed him. We worked on him. I mean, I worked on him. You worked on him, and we finally got him into platinum. And now he's really big in it. It's like, oh, you got to get more.
Most people that I talk to about platinum who aren't into it realize what it is and get into it big time. Because once you get it, you're like, why the fuck don't I have more?
But you just got to study the history of it and how rare it is. And when you start figuring
you
it all
just got to
up,
see what's going on and realize, and you don't even have to believe what I say is the reason for why it is. All you got to do is see the charts and you will come to the same realization. Something happened to make the chart fucking invert almost overnight. That's never happened before in history. You can put on that what you want, but something happened that momentous on an economic scale to make that happen for the first time in history. You can put on alien farts, the elephants slept sideways that day, whatever you want to put on it. But something.
Well, Christopher's asking what silver's used for. A lot.
Dude. It is, hold on a second here. I can do this. This is my show.
Okay. Photography, it's used in jewelry, it's used in medical devices.
Industrial is the number
electronics a lot. It's very important in the medical field. It's very important because it keeps you from getting infections and stuff. So it's very important. And they're using it more and more in medical. They're going to make bandages with it. They're going to nano silver. Nano silver is a huge industry now.
Watch
Uh,
that video, Chris. You'll have someone else who's already in the industry and the CEO of a company tell you what platinum's used for, and he'll tell you
no,
things.
Nick, he wants silver. He wants to know what silver's used for.
Oh, I don't give a fuck about silver. Sorry,
Yeah, you
that's for platinum.
Well, he's got both now, right? He's got Solvate Metals 101 uses of silver. And then the link that Neil posted is awesome. And that'll be uses of platinum.
And the good thing about one of the pluses about silver is when it's used in electronics, they don't recycle it. So because it's too much of a cost to do it at this point, so they don't. They just throw it away in landfills. So that silver is gone. And so therefore it requires new silver to replace it. And eventually they'll either mine, a lot of the mines will mine out, and most of it's mined as a byproduct. They're looking for copper and they get silver. So eventually it's going to be harder to find, I guess, you so to speak, or it'll be there, but they can't get to it. You can't get to it if it's so far underneath the ground that it costs you that much more. If it doubles or triples your price to get it, it's going to have to go up for them to go after it. And so there is the cliche. Is it that you have to? I've said they're going to have to open up the gates and let it get at least to $75 an ounce, so people will recycle the jewelry. They'll, because it ain't really worth it right now to recycle your sterling silver jewelry. They haven't made it worth their while yet. But if it gets to 75, people will start getting rid of their rings and their necklaces and all that other stuff.
And that's where, if you go to Facebook Marketplace and you have enough money set aside and you find the solar panels in your area at $25 per solar panel, and you have to buy a pallet of them, and there's, say, even only a quarter to a half ounce of silver in each solar panel. If you just set that aside, it is actually an asset, so it will gain value, and it'll gain value in a way where people won't want to steal your shit, and you can actually have your silver stored in the solar panels in your backyard that you got for $25 a piece, and now has $100 of silver in it.
And there's antiques you can get. I get sterling silver so many different ways. It's not funny. So I'm just building the pounds of it, pounds of silver, pounds and pounds. So my goal is to get to 10,000 ounces. And then once I get there, I don't know if I stop, if I keep going, or if I start concentrating on other stuff. I don't know, but my goal is.
I think you ought to, after you get to 10,000 ounces, you ought to have a Neil stack and add $1,000 to the Neil stacks and give it to Neil once you get to 10,000.
yeah. So help others get to their 10,000 ounces. So
yeah.
10,000 is my goal, and I want to get that before age 65, and then once I get to the right age, I'll probably start selling it as I go as an income, as another type of income coming in for me.
No, you don't want to do that.
Yeah, because Social Security ain't going to be enough. If there's even Social Security there, it ain't going to be enough. So I'm going to use the silver as a source of income. If
you leave it to me, I can guarantee you my grandkids will benefit.
Because I don't have no kids. So.
That's what I'm saying. That's why you should leave it to me.
Oh, did you have kids?
No.
Okay.
That's why you should leave it to me.
Usually you have to have kids before you can have grandkids. I just thought I'd tell you that.
Well,
no ifs about that,
phonetics, whatever.
But there ain't no ifs to that. It takes kids to have kids.
Yeah, you got to do certain things to make that happen, huh? You'd ought to remember shit like that.
You and 79, get that plotted out now. Oh, man. I said that about Caitlin Clark. I said, if she ever has a kid and it's a daughter, I said, I will be offering her a 4-year scholarship to play basketball in the nursery. Figuring she's going to be just like her mom. So. I think we lost Jim.
No, he's doing something. Probably went to the bathroom or something.
I'm still here, man. I'm usually multitasking.
But don't you see silver the same way? Eventually, they got to let the floodgates open in order to put more silver into the system.
Well, I truly believe that it'll be industrial demand that'll tap it out and break the paper market, or at least, as you say, open the floodgates. It's very easy as stackers for us to think that we can have a significant effect on the market, But I think most stockers should be aware, it's very difficult on our end, even with a silver squeeze, just because industrial demand dwarfs, all the stocking community.
Right. But if and that's another thing, but the more you stack, the more pressure you put on them.
No,
That's more silver you're taking out of
no. You got to do it within a year's period.
I'd say that it's like back pressure.
They get replenished with every ounce that comes out of the ground. So a squeeze would have to happen within like a certain 12-month time period to be able to see a difference in that 12-month time period, and it would have to be significant enough in that time period, and probably even more than 1 year's worth for them to increase production or throw investment into the deeper vein mines that they could be opening that are more expensive, that they're waiting till the price goes up to open.
Well, it's like this. It takes a couple billionaires to put about half their fortune in silver, and they'll put a heck of a hurt on them.
Oh, they already did that.
That's true.
They already did that. I told you earlier, Elon Musk, Bill Gates, or not Soros, and two other. Who's the other guys in the space thing? Anyhow, 4 billionaires got together and bought a silver mine in Iceland like a year and a half to 2 years ago, and they took it private. And each one of the billionaires, when I did the research, all had needed silver for the industries that they were in. So it made an excellent business decision to actually buy a silver mine, because you would always be getting it at the price of mining, which is cheaper than spot price, which means that your product would be lower than your competition's product, enough so to where you could eat up their profit margin by lowering product price to where if they wanted to compete, you could actually drive them out of business. So it makes great business sense to have bought their own silver mines, which they did.
Well, and also the quicker you can buy it, without them being able to react, the quicker you can buy it. And like if you bought massive amount of silver in a 24-hour period, they can't react.
Why bother buying the commodity if it's going to be an ongoing need for your company, the resource, whatever the resource is, you want to go to the source and get it as cheap as possible. In this case, say like Elon Musk, most all of his, even his space shit, has a lot of silver. So he uses a lot of silver. So the price of silver would significantly affect his business model. Well, so the only reason, hold on a second, the only reason that he would buy a silver mine is to prevent the economic effect to his business model. Business models are designed off of certain products being certain prices and staying within certain medians, so that because of your causality and effect of the purchased buy ratio of how much did it cost to make it there can't change much because you've got such a tight margin. The only way to keep that or to show a profit margin would be to lower the cost. The only way to do that is get the actual raw material, whatever it might be. In this case, it would be silver, in which case they already did that. So they're further down that business model than I thought they would be, which tells me that something going to be happening.
Well, the Hunt brothers messed up is they should have bought it all at once and not given the government a chance to change the rules on them.
They would have done the same thing. I believe they already did it. Didn't they do it to nickel already last year?
Well, okay, yeah, all right. But if people that bought it, but wait, if the people would have bought it, we're talking though, many people buying. I'm saying,
no, we're talking about if you ain't got the right fucking friend, it don't matter.
Well, they did freeze it at 50. I think it would have got to 75 a pound at least, but they froze it. And they would try to do silver that way. There's no doubt. But if you don't give them a chance to react to it, and what I'm saying is the Hunt brothers, they were buying big bunches of silver. By the way, they were into three of them. They were into silver, oil, and what's that? It's like a vegetable that you use for everything. Beans. What is it? Soybean. That was the three things they were in. So they thought about their soybeans as much as they did their silver, and their silver as much as they did their oil. But you only hear the silver part of it. but they should have bought all their silver. It just bought everything in a shorter period of time and not give the government a chance to change the rules on them.
Good night, Gerald.
Which, by the way, drove silver prices down, which is what they wanted.
Yeah, yes, it's total control of price control. And they've got it. And that's why I say, as long as the silver's coming out of the ground, you're never going to run out. So if a squeeze,
but it has to go high enough if it makes it worth their while to mine, because they're already losing money.
and that's why what happened? Didn't Mexico shut down a lot of their silver mines?
Well, they're getting. I don't think we'll ever know the truth because the government puts out the truth. Now, I think they.
So that affects production if they're the largest silver producer, correct? So hasn't that affected the price? No.
Well,
Okay.
they peak mine. So when it is projected within 10 years, they will completely be mined out of silver.
No, that's right and wrong. It depends on what your perspective is. At $24, at $22, at $23, at $21 an ounce, yes, you're 100% correct. At $60, at $65, at $70 an ounce, no, you're incorrect because they'll have that extra funding they need to go deeper and expand their mine, which takes money, which means it's going to cost more to mine, which means the price has to be higher to consider it profitable. And that's how you look at that.
Well, I don't invest
I
in
can tell
mining.
you right now, Sarah Palin's ex-husband owns a whole fucking mountain in Alaska, ready to be rocking and rolling for silver production. They're just waiting for the price to go up.
Well, I don't. That's why I don't invest in mining shares because I just don't think it's a winner.
Yeah, it's a controlled game. It's a rigged market. That's for damn sure.
The numbers show that demand is greater than the new mining supply.
Yeah, and like I said, that's where it's
Last
going to
several
be
years.
before the
So
price.
the price should be going up higher than it is.
Unless it's suppressed, and it can't stay suppressed forever. It's the same thing as going on with platinum. Everyone's worried and concerned about this. Well, you know what? It only costs like $13 to mine an ounce of fucking silver. So hush your puppies. They're still making money. When it comes to platinum, it costs $1,230 to mine an ounce of platinum. How much are they selling it for? Boom, there's your issue. Look at it. Get the fucking platinum. Silver, they can play with that price for quite some time. There's enough time to buy silver. There's more than enough time to buy silver. There's not a lot of time to buy platinum at a cheap price.
What's your cat doing? Is it keep jumping up?
Oh my god, these guys are going fucking crazy, dude. There's like I don't know if you just saw it. One just ran across the back of the fucking chair in my back and jumped down again. They're like chasing each other around. Someone got into the kitty nip a little hard last night or something. There's that one there, Striker, you just saw. He was just on the back of my chair, and then he went on, and there he is on the bed. There he is, right there. Oh fucker! You got too much energy. See, here he comes. He's gonna fucking strike me. He knows I'm talking about him.
Mm-hmm.
Window box his ass. Bro, here he comes. Yeah, no, they getting their kitten energy, man. He's gonna. If they could jump on my head right now, they'd probably be on my head.
When Chico was a puppy, he'd run around the room like a nut.
That's what both of them are doing, and they're exciting my other males, and they're all starting to run around the room like little kittens.
And the vet told me that's because he was happy.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what it is, but it's still aggravating as fuck.
Yep. They're usually, when they're doing that, they're celebrating.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny as shit, but it's aggravating as fuck after a couple minutes.
When I do that, it's usually because I stubbed my toe. Or I dropped the silver bar. When I traded my 100-ounce silver bars in for constitutional silver, the male people asked me, they said, is there anything hazardous or anything about this shipment? And I said, only if you drop it on your foot.
Break your ass. Damn sure break your foot.
Then the guy that brought me the silver bars, he had the same first name as me. So he knew me. He goes, you don't mind me asking you. He said, what the hell is this that you keep getting? And I said, silver bars, because I knew I could trust him. He wouldn't steal it.
I 100% agree with what Unbroken said about cinnamon. I just read it. No clue on why they're keeping it low or how they're keeping it low, but somehow they're keeping it low, Mr. Unbroken. I imagine once we get rid of central banks, the price will find a fucking what is that?
Unbroken wants to talk about space mining. Look out, Unbroken. You opened it up now. We'll be on another 5 hours now. Way to go.
Here we go.
Nah, I'll let you guys go. We'll end this here shortly. But yeah.
I'm gonna do a live with Neil. We're gonna talk about space mining.
Yeah, I could tell you all right now, England already contracted with Rolls-Royce to have by 2028 what's known as an SMR, small modular reactor, prepared to be used for a moon station that NASA has contracted with SpaceX to have ready by 2032. So it lines up that they're getting all their ducks in a row to have a moon station ready to go and operational by 2032 from 2 country sources and 2 tax-paying citizen societies working towards the same thing, putting out the same information in the time manner they're putting it out. Looks like it's going to happen.
I think, John, you still can find 1,000 ounce bars, but you don't see them often. When I got in, there was 10,000.
Mark Silver. Ian from Mark Silver still has a couple 1,000 ounce bars they can sell.
But I can remember they had 10,000 ounces.
Oh,
I wouldn't be able to pick that up.
Now, if you want to go down to the Gulf of Mexico and go treasure hunting, you could probably still find 10,000 ounce bars.
Well, let's figure that up. 10,000 ounces. How many pounds is that? I couldn't lift it. I'm not getting anything that big.
That's over 5. That's like close to 600 pounds.
Yeah. I mean, there's no way I could lift that or do anything with it.
A lot of weight.
They'd have to specially ship it and all that kind of stuff. And they'd have to bring it in the house.
Brinks would have to bring it in on a dolly. You'd have to have an armored special fucking truck.
That was back when I got in. Silver was $4 an ounce. So that's
why
John
says it's 780 pounds. My bad on the 600 something.
Yeah. So I mean, and that's for governments and stuff. That ain't for individuals to get. That's for like big time vaults and stuff. So
I want to respond here to Christopher. Remember we were talking about walking sticks? Well, they sell titanium in rod forms of 4-foot rods, different thicknesses of titanium. I'm actually looking at getting 1 or 2 to be used as a walking stick. But could you imagine having a titanium walking stick? How much that would hurt to hit somebody?
I think that's what they use when they cane people in Asia.
Titanium, no. Titanium's the strongest metal out there.
Yeah, but they want to punish them. Let me see your hands. Oh,
it's
you could beat somebody for every one of those.
It's semi-rare, if not rare metal. I think it's more semi-rare. I need to check on that. I can't honestly say, but it's not a common metal like iron or
aluminum.
Aluminum or copper, bronze. It's like the space metal. Where all those other metals went throughout time. They had most of them, except for the higher qualities, aluminums and steels, like Bronze Age and shit.
Sir Neil. Hey, you're Sir Neil now.
Actually, in Scotland, I'm known as Sir Neil.
Okay.
But that's only when I go visit my family there. It's actually Master. But that's it. That's at formal events. Master Han is what they call me.
And if Christopher wants to sub me, he's fine. I mean, that's fine. And I got all kinds of videos about stuff on there. Some of which Neil would probably disagree with me. Some of which JM would probably disagree with me.
You know what?
A lot that Constitutional Stacker would disagree with me on.
No one should agree 100% with anyone else, because if you do, you're doing something wrong or someone's lying.
I'm running for office.
You're lying.
So now that I heard, was it Master
Yeah.
of Sir?
Yeah.
What popped into my head was Master Han Solo.
Oh yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Master Han Solo. You know, I had an ironworking company before COVID came out. It was called Han Solo's Ironwork.
You know what they called him when he got in a fight with Princess Leia? His name changed to? Hand Solo. You get it?
That's a good one. It was
Anyways, it was all right. I'll give him a 7 out of 10.
Yep. Oh, here's a good one. My ex-girlfriend told me that I need to leave my problems at the door. Now she's mad that she's sitting out on the front porch.
Yeah.
What came first, the chicken or the egg? Or no, why did the chicken cross the road?
To get to the other side.
There was a hawk chasing it.
Knock, knock.
The egg.
Okay.
Knock, knock.
The egg.
The chicken.
I would debate the egg.
Hold on, I said that wrong. Why did the chicken cross the road to get to the idiot's house? And then you say knock, knock, and they say, who's there? You say the chicken, because that implies that they're the idiot that you crossed the road to see.
Gotcha.
So Gerald Draper just came in.
No, he's been here. He ate up the lead for a little bit.
Oh.
Thank you, Christopher.
Okay, well, I've been monitoring the silver prices here, and just like we predicted, they're going up, down, and sideways.
Pretty much.
Hello, Gerald.
I see you, Joe.
He knew who I was. Gerald knew.
Buford T. James for sure. Who's Buford T. James?
I don't. Buford T. Justice is the sheriff on Smokey and the Bandit.
That might be what's familiar to me. Buford T. Justice.
Mr. Bandit.
Boy.
You
I like
scum
that.
bum.
Was he always? Yeah. You dumb son bitch.
When they did a celebration for Burt Reynolds, he came on in character. He came in his.
Oh, sweet.
It was hilarious. Everybody started laughing.
I tell you what, that car, that's probably a dream car for most of us.
They gave it away. I understand it was a contest, and they gave it
Yeah,
away.
I don't give a fuck about that in particular car. That model car with the T-top, the paint job, nice 404.
I can remember they were big. They were big in the 70s. A lot of people had those.
Well, I know for a fact, my good friend, he's a good friend. I don't even recall his name. Mahoney, Sean Mahoney. His dad was a jump master for the Navy SEALs, actually, for a while. He had a 78 Trans Am T-top with the Eagle paint job 404. We were going to adult high school because we both quit our own prospective high schools. And we hooked up at adult high, which was at junior college. And we'd skip school every fucking day and go to the beach. Dude, if you had a T-top Trans Am, you were not shy of a female companionship. It was a fun time in my life. Had some good friends with some very, very nice cars.
I just want to
And
see.
Firebird was nice in the 70s. Firebird was nice about that time period too. Like Rocker Files, he had a Firebird.
Yeah.
Oh, I got that wrong. Roosters don't lay eggs.
Yeah,
He got me.
Dag nabbit, and you can't erase that shit because we all saw it.
Yeah, that's okay.
Roosters don't lay eggs.
That's okay. I corrected it before anyone else put it in chat that I messed that up. So, and before on panel, I think I caught it first.
Yes, you did,
Okay.
which is rather good. I must have smoked too much. I'm not as quick as usual.
But you can tell I'm catching up.
Platinum.
And nobody noticed that Nickel has actually appearing twice on the main screen here.
What do you mean?
I don't see it.
I don't. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Willis?
Put my profile thing there on full screen for a second.
Yours?
Yep.
Oh no! How did I do that earlier? I just clicked on it, right? No.
Just 3. Well, I think you hit solo. Yeah, now you can just drag and drop.
Oh shit! What did I do on my end? Okay, yeah, there we go.
There you go.
Now what up?
Nickel is appearing as
How's it doing that? Why is it doing that? How does it do that?
well. It's done that
What?
because my profile picture is from the live stream where we were making a silver video together, and you were on the panel, and so you're in the screenshot.
Oh, okay.
While I was highlighting the platinum. I actually missed that profile picture. I thought that was one of your best profile pictures, other than the original.
I got a bunch. I've got so many I have to delete one when I make a new one. Well,
I really like that one. And I could have cropped you out, but in order to keep it the right size for the YouTube profile pictures or thumbnails, I had to keep you in. I didn't think you'd
Hey, Christopher, you got it.
Yeah. Neat, eh?
Yeah, now, yeah.
Uh-oh, I'm getting dizzy.
Quit fucking around.
Yeah.
I'm learning new shit, man. I'm playing with it.
It's good, man. I think you should put a ticker up with the code for Miles Franklin or.
Yeah, no, I need to finish my conversation and stuff with Ninja and get his link for his course. What's going to happen with the Miles Franklin thing is I'm going to send them my commercial and they're going to doodle it up and put their stuff on the commercial. Links, Franks, whatever, all this stuff, and then I'll just I'll repost that one.
That'll be awesome.
Yeah, like I said, trying new shit. Ninja said he tried doing like commercial shit, and it didn't work. And I was thinking to myself, well, because I don't want to say anything bad about anybody unless they totally fucking deserve it, or I'm really pissed off when the two. I don't talk about people, but he said he had tried it, and I was thinking to myself, I'm like 1 in 9 billion, bro. You ain't never done anything the way I tried it. So I think the way I'm going to try it's going to work, even though Ninja tried it. It didn't work for him. That's because we're two different people, and we approached it different ways.
Yep.
And that is the key right there. That's why if you fail, try again, because it's in the approach. How you approach things determines the success or failure rate. So you got to know not know what you're doing, but have an idea of where you're going and have an idea of how to get there. And not just think that you can do it, but actually work the system.
Well, you've been putting comments by silver and platinum in the chats for a long time, and in the comment section, and so anytime anyone could say buy silver and platinum, and who are they going to think of? That's right.
Yeah, and that's what I mean when I kind of set up things in advance, long term, kind of Chinese thinking, long term, with the silver and or the platinum, not silver. Everyone talks about silver. I was the only one to start talking about platinum. Now there's other people talking about platinum. I mean, Sal did shows on platinum. He's been around for quite some time, and there might be one or two others, but not to the depths that I get into the platinum. But
I started the yo craze. When people greet each other on here, they'll say yo.
Yo.
right on. So
Yep.
yeah, just
Same thing.
pre-planning
Except that you need a product called Yo to sell. Nickel.
or a yo-yo and have yo on
Yo.
and he could be out there playing yo-yo. Yo.
If yo.
Yeah, have if on one side and yo on the other side. Yeah, I don't play ifs, man.
Yeah, you remind me of my uncle. He likes the University of Kentucky. I like Indiana. It used to be a real rival game. And Indiana one time shot 71%, I think, and Kentucky beat them. And I said, if Indiana would have hit 60% of their free throws, they'd have beat Kentucky because they just couldn't hit a free throw that day. And my uncle said, if this, if that, if. That's what you reminded me of when you do that.
Yep. Ifs are unreliable. You know, you can say whatever you want, throw an if in front of it. It doesn't make it real.
So it goes to show you can shoot 70+% in a game and still lose it.
Yeah.
So that's almost unheard of.
And it's also unheard of that someone called that they're going to play the game left-handed and they're going to kick your ass, and they go out and play left-handed and they kick your ass. I know you know who I'm talking about. That'd be Mr. Indiana. You know what I'm talking about?
Who's that, Bob Knight?
No.
Who?
I'm going to go out and play left-handed tonight, and we're going to kick their ass. Larry Bird.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he did. One whole game. He just used his
Yep.
left hand in that one.
He said, I'm going to play left-handed tonight because I'm not feeling that good, and we're still going to kick their ass.
Yeah,
whole fucking game.
And one time, a lot of times he'd tell him, I'm going to go over there, get a pass from so-and-so, and I'm going to hit a three from the corner. And he would go over and do it. And he told him what he was going to do, and they still couldn't stop it. And he hit it.
And he passed to himself. What you got going on over here? Okay, you can chew on that. Yeah, I remember one time he passed to himself off of the backboard, and he intentionally shot the ball to the backboard to throw everyone off who jumped because they were taller than him or some shit. So he threw the ball to the backboard, and it bounced it right back to him, and he came over everyone's head and slammed it.
Well, like I said, he could do the fake pass and just fool everybody. He could throw passes between your legs.
Oh my God, that motherfucker! He could throw a pass without looking.
And he could. If you turned your back on him and weren't watching the ball, he throw it off your back.
It doesn't matter if you watch the ball. You watch the ball, you missed his jump. He was a mental player as well as a great player.
And he was huge. But a lot of people went up to play him and get, dang, I didn't realize he was that big a dude.
As far as that 3-point thing goes, they didn't start making the 3-point shot happen until his second year of pro. So he didn't have the time to practice it. And he beat Michael Jordan on the 3-point shooter. And Michael Jordan practiced a 3-pointer in high school and college. So he had 8 years of practice that Larry Bird didn't have.
Well, Jordan was a great athlete. Not
great
as good,
athlete, great jumper, great talker.
But I'll tell you, the guy playing for Atlanta, Dominique Wilkins, was a better athlete.
He didn't have the intellect to be able to look you in the eye and say, I'm going to go over here, I'm going to do this, and you can't stop me. And then go do exactly what the fuck he was going to say. That's skill.
Well, what it is he knew he was quick enough, and he knew the officials were going to make the call. So Jordan would just go towards the basket, knowing if he didn't score, he was going to get fouled, or they were going to call the foul.
Okay.
So I mean, a lot of that was Jordan.
Nope. Yeah.
But I'll tell you this: in
Yeah.
North Carolina, when they won the year he did win, it was because of James Worthy. It wasn't anything to do with Jordan. Worthy, he was just awesome ball player on the wing, and I mean nobody could stop him. I mean that's what it come down to. Jordan wasn't star; it was James Worthy. And after James Worthy left, did Jordan win the next year? No. Indiana actually knocked them out. I thought that was hilarious. We knocked them out of the tournament. So.
All right, guys, I'm going to call this one. We've been going for 5 hours and 20 minutes. I appreciate everyone hanging out.
It's a long haul, man. It was a good live stream, though. I think I learned quite a bit. And
I hope so.
Had fun and got some value. I'm going to flake out too, so I'm going to say goodnight. Hope
Good
everyone
night.
has a great week. We'll see
Good
you
night. God bless everybody, and I hope everyone had a great time. And next Sunday will come unless I get that video of Mexico, in which case it'll be sooner. You guys all take care.
And if Christopher wants to ask any questions about nickel or something, he can look
Go to
me
your
up.
channel. Yeah, you should put your own channel link down there.
I think I'm not blue, am I? I'm not blue. I don't think I can. But anyway,
I'll hook you up next time.
all right. And I'll see everybody later next week, I guess.
If not sooner. Talk to y'all later. Bye-bye.
See you.